Welcome in, folks. This is the 487th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us on this great afternoon, thank you for being here, especially all those tuning in live. Appreciate you, and it's good to see you all. We actually have a community of a couple thousand people that don't watch the streams live, but watch them when they're permanent videos posted as VODs on the YouTube channel. So if you are a VOD watcher, as I commonly call you guys, make sure to drop a comment and drop a like and let me know how how you're enjoying the debates. But anyways, once again, folks, it is genuinely good to see you all, and I appreciate y'all so much for being here. If you are new here, you are in for a treat. Okay, thank you for the galaxy on TikTok. Every day for around 4 hours a day, we talk to Trump supporters and we try to change their minds because I believe that Donald Trump is the very worst president of your life and mine. Regardless if you are 8 days old, regardless if you are 8 months old, 8 years old, 18 years old, or 80 years old, Donald Trump is the worst president of your life, and he damn near does something every single day to prove why. So, before we hop into that first debate, we already do have the first Trump supporter of the day tuned in and connected to the live. Let's first go through that breaking news. Donald Trump dozed off and fell asleep literally at the worst time ever in the middle of Lindsey Graham's funeral. What an embarrassment. I mean, we heard Trump supporters, by the way, for the most part, go on for 4 years straight about how senile, old, and sleepy Biden was and how he just needed to be excommunicated from office at once because he fell asleep like 5 times in the Oval Office. Blueberry, thank you for the joy floats on TikTok. But now, after a year and a half, Donald Trump has fallen asleep 16 times in the Oval Office, twice at global summits like the NATO summit last month, and now at one of his buddies' funerals. I'm going to go ahead and roll the clip. This is from Aaron Parnas. Credits to him and his reporting. Let's take a look.
During Lindsey Graham's funeral, Donald Trump appeared to doze off throughout the proceeding. This video, as you can see, he's struggling to stay awake. He's blinking, eyes are getting heavy, and slowly dozing off. And there are times throughout the proceedings that he even was asleep, it appeared, as though for multiple minutes at a time, based on onlookers and observers of the funeral proceeding. Now, a lot of people may ask, why are you even talking about Donald Trump?
So, yeah, I mean, I guess the reason why I'm talking about Donald Trump falling asleep at his friend's funeral is because this was genuinely the biggest, I guess, nail in the coffin for our last president, Mr. Biden. Okay, people on the right, these Trump supporters, they didn't care that he was passing some of the best domestic policy in modern American history. They didn't care that he brought us back from the pandemic stronger than ever and was able to go from a 100-year high level of unemployment to 250-year historical lows. They didn't give a fuck because he fell asleep. But obviously, these Trump supporters don't have the same energy for Trump, even though he's not just destroying the economy, destroying the moral and social fabric of our nation, destroying our global relations, but also dozing off significantly more than Biden ever did. They still love him. That's what a cult is. Let's go ahead and hop into that very first debate of the day. I'm going to go ahead and send you an invite to turn that mic on. Shea, if you want to repeat the reasons that you gave us.
Sorry. Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello.
There's a little bit of a hectic time to unmute, apparently. If you want to repeat the reasons that you gave me earlier, just tell us why you support... I hear the cops. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. So as I was saying, I said, I think when Biden was in office, there was, in terms of respect, I think by world leaders across the country, we were not as respected as the United States of America. And then when Trump was sworn in, I feel like he did a great job in handling the Israel-Palestine war. I was big on that and how that was going to be handled. And then also Ukraine and Russia. I just feel like in terms of wars, I'm not like a big, MAGA guy, but I think in terms of wars and in terms of respect from world leaders around the world, I think that's, that's it.
Oh, this will be super fun. Okay, so you said that he's been able to handle these wars, quote unquote, super well. Okay, well, let's start with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Let's just one moment. Let's start with Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Donald Trump said that he was going to handle Russia's invasion of Ukraine by ending it on day one, less than 24 hours after his inauguration. We're now over a year and a half into his administration, and that invasion, that war, that path of conquest is still raging on stronger than ever. Russia is still throwing 50,000 Russian troops and their lives at Ukrainians per month, trying to conquest, invade, and steal their land. So you're just wrong. Then also about Israel and Palestine. Palestine. As far as I'm concerned, nothing's been made better. Innocent Palestinians are still losing their lives. Netanyahu is still the commander-in-chief, or whatever they call him, the prime minister, and he's comparing the onslaught of the Palestinians and the Lebanese to genocides in the Bible. And they're still illegally annexing and invading the West Bank. They're still committing war crimes in Lebanon, flattening the radius at the southern border. So I don't think anything has been made better there. But I don't think you could argue that anything's been made better in relation to Israel, considering the fact that a year and a half ago under Biden, well, at least we weren't directly at war with Iran. Okay, well, we are today. That's cool, right? More civilians dying, more little girls dying, more civilian infrastructure getting blown up, gas prices soaring, and now we're giving them $300 billion just to get back to where we're at before the war. I don't think you could argue that Donald Trump has been good for geopolitical foreign affairs, including our own interventionism in the Middle East, due to the fact that he started a new war.
Can I ask you the reason why innocent Palestinians are dying? You think that's Israel's fault, or the terrorist, or the terrorist group in charge in Palestine right now?
Yeah, I do think it's a fault of the people who are killing the innocent Palestinians for killing the innocent Palestinians. But ultimately, what you're not doing is responding to my argument. Because your argument wasn't that Israel was justified in killing innocent Palestinians, although you may think you are. But your argument was rather that Donald Trump has been good for the conflict, war, ethnic cleansing, genocide, whatever you want to call it, in Israel and Palestine. And I described to you how that's patently false. Of course, no, he's not been good for any military involvement on behest of Israel, because now instead of Israel just going after the Palestinians, today Israel's going after the Palestinians plus the Lebanese plus the Iranians with our help directly intervening in a new war in the Middle East.
Well, I also mentioned how he's...
DB, thank you for the motorcycle.
I also mentioned how as a nation we're a lot more respected.
Yeah, I understand that you mentioned 2 reasons why you support Trump. Right now, I'm responding to your first reason. So what is your critique of my response of the first reason you gave me why you support Trump?
Well, you said that he didn't handle it on day one. It's not my point was not how he handled the wars. My point was how he dwindled things down.
Which would be how he's handling the war, right?
Okay. That's not what I'm saying. Also,
if that's not what you're saying, well, then you can't say that your point is how he's dwindled things down, because Donald Trump dwindling the wars down, quote unquote, would be the method and the ways in which Donald Trump is handling the wars. Scarlett, thank you for the motorcycle.
Right. And then when did the ceasefire happen with Israel and Palestine?
I mean, there's been about 3 trillion ceasefires, and every single one of them has been broken. But I don't think that there is a quote-unquote ceasefire in place when there's illegal Israeli settlers illegally claiming land on the West Bank, and the IDF is even arresting and detaining our own congressman like Ro Khanna because he actively calls their efforts a genocide. Like, just point-blank period, bro. But I want you to respond to the fact that before Trump, we saw Israel going after Palestinians. After Trump, we see Israel going after Palestinians, Lebanese individuals, and Iranian individuals. So clearly, the military efforts and the stabilization in the Middle East have, in contrast, gotten significantly worse.
Well, Israel's main intention was to target the terrorist group. They weren't trying to target civilians. In fact, they dropped leaflets over different places in Palestine to let civilians know, okay, we are going to be bombing this place. Move as far away as possible. And then what does the terrorist group do? They go in the same place where the leaflets are being dropped. Therefore,
thank you for the money again.
Therefore, the target is being placed on the Israelis rather than the terrorist group.
Yeah, you can't track an argument. First, you're just wrong. If it was the intention of Netanyahu and the IDF to only target the quote-unquote terrorists, okay, well then Netanyahu would not have compared his efforts against Palestine to God's efforts against the Amalekite in the Bible. He said in a speech that what he's doing to the Palestinians is very similar to what God and Saul and Paul and his men did to the Amalekites in 1 Samuel 15:3 in the Bible. If you read 1 Samuel 15:3 in the Bible, God directs Saul and his men to kill all men, women, and children. So, I mean, if you were right and they weren't targeting the innocent Palestinians, well, then he would be comparing his efforts to a quote-unquote target of all men, women, and children of the Amalek in the Bible, okay? But once again, the debate's not about what is Netanyahu doing targeting innocent civilians, but rather the debate is about, has Donald Trump been able to reduce the military efforts of Netanyahu and the state of Israel? And the answer to that question is false. He has not done that, regardless if you think what Israel's doing to the Palestinian people is a genocide or not.
Well, I think Netanyahu is a lot more cooperative with Trump rather than he was in Biden. A lot more means have been held. A lot more. There's been much more efforts, if I can put it that way, to end both of these
Exactly.
wars. There's
Thank
been
you so
much
much
more
for the
efforts
galaxy.
than when,
You can't say that there's
than
been
when
more
Biden was
effort
in
to end
office.
conflict when there's been new conflict created. You can't say that. You
What new
can't say,
con-
oh,
what
like
new
Donald
conflict
Trump
has
is
been
putting
created?
all of this effort into ending all of this conflict when Donald Trump started a new war in Iran.
That's not my point.
It's my response. I understand you're not the one stating that your point is that there's new war and more conflict. No, that's my point in response to your claim that there's less war and conflict. Clearly, there's not less war and conflict if a new war has been started.
That's not. Okay, again, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm
That's
referring
what
to the.
I'm
I'm not
referring
talking
to,
about,
though. That's what
not
I'm talking about. Because your point
Okay.
is that Donald Trump has been able to handle the conflict and reduce deaths, fatalities,
and let me ask you this.
and the spread of interventionalism and militant conquests. And the very clear answer to that question is, more so that statement is, you're wrong. Because if you were
Okay,
right,
and let me-
there wouldn't be a new war. If you were right, Israel would have also expanded into the southern parts of Lebanon. If you were right, there wouldn't be new illegal settlers in the West Bank. If you were right, everything that I just said would have been false. But the question is, are the things that I'm saying false? And the answer is no, they're not false.
Okay, now let me ask you this: Why was that war in Iran started? Because the Biden administration was funding Iran's ability to create a nuclear weapon. And this is my theory. I think the reason that we bombed Iran is because of the fact in the fear that they were going to create a nuclear weapon. And I think
Biden. Biden
yes,
was funding their ability to get nuclear weapons. Biden, the vice president
Biden
to
gave over
Obama.
$8 billion to Iran.
Biden, the vice president to Obama, that actually forced Iran to stop building nuclear weapons, was funding their nuclear ambitions.
Wait, can you repeat that one more time?
I just want to be clear. Your argument is Biden, the vice president to Obama, the administration that forced Iran to stop building nuclear weapons, with their efforts being undone by Trump in his first term, that Biden was giving Iran money to build nuclear weapons?
No. When Biden was in office, the point is he gave over $8 billion to Iran.
Can you just answer my question? Your point is that the vice president of the administration, the Obama administration, that forced Iran to stop building nuclear weapons, that had their efforts undone by Trump, that Biden gave them $8 billion for their nuclear weapons. Can you prove that?
No, I misspoke. I'm referring to the Biden in 2024.
Oh,
Sorry,
I
not in
know.
2024.
I know. So you're saying the Biden in 2021 wanted to give billions of dollars to Iran so they could build nukes, but the Biden in, let's just say 2016, okay, actually stopped Iran from building nukes. So I just find that claim a little bit ludicrous on its own. Why don't you go ahead and give us evidence that Biden in 2021 gave billions of dollars to Iran to build nukes?
Obviously his intention was not to give them money to build nukes. That's not my point. What I'm saying is he gave billions of dollars to Iran.
Let's see the evidence. Ellie, thank you for the galaxy.
That's okay. I'll give me a few minutes. I'll find evidence right now.
Okay, and are you driving? Wait 1 second. Come back to the live. Are you driving?
I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay. Yeah, go find that evidence. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, everybody. A lot of people like to say that I never debate foreign involvements, imperialism, or geopolitical conflicts outside of America. I hope that, obviously this conversation proves that wrong. Liz, thank you so much for the galaxy. I do really appreciate you. Thank you so much. And for once again, everybody who's tuned in today, really good to see you all. Make sure to say what's good in that comment section. It's good to see you all. Jas over on YT, thank you for being here. And of course, everybody tuning in on TikTok as well. Thank you so much for joining. What the fuck? David. Dude. What the? David. Brother. Brother David. Motherfucker. Thank you so much for the $1,000 donation on PayPal. What? Are you kidding me? Is this like a joke? Is this like real? Did you put like an additional zero at the end of that, bro? Oh my God. David. Thank you, man. That is out fucking real. Holy moly, I'm lost for words. My job is to not be lost for words. My job is to constantly have words for 4 hours straight for 7 days a week. And David, I'm lost for words, man. David sent this donation in like 5 minutes after we started the live stream. This is fucking ridiculous. I'm so grateful for you. You are amazing. I don't deserve a penny of that. I've never deserved a penny of that, and I will never deserve a penny of that. Like, frankly, that is just such a disgustingly large amount of money. I'm so fucking grateful for you. That I don't know what to say. Listen, I completely acknowledge a privilege in what I do, in the fact that I'm able to come on here for 4 hours a day and try to change minds, and I will never take it for granted. With every bone in my body, Mr. David, I'm so grateful for you and your absolutely just ludicrous support. I want to see nonstop David W's in that comment section for like at least the next 20 minutes. Please, while we're trying to find the next debate, show some nonstop love to David, because that is just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous. Thank you, David. Huge shout out to David. Holy fuck. Wow. Jesus Christ. Welcome in, Caitlin. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in, Caitlin?
2007.
And why do you support Trump, Caitlin?
Because he does really good things for America.
I hear your friend laughing in the background. Are they laughing because you're trolling me, or laughing because they disagree with you?
I disagree with her.
Okay. All right. So you think
she's a liberal,
and you're not. Okay. So
yes.
You think that Trump is doing really good things?
Yes.
Like what?
Like deporting immigrants.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, because they're illegal and it's unsafe in America for them.
Okay, it's unsafe in America for them, or they make America unsafe for us?
Oh, they make America unsafe for us.
Okay, well, that's just not true. PNAS tells us they're multiple times less likely than the average U.S.-born citizens to commit crimes in American soil. So, if anything, they statistically make the country more safe for you. You would be statistically safer if you were surrounded by 100 undocumented immigrants compared to 100 random U.S. citizens.
Well, let's go back to that one time where there was a... Oh my god, I'm at a loss of words. Holy. Where there was a immigrant who did have a gun, and didn't he get shot because he had a gun on him?
I'm sure that there has been, but notice the way you started that sentence was by saying, let's go back to that one time. Listen, I agree that there are many individual, singular scenarios of undocumented immigrants doing really bad things. But my claim wasn't that undocumented immigrants never do bad things, and if you were surrounded by 100 of them, you'd be at a statistical impossibility of being the victim of a crime. No, my claim was rather that in comparison to citizens, they're significantly less likely to commit crimes. Okay? Now, if you just want to focus on the undocumented immigrants that do actually commit really bad crimes, well, then you would never support Trump. The Democrats deported them at higher rates. Under Obama, over 20% of the deportations were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Today, under Trump, that number has dropped to below 5, because instead of focusing on the people that actually could be a threat to you, could be a threat to anybody, they're more so focusing on the hardworking mothers and fathers that are genuinely here to build a better life while also contributing to the country.
Oh, that's like a really good point. But I also have something else. So do you think abortion is a good thing?
Yes,
Like,
I
do you
do
think
think
it should be
abortion is a
legal?
good thing.
Do you think it should be legal?
Absolutely.
Why?
Because there are more reasons that count in favor of abortion than reasons that count against abortion. Think of it this way. There are many reasons that count in favor of women getting abortions. There are emotional reasons, there are professional/career-oriented reasons, there are relational reasons, there are medical reasons, there are instrumental reasons, there are a bunch of reasons for women to get abortions. But what reasons are there for women not to get abortions? I don't know, maybe like the US will lose a record, will lose a future worker. Okay. Well, I don't think that obligates that woman to keep that pregnancy. So, like, what are the reasons against a woman getting an abortion that obligate that woman to maintain that pregnancy?
Well, I think personally it's because like it's a live baby in like the uterus, and I don't think it's right to get rid of a live baby. Like it's
Okay,
like
it's just alive? Okay, well, that's obviously not a sufficient account of why you think it's wrong. We kill things that are alive all the time. We kill things that are alive when we want a hamburger. We kill things that are alive when we cut down a tree. We kill things that are alive through IVF, like zygotes. So just saying, oh, like this is something that should be illegal because you're killing something that's alive is very clearly an insufficient account for your position.
Okay, that's like a really good point. So, like, but like, I feel like humans are like different from like animals because we eat animals, but we don't eat humans.
Okay, you're saying, well, it's wrong to kill it because it's a human and alive. Okay, so why do you think our species gives us value?
Oh shit.
Because we're smart? I don't know.
Because we're smart. Is a fetus smart? Certainly not. So why does our fetus? So why does our species give us value? So
Shit,
humans are valuable because what? Fill in the blank. Humans are valuable because what?
Because we. Oh, okay.
You're
yeah.
the one that wanted to debate him.
Okay,
like,
shit. I'm stuck. I can't even speak. Holy.
Ron, thank you for a money gun. I would say humans are valuable because of our capacities of reason. Okay? I think I'm valuable because I have the ability to express sentience. I'm valuable because I have the ability to reason. I'm valuable because I have the ability to abstract. And I think that's the trait that sets us apart from non-human animals and the trait that sets us apart from a non-animal life. Okay? But obviously the fetus doesn't have that trait. So I'm not going to treat the fetus any different than non-human animals or non-animal life.
Oh, damn. I also have like another question. Do you like do you like you think that like I lost what I was gonna say. I'm so sorry, holy. Let me think for a moment. I'm so sorry.
Do you think that you'd be better off watching the stream?
Oh,
I think she would be.
that's so
Okay.
mean. I'm so sorry.
Thank you for letting her up.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great day.
For the people in the comment section saying that they were trolling, I don't think that she was trolling. I think that she could have been lying about her age, which is ultimately why I said I think that she'd be better off watching the stream, but I don't think she was trolling. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Just, a quick cliff notes for everybody who's joining in. Make sure that if you are inside of that queue, you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We're looking for people to debate so we could hopefully change minds. I know that there's probably a lot of you watching that only know the streams because of the clips of people trolling me that really blow up on the For You page. You know, like there's a new clip fucking every day of somebody being in the bath and requesting to join, or, somebody coming up here and singing a song or whatever. But I just want you guys to keep in mind that although those clips definitely do go super viral and bring a lot of people in here, like my goal is to debate people and change their minds. So I would appreciate it a lot if you guys would honor the rules and only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's go ahead and get that next guest connected. We got the next guest, Santiago, connecting. If you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, let me know by hopping in that queue. And if you are watching and you want to support me, if you want to support the streams, if you want to support what we do so we can continue to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account, pinned message on that YouTube stream, and the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. Just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. Quadruple check that spelling though. A bunch of fake scamming accounts out there. Santiago, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And how old are you, Santiago?
I'm 19.
And what year are you born in, Santiago?
2007.
What month
I turned
in
19 3 days
2007?
ago. I turned 19 3 days ago.
Okay, so month and day that you were born on, quick.
July's 24th, 2007.
Okay, that wasn't 3 days ago. That was 4 days ago. Why do you support Trump?
Because I just feel like abortions and the immigration laws.
Abortion, immigration, abortion, immigration, abortion, immigration, abortion, immigration. It's always about abortion and immigration with you guys. Let's make it quick. When you say that you support Trump because of his abortion laws, are you saying that you just want to try to save as much innocent human life as possible, and you think that Trump's going to do that better than any Democrat because he wants to ban abortion, and abortion kills innocent human life?
So basically what I was saying, what I'm gonna say is, it's gonna save most life.
All right. So if Kamala Harris would have saved the most life, would you argue in retrospect that maybe you should have supported her?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, if saving the most life isn't a reason for supporting a politician in public office, then why did you tell me that you support Trump in public office because he's going to save the most life? What the fuck are we doing?
No, I'm just saying, because I've seen your, I've been on your, I've been watching your streams, and the point that you make is if like why should mothers give their bodily resources?
Whoa, no, we're not talking about a debate on the ethics of abortion. The question that I asked you had nothing to do with with a debate on the ethics of abortion. I'll repeat the question. Do you ultimately support Trump in virtue of his pro-life legislation because you want to save as much innocent human life as possible?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Kamala Harris would have saved more innocent human life than Trump, why wouldn't you, in retrospect, supported her? He just straight up left. All right. Dude, I don't know. Sometimes I think I break away from their note cards, and I don't think they like that, so they leave. Alrighty, let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's see if we can find something outside of abortion and immigration, because those are like the two big things that we've just been talking about nonstop for like a couple weeks. Black MAGA, I did put you on mute. I'm going to have you turn off that music because it could possibly get my YouTube stream demonetized. But I'd love to debate you, man.
Hello.
Welcome in. How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
April 20th.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
All right, let me thank a couple people. Then the mic and the floor are yours. On Super Chat, thank you for the $5 crazy person who says, I asked Parker the same question. Do you have a favorite Pokemon? I don't. I guess I've never been too big into Pokemon, but I did watch the show growing up. Lisa, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat who says, love to listen to your streams. Let's go, Lisa. Lily, thank you for the $5. And Manny, thank you for the $2. Appreciate y'all. Over on Vimeo, thank you, Hazel, for the $5 who says, I heard you enjoyed the Odyssey movie. Yes, I did. Killian, thank you for the $1. Jared, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you so much. Princess, thank you for the $5. Alex, thank you for the $2. And then over on PayPal, because we're caught up on Venmo and on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $5, Dustin, and for the $5, Penny and Aurora. Thank you, guys. Go ahead and take it away and tell us why you support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Dumbass Rapist Trump.
I support his immigration laws.
All right, bro. All right, bro. I'm gonna leave you. I'm gonna leave you to your preoccupied activities of taking a bath. Okay. That's what I'm gonna do.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the bath that you were taking right now while you're actively on a live stream sitting in front of 34,000 people. Meanwhile, you're playing with your rubber fucking duckies.
What are you talking about?
Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president, guys. Let's go to get that next guest connected to the live stream. We got Livy connecting up right now. Holy cow, dude. You know, I guess one thing I will say here is this is probably like my favorite troll yet, because at least it's incentivizing people to clean themselves. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Livy? Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We got Casper loading up inside of the queue.
Oh my god. I'm sorry for joining.
Only hop inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Casper as president. What? That supports Donald Trump as president. Casper is a troll. Moving on to the next guest. Misspoke. My bad. Tickle, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. We got Vicky loading up, and it doesn't look like she's going to be connected, so we'll also get another couple people connected to the live stream as well, like Suri. Let's see who's the next guest. Who is the next guest? Looking for some debates today, everybody. Looking for some debates today, everybody. We got a couple different people connecting to the stream. That's good. This is good. Welcome in, Dylan. Do you support Trump?
I do, Dane.
All the up inside of the queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'd appreciate that. Moving on to the next guest. DB, appreciate you for that Guardians pledge, Mr. Joseph. Good to see you today, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you, Joseph. Thank you. Welcome in, Rich Poor. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a no-brainer to support Trump, really.
Yeah, it's obvious. We look at what's going on.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me thank two people, then the mic and the floor are yours. This just came in over on Super Chat less than 3 picoseconds ago. Huge shout out to Mikey Steele for the $20. I appreciate you, Mikey Steele. Let's get 200 Mikey Steele W's in the comment section who says, hey, would you ever do debates on Twitter because you would probably get less trolls there? I've actually done debates on Twitter before, and I do get less trolls, but I also just get more Nazis. Elijah, thank you for the galaxy. Why don't you tell us why it's obvious? Where'd he go? Rich Poor 84, why'd he leave? Why'd he dip? He told us it was obvious that Trump was a good president, and then he just leaves. Okay, well, maybe it's not as obvious that Trump is a good president. I don't know. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Octopi. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Who killed Amber?
We are Dean
Your
with
bands. Moving on to the next guest, Peter Jack. Here we go. On the opposite side of the queue, if you're an American adult that sports Trump, welcome, Peter. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you, Peter? You sound young.
I just turned 18.
Wow, everyone is 18. What's your birthday, month, date, day, and year, please?
June 30th, 2008.
Thank you. Zach for the galaxy and Harley for the hat and mustache. Tell us why you support Trump, Peter.
I like his immigration laws because I come from an immigrant family.
Immigrant this, immigration that, immigration all day long because you have nothing else to talk about. Nothing else to talk about. The economy's failing. He's attacking our laws. He's killing people overseas. The only thing you have left is this immigration policy. How about this? What is one specific material way that Trump's immigration policy has made our country better in the last year and a half?
I would say deporting illegal immigrants that have killed and raped Americans.
Okay. All right. They have deported some undocumented immigrants that have killed and raped Americans, but they're deporting them at lower levels than the Democrats before them. Obama's deportations encompassed over 20% worth of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Today, under Trump, that number has dropped below 5%. So maybe the Democrats were a little bit more effective at achieving your goal. I also told this to the last lady who joined the stream and gave me the same talking point.
I do think I support some of his other policies, but I do think that if people want to come to the country, they should just go through the legal process.
Okay, could I have you please respond to the point I made? I asked you to name one specific material way that Trump's immigration policy has made our country better. You say, well, we've deported undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. Respond to my counterpoint, which is we're actually deporting less of them than the Democrats would have.
I mean, I can't control how much Trump is deporting and not.
But you can control what you support. And ultimately, because the Democrats were better at deporting undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records and therefore making our country better, that you actually don't support Trump because you think his opposition would have done better than him.
I can't control who he prioritizes. I think he should prioritize the illegal immigrants, but like that have done
I'm going to
crimes.
repeat the last thing that I said. You can't control what Trump prioritizes, but you could control what you prioritize. And if you're telling us that what you prioritize is deporting undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records, then you think that the Democrats should be in power today because they would have done that to a higher degree.
Still, it's just not what I think, though.
Okay. Well, then you don't really care about undocumented immigrants murdering and raping citizens and then staying in the country. So tell us, what's one positive outcome of Donald Trump's deportation policy on our country that we've seen in the last year and a half?
We have safer borders. It's not letting millions of people come in like Biden did.
Okay, I agree that undocumented entry has gone down like a lot, but I don't think that the means Trump has used to do so justify the ends. Okay, the means Trump has used to reduce undocumented border crossings is vapid human rights abuse, constitutional violations, and natural right violations.
I mean, yeah, like, I'd say some of the stuff like ICE has done is unethical, but...
But it's the unethical things that they've done that have reduced the undocumented entries.
I mean, yeah, but like, although there's a lot less entries, they could like clean it, like send people back to their native countries.
Wait, just, but what?
Like
you said that you support Trump making there less on the border crossings. So why do you support Trump infringing on the natural rights of people? And why do you think that those means justify the end of less border crossings?
They don't have natural rights here because they're not citizens.
What's a natural right?
You just said they have natural rights here.
I did. What's a natural right?
What do you think what's your definition of it? Like,
well, I know what a natural right is, but I'm asking you what you think a natural right is.
I'm assuming you're talking about like they go through the same legal process as a US citizen.
Bro, you're so lost, my friend. A natural right is a right that is inalienable to all human people. So when you tell us that undocumented immigrants don't have natural rights in our country because they're not citizens, well, it seems like you're taking a really weird usage of the term natural rights, because natural rights aren't inalienable just to citizens, they're inalienable to all human people. He left. Wow, guys, we are running through him today. Enrique, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you so much. It's very, very kind of you. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Guys, we are fucking running through him. Holy cow, we are running through the guests today. Holy cow. I think that we need to slow it down a little bit. We need to slow it down a little bit. Lizzie, thank you for the galaxy. I do appreciate you. Thank you, Lizzie. I think that we need to slow it down a little bit. I mean, dude, we've only been live for 40 minutes, and we've already caused like 6 people to run away out of cowardice and fear. Jesus. Vicky, do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Vicky, you sound like you're about 3 billion light years away from the microphone. If you could please come a little bit closer to that phone, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you a lot better now. Vicky, how old are you?
18.
You're 18. Everyone's 18. Year, day, and month you were born in, please.
October 3rd, 2007.
Okay. You're about to turn 19. Happy 3-month early birthday. Why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
I think he represents our country well. I just love the way he speaks. He's a very well-spoken, coherent guy.
So he's really well-spoken and coherent when he's like, Islamic Republic of Japan. Coal is clean. Windmills cause cancer. Ingest bleach to fight the pandemic. Kill these Democrats in Congress.
Because you're always like taking the stuff out that he says out of context.
Why don't you go ahead and contextualize one of the 3 things that I just said? Contextualize one of them.
Okay, repeat them, but like say what he actually said.
Coal is clean. Windmills cause cancer in numbers never seen before. Inject disinfectant to fight the pandemic. Kill these Democrats in Congress because they disagree with me. The Islamic Republic of Japan. Why don't you go ahead and contextualize his Islamic Republic of Japan comment so we could better understand how that wasn't a very clear blunder indicative of him not being coherent and bad at speaking?
Well, like I said, you're taking it out of context. Like,
so contextualize it for us, please.
If you listen to the entire clip, it would be so clear, so obvious what he's trying to say. But since you're a liberal, just here to misinterpret what he's saying.
Do you think that the Islamic Republic of Japan is a real thing?
Well, not that specifically. Like, he's our president. He can make mistakes, but you don't have to.
Oh, okay. So that was him making a mistake.
He doesn't make mistakes.
Okay, so what do you call this?
I told this story yesterday. We had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot at the 100.
So that wasn't a mistake.
I wouldn't call it a mistake. Like, there's so many other things that could have. Maybe
What's a
it was
mistake?
the mic. It could have been the mic not picking up correctly on what he said.
What's a mistake?
Something you do unintentionally. That's.
So he intentionally said the Islamic Republic of Japan? So then he's incoherent.
I'm saying the mic might have picked up on what he said incorrectly.
Oh, okay.
There's
Do you have
no
an argument for that?
No, there's no guarantee that he actually said Islamic Republic of Japan. You're just.
The guarantee is that we just heard him say it.
That's not what we heard. It was.
So you don't think that we could reliably trust our senses? We can't reliably trust. Okay, well, I'll give you an listen. I'll give you an argument that we could reliably trust that he said the Islamic Republic of Japan because we could cross-reference our audible senses. How many people are watching the live stream right now? Why don't you take a look at the top right-hand corner of the phone screen? That says 35,000 people. So let's actually do a test with all 35,000 of us. I want everybody to use your audible senses, your ears, to listen to what Donald Trump said and is going to say again when I replay the clip. And I want you to type a yes in the chat if you hear him say Islamic Republic of Japan. And I want you to type a no in the chat if you hear him say anything other than the Islamic Republic of Japan.
I told this story yesterday. We had 111 missile shot by the Islamic Republic of Japan. They were shot.
Yes. It seems like all 36.6 thousand people watching the stream right now are agreeing to the same claim that Donald Trump said the Islamic Republic of Japan. Due to the fact that we are able to cross-reference our senses with such a large sample size, and every single one of our senses has given us the same belief that he did indeed say the Islamic Republic of Japan, I would say that that belief is pretty reasonable and reliable.
Let's be real. You can't seriously think that your 36,000 fans are a good way to verify information.
I do think that this is a way to verify the reliability of our senses due to the fact that we could cross-reference and test our senses independently. And if all of our senses are telling us all the same thing, then they're probably reliable. Because if our senses were unreliable, well, then wouldn't they be random? They wouldn't be truth-apt. They wouldn't track reality as it is. But because everybody is saying that they heard the Islamic Republic of Japan, seemingly they are reliable. You know, honestly, I don't even know I'm entertaining this. This is like a really stupid point for you to make. Like, just like stop being stupid, Vicky. He said the Islamic Republic of Japan.
No, reality is different for everyone. Like if we see like the color blue, there's people are going to see different shades of blue. We all interpret
So,
things
so you,
differently.
everybody
You can't
interprets this
just
differently.
say that.
Okay, how do you interpret this word?
Republic of Japan.
It's not that deep. I don't know why you keep playing that.
Tell us
clip.
what he says.
Islamic Republic of Japan.
Tell us what he
I'm not
said.
denying that it sounds like he said Islamic Republic of Japan. I'm just saying that's not what he actually said.
Then what did he actually say?
I never heard the clip before. You can't ask me until I like actually hear the entire clip.
I like.
Just stop being so dense. And,
I like
actually
my cat
explain
Momo.
your-
One moment. I like my cat Momo. Vicky, what did I just say?
Can you stop asking dumb questions so we
Jesus,
can
think of the
have
galaxy.
debate?
No, in fact, this is a dumb question, but the reason why I have to ask this question is because it's very quintessential for a response to your dumb argument. I'll say it again. I like my cat Momo. What did I just say, Vicky?
We know what you just said.
What did I say?
You said you liked your cat Momo.
And
We
how do
can
you
hear-
know that's what I said?
It's just an educated guess. Like no, but there's no way to ensure that you actually said that. It's just a guess.
Okay, so do you think that guessing something is the same thing as knowing something?
I mean, sometimes guesses can be right.
Do you think that your
So-
guess was right on what I just said? Do
I
you think
do,
that
but
you
this
could
is a-
reliably
this is a
trust the
really
fact that I
stupid-
said I like my cat Momo?
This is a really.
Do you think you could No. Do you think that you could reliably trust the fact that I just said I like my cat Momo?
I mean, assuming that your mic didn't like.
You can,
mess with
because
anything that you
and the
just
reason
said?
why you could reliably trust the fact that I just said I like my cat Momo is because you heard me say I like my cat Momo,
That's
and
what
you
I
saw
think I
me
did.
say I like my cat Momo. So very similarly in this clip of Trump, I reliably trust that he said the Islamic Republic of Japan because we heard him say the Islamic Republic of Japan, and I saw him say the Islamic Republic of Japan.
Okay, what if let's just assume that everything you're saying is correct. What does that change? Like, how does this hurt you? Whether or not he said the Islamic Republic of Japan or not?
You
How does
said that he
affect
never
you?
makes
Why do you care
mistakes.
so much?
So if a mistake is
Yeah, and
unintentionally
I'm
doing
holding to
something that
that
you don't mean
position.
to do, well, then this just means that Donald Trump intentionally said the Islamic Republic of Japan. But because the Islamic Republic of Japan certainly isn't a real thing and certainly didn't launch missiles at any of our aircraft carriers, this means that Donald Trump is literally delusional.
Okay, I'll hold to the position that I'm not sure of what he said until I listen to the full
How
clip.
could you be sure of
I
what I'm
made sure
saying,
that the
but you're not
mic
sure of
did
what he
not-
said? How could you be sure of what I'm saying, like right now, like literally right
Because
now?
you're live. You're on a live stream.
What would it change if I wasn't live? Like if I played you a clip of one of my YouTube videos right now, like I just pulled it up, obviously not a live stream,
I have a
you would still
great
be sure
answer.
of the words that I'm saying.
I'm so glad you asked. So if you've ever watched a video, have you ever seen a
Like
video with
this
a
is just
voiceover?
like obviously insane.
It's not insane. You're just dense.
I think
don't know
you're
what to
dense. Like
tell you.
you're being like extremely obtuse. Like I just want to let you know, everybody watching the live stream just thinks that you're crazy. Like, oh, we have a clip of Donald Trump saying the Islamic Republic of Japan. We also have like the video of this clip so you could see his words match his mouth. Plus, this was a clip not from a cell phone or a camera or like a mic on an insider whistleblower that could have been edited or doctored. This was literally at a NATO summit where the largest world leaders from around the globe meet together to speak to the media. And then this was independently reported on by like a bunch of different media sources that had their cameras in his face because he was specifically there to talk to the media. Not to mention that he was also sitting across the table from another world leader. And then you're like, oh, we just don't know what he said because we can't trust what we hear and we can't trust what we see and we can't trust what people report. Okay, this kind of skepticism just leads you down a rabbit hole into fucking oblivion. Okay? If you can't trust what we heard and saw Donald Trump say in that clip, how could you literally trust anything at all? How could you trust what I'm saying right now? How could you trust that I am who I say I am? How could you trust anything that you ever see, even if it's a person saying something to you in person or a clip of Biden on the internet falling asleep in the Oval Office? Like, according to you and the way that you are positioning yourself in this debate, we just literally can't trust anything ever.
So there's this amazing thing called intuition, and we can use our intuition to conclude like true and false. We can use our intuition to conclude what's right and what's wrong. We have a gut feeling, and that.
Okay,
gut
so
feeling
you're just saying that
tells
you have a gut feeling that Trump didn't say that, therefore you could reasonably believe that he didn't say that. So people
No,
that have
that's
a
not what
gut
I'm
feeling that
telling you.
rape is okay, would you argue that they could reasonably believe that rape is okay?
So extreme. Wait, don't even go
Can you
there.
just
So-
answer the question?
No, of course.
No, you're not. Okay. So only so your intuitions are reliable, but other people's aren't. So then, how do you determine what intuitions are and aren't reliable?
It's not even completely my intuition. I'm saying that there's a chance that the mic could have messed with the words that.
Is there a
what-
chance
what the
that my
words
mic
sounded.
could be messing with the words that I'm saying?
No, because you're live. Like we can literally see your.
Wait, I'm
lips
so sorry.
acting
So
up
so mics can't malfunction when you're using them on a live broadcast? Then why can they malfunction when you're using them on a recorded broadcast?
Dean, this is such a dumb topic. Like, why?
No,
can't
answer
you
my
move on?
question.
Yeah.
Why can't mics malfunction on a live broadcast, but they can malfunction on a recorded broadcast?
Well,
You're
weren't they
like a live
outside?
broadcast is the same thing as a recorded broadcast, but when it's recorded, it gets stored on like a local SD drive, and when it's live, it's just pumped to the cloud and then disseminated to individuals' phones and computers on the internet. So why can mics malfunction on a recorded broadcast, but they can't malfunction on a live broadcast?
Well, it could have been the sun. Like, if he was outside, the sun could have like fucked with what he was saying. Could have messed with the mic.
The fuck are you
The radio waves and
saying?
stuff.
The fuck are you saying, Vicky? You sound
What are
like
you
insane.
saying?
But he was inside.
sound
Like just to
insane. You're just
just to
confused.
clarify, he was inside. But now, dude, you're really grasping for straws.
Because you're
Like,
asking me
oh,
what
it
are
could have been the
I told you
sun.
there's so
Oh,
much
it could have been the sun. It could have been photons of light that like messed up the microphone and made it sound like he was saying the Islamic Republic of Japan. And it's like, I'm also just going to completely ignore the fact that it looks like he said the Islamic Republic of Japan.
That's not what I'm trying to say.
Like,
That's
holy
not the
shit,
news.
dude.
What
Like,
I'm saying
I just can't
here-
believe that this is real. Guys, look at the lengths that Trump supporters are willing to go to defend him about anything, about literally anything. They're willing to fight until the end of the earth to defend the craziest shit ever. She's literally saying that the sun messed with the microphone in the camera recording Trump when he said the Islamic Republic of Japan. You're ridiculous. You're
That's not
absolutely
even what
full
I'm-
of it.
that's
You're
not what I'm
absolutely full of it.
You're full of it. You can't even track. That's not what I was saying. Have you ever heard of heat stroke?
Oh my God. He was
The
inside.
heat can literally fuck
He
with
was
your
in.
mind.
He was
Like, the heat
inside,
can make
bro.
you-
He was inside a building at a
Have you
NATO
not heard
summit.
of people passing out from the sun from being outside?
I
And
can't
then he's
believe this
forced
person.
To, like, do a speech
I can't.
while
I
he-
can't believe this person. Leave the live.
I can't believe you.
Leave the live. You're
You're
dangerously
insane.
dumb.
No,
Leave the
you're
live.
actually insane.
Leave the live,
You're
Vicky.
actually insane.
Go
Stop
leave the live.
Literally
Vicky.
go outside. Stop being a chud. Go outside.
Go leave the live, Vicky.
Go ahead and run. We already know. Just do it.
I can't fucking believe it. I can't believe it. Trump supporters, bro. Dude, Trump supporters. Like what are we doing? Like what are we doing? This is just ridiculous.
Computer, make this man gay and horny right now.
I can't even tell if that was the same guy as usual. Lizzie, I appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. What are we doing, man? Is this real life, bro? Are these like real people? Like, I just can't believe it, bro. Just can't believe it. Only op inside of the comment section if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Only op inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Kaz G7, appreciate you for the galaxy. That's very kind of you. Thank you so very much. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest up here, bro. Can't even believe it. Can't even believe it, bro. Here we go, guys. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Who we got? We got David loading up inside of the queue. King of the Golden State. Thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat. And who says Indiana Jones said it best? What a vivid imagination. Dude, I know. Yeah, no. She had quite the vivid imagination. No, for sure. Just insane. I can't even believe that I entertained that for as long as I did. Somebody in the chat says that he could talk at 200 miles per hour. You know, I could actually talk faster than I do on live. Growing up, I used to love learning different Eminem songs like Rap God, like the fast part of Rap God, bro. That was my shit. That was my shit when I was like 12 years old. Christine with a $1 says kick this guest. Ben with a $1 says kick this guest. Tyler with a $5. Thank you for letting me know. Brigsley with a $5 says, please debate my grandma. Are you in the queue? Joseph, thank you for the $25. Who says, if Tina was a guardian, I want to be one too. Keep on speed running the education. You're doing great. Thank you, Joseph. I appreciate you, my friend. And thank you for the $25 as well. Let's get 200 Joseph W's in that comment section. I really do appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for supporting what we do. Ella, thank you for the $4. And Lane, thank you for the $5. And then Hannah, thank you for the $10 as well. Let's get 100 Hannah W's. And Cindy, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you, Hannah and Cindy. That's very kind of you guys. Welcome in, Alfred. Come back to the live stream. If you can't see me now I will be able to hear you. Alfred, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18 years old.
What year were you born in?
2008.
What month?
January 21st.
And what time is it? That was good. Let's go to get the next guest up here on the opposite side of the queue. If you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Holy screen hours, bro. You need to have at least 48 hours of screen time per day in order to understand that.
MAGA, gaga, Google, gaga, deanly do, widdly wah, we should blow.
Was that actually Trump, bro? That could have actually been Trump, bro. Could have fooled me. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Thank you so much for the $20, William, who says, microphones make mistakes. I'll remember that when I forget my lyrics or say something stupid. What an ignorant guest. Dude, true. Yeah, like if you're like a performer or anything and you ever like mess up your lyrics, just like say that like something about the sun made your microphone glitch. So true, William. Thank you for the $20. Let's get to it at William W's. And then Zoe, thank you for the $22. Zoe didn't attach a message, just sent the love. I appreciate you, Zoe. Let's get another 200 Zoe W's. Thank you so much for supporting what we do. And then Kenneth, thank you for the $20, who says it's payday, so I got to send my favorite streamer something to show my support. Kenneth, bro, you know I love you, dude. You've been watching for so long, and I'm just so grateful for you. Thank you for your continued support. You are the absolute GOAT, the absolute Chad, the absolute man. Let's get 200 Kenneth W's. Thank you so much. And then same thing to Dustin with the $5. I'm happy that you've been enjoying the live streams. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? P4L. P4L left. So we're going to go to get the next guest connected right now. I don't see a lot of Trump supporters inside of the queue. I'm going to be honest. I think that trolls have really filled up the queue for the most part. But, you know, we're going to try to work around that and find some debates. Abigail, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Says, I wish we had red flags to raise like on Jubilee. Yeah, so you guys could like vote, kick out a guest. I don't know. Maybe we could find a way to integrate that. Welcome in, Jay. Do you support Trump?
Yo, what's up, D? Yeah, I'm doing, I do support Trump.
How old are you?
June 6, 2008.
Which makes you
I'm freshly 18.
Okay.
Freshly 18.
We could do
As
that
of last month.
Sounds
sir,
good, man. Let me thank one person. The mic on the floor will be yours. Jackson, thank you for the $10. Who says, hey, Dean, VOD watcher from the past here. Just wanted to say thanks for trying to deprogram people from the largest cult in modern American history. Much love. Thanks, Jax. I try my best, and honestly, it doesn't really work most of the time. They are unable to be deprogrammed. Go ahead and take it away, Jay. Tell us why you support Trump.
Okay, thank you so much, Dean. Hey, so my name is Jax. I have it Jay on my TikTok, but just for the rest of the debate, that's what it'll be. I actually got my anxiety pen with me as well. So if you hear me in the back, if you hear me in the background, that's what it is.
Dude, sounds good.
For this debate, I want to actually give you kind of a platform as well. Instead of having someone illiterate come in here and try and argue about how a microphone works and heat stroke, I actually kind of want to give you kind of a chance and a topic to talk about what you're trying to do out here and kind of educate people. So I am
You left the app. We can't hear you unless you could see me. There you go.
Sorry. I had a battery warning. So I am a Trump supporter, but I do obviously have my problems. You have to take the good with the bad every time. So if I would have been 18 last election, I would have voted for him absolutely over Kamala Harris. I did agree with your point that you made multiple times about immigration, so I'm not going to bring up immigration in this debate because Obama 100% did deport and handle the immigration in a good way. The Democratic Party has in the past done that. I think that it would have been different with Kamala Harris. I do consider myself kind of more of I wouldn't say so far right wing, but anyway, what I wanted to bring up with you is I want to bring up just with your platform in general, and I want to debate you on this, is with the Democratic Party, you guys are trying to say, okay, bring Trump off the throne. Trump is not running in the next election. We know this. He jokes about it. He's fucking stupid for saying that. But he's not running in the next election. Our Constitution won't let him. So then we have to take, okay, the Democratic candidates and the Republican candidates. So me being a Trump supporter doesn't really matter. I'm more of, okay, I'm voting on
it does matter that you're
voting on the Republican
because that'll influence who you vote for in the midterms.
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you for the galaxy. Well, listen, the practical goal of these live streams is to influence people that are on the right to vote for people on the left in the midterms in the next general election, and then to influence people on the left to become
Absolutely.
even further on the left and endorse more progressive politicians. That's the practical goal. But the question is, why do you think Trump is a good president? Jax, can you answer that question?
Yes, sir. I think that when it comes to where he is in his term, right? As president, I'm not happy about the gas prices, which he promised. I'm not happy about the groceries, which he promised. I'm not happy about the no new wars, which he promised. However, I do think that for the American dream and the nuclear family to make a return, we need to keep it on the bright side of what the Republican Party has stood for in the past. So I feel like he is kind of a disgrace to the Republican Party. However, I'm still going to support him in the fact that he is going, and his policies and what he does now is going to influence the minds of young Republicans, which is the goal of these live streams. It's the goal with every tour that's been done that's political, is going to influence what the young Republican and young Democrats think about the future. So I think that what he has done, especially when he was campaigning and running, where he had, Dana White and all these young streamers, Aiden Ross, everybody endorse him and kind of try and bring him to a level where he can talk to the younger Republicans.
Can I ask you a very simple question? Can you try to
Go ahead.
condense the things that you're saying down?
Sorry. Yeah, absolutely.
Into
Dean, you're a fake leftist. You're a fake leftist, Dean.
I'm not a leftist. I'm not a leftist at all. Because in order to be a leftist, you have to be a socialist. One moment.
What do you consider yourself?
In order to be a leftist, you have to be a socialist or a communist. I'm a social democrat, but I've been looking at democratic socialism recently. It's something that I've been researching.
Whoa.
But one moment. You in the chat, you said that I'm a supporter of Israel.
Yeah, because Kamala.
Sorry, Jax. I don't know.
And you
where
vote
this guy
for
came from.
Kamala.
No, of course, dude. I'm ready.
So I actually don't support Israel. Did you know that?
Well, you support Kamala, and
You don't
Kamala
watch enough of
supports
his
Israel,
content.
so what's
Educate
up with that?
yourself, bro.
Alex.
You make us look bad.
I voted for Kamala Harris because she was a better candidate than Trump.
Okay, well, that doesn't mean she was good.
Right. It just means that she was better. But
And
can you
what made her
explain
better
it?
about Trump at that point in time?
I'll explain that to you
No
here
matter
in one
who you
moment,
vote
Jax.
for, your country
But my
will be
question
fucked.
is,
And the country is fucked.
but my
up.
question is, why do you think I support Israel?
Because you vote for Kamala, and Kamala
Okay.
supports Israel.
Why is voting for the lesser of two evils equivalent to supporting Israel?
Because you vote for someone that supports Israel. Just say
Okay, so you'd argue if
Dude,
you vote
Trump
for somebody that supports
more
Israel.
than she does.
True. Your argument is that if you vote for somebody that supports Israel, then in turn you support Israel. The reason why that's false, the reason why that's not always true, is because if the motivations for voting for that candidate is not to directly support Israel, but rather indirectly select the lesser of two evils that you believe will degrade the American imperialistic conquest of the Middle East and hurt Israel more in comparison to the alternative, I wouldn't say that it's equivalent to Israel.
Also, your
So what
little
I voted
fans
for in
can
the
start
sense
being racist as
of
fuck, I'll
one
just
moment,
let you know
Alex.
that.
One moment, Alex. What I voted for in relation to Kamala Harris's policy in the Middle East, especially her support of Israel, was not her support of Israel, but rather the fact that she supported Israel less than the alternative.
Oh, God, you're just
Beep.
an idiot, you know that?
Okay, that's not a counter argument, Alex.
You're a fake.
Get him out of here, bro. He's a troll.
Liberals are just.
That's also not a counter argument.
Liberals and conservatives are just the.
Okay, Alex, I haven't heard a counter argument to
two
the.
sides of the exact same motherfucking.
I haven't
coin.
heard a counter argument to the position that I just described. Are you going to give a counter argument?
I wasn't
to the position
making
just
an argument. I
described?
was stating a fact.
Z-Rex, thank you so
fact.
much for the motorcycle. Okay. Do you have a
Alex-
counter argument to the position that I just provided, Alex, or is
No,
there
because
any
what I
response
said
to it?
wasn't an argument. It was a fact.
Okay. So what's the response to the thing that I said?
The response is that it's not true.
Okay. And could you please give me motivating reason insofar why what I said is not true?
Because I just said you. I just said.
Wait, you're not
Kamala
getting.
supports
Listen,
Israel.
listen. You
Donald
seem to be.
funds
Let me
Israel.
explain. Let me
You
explain
vote
to you.
for Kamala.
Let me explain to you why you're lost, Alex. Saying that you think liberals and conservatives are two
No,
sides of
look-
the same coin is not explaining to me why you think that you can vote for somebody like Kamala Harris while not being pro-Israel if the motivations in voting for Kamala Harris, specifically in reference to Israel, is not to help Israel, but is rather to degrade Israel more so in comparison to the relevant alternative of Trump. That is the claim that I would like you to respond to. All right? You know, everybody on TikTok is like, Dean, debate a leftist. Dean, debate a leftist. If you do, you'll get cooked. So let's see. Can you cook me? Can you explain to me why that's not true, Alex? Because I'm over here trying to coalition build. I'm over here trying to coalition build with leftists. I vote with leftists more than I vote with establishment liberals. I actually agree with leftists more than I agree with establishment liberals. But I think that you and other individuals in leftist communities, you know, act as if I'm your enemy. So let's see if you could actually justify that I'm your enemy by responding to the claim that I just made an argument for, which was you could have voted for Kamala Harris without being pro-Israel. Okay, do you have a response to the argument I gave for that claim? Because all these things that you're saying, like, oh, liberals suck, oh, two wings of the same bird. Okay, none of that is a response to the argument I gave for the claim that you could have voted for Kamala Harris without being pro-Israel.
So it's the no other candidates that were like liberal but not supportive of Israel that you could have voted for?
In the last election, there was no other candidate outside of Kamala Harris and Donald Trump that were viable in the election.
Okay, so then why even vote? Because why vote?
The lesser of two evils, Kamala Harris.
Why vote if no matter who you vote
for harm reduction in some senses, in flourishment, genuine flourishment in other senses. So can you respond to the argument I gave for the claim that you could have voted for Kamala Harris without being pro-Israel, or are you just going to continue to run away?
Not really, because I don't know. The point you made is so stupid.
So calling the point stupid is not explaining why the point is stupid. You would be able to explain why the point is stupid if you're able to discredit the reason given for the point.
So that was me and I'm pro-Israel. Yeah, that's such a good argument.
Okay, are we ever going to hear you address the argument?
I just did.
Well, how did you address the argument?
Because I just said how it's fucking stupid.
Could you repeat the explanation that you gave for how it's stupid?
Because you're saying that you vote for someone who's not pro-Israel, that means you're not pro-Israel. How does that make any sense?
Whoa, that wasn't the argument. The argument was you could vote for Kamala Harris without being pro-Israel.
That's the
if
point
the
you're trying to make,
motivations...
though.
No, listen. I'll give you the argument. You could have voted for Kamala Harris without being pro-Israel,
you keep telling me
given that the motivations for voting for Kamala Harris was not to help the state of Israel. My motivations for voting for Kamala Harris was for genuine flourishment in many senses, like reinstantiating federal protections for women and girls' access to abortion, and then harm reduction in other senses, aka the acknowledgement that she would have been less beneficial to Israel in comparison to the relevant alternative that I'm voting against. Therefore, it's not true that if you voted for Kamala Harris, in all cases, you are therefore pro-Israel. It's a third and final time I've repeated the argument for you, Alex.
You're arguing with the wall.
Yeah, bro. And these are like the hyper-intelligent leftists who hate Dean Withers that want Dean Withers to debate them.
I don't
and
hate
then
you,
they're
I
just like
just
actually wrong.
Because I've said that. Put on words in your mouth. Because I've said that.
Yeah, bro.
Because I've said
Do you have a
that,
response to the argument for the claim or not?
I never said I wanted to come in to argue. I just came in to spread me word.
Yeah, bro. It's all about spreading the word, but it's never about proving the word. That's the way it is with you and all of the other, leftists who don't have their priorities straight. And instead of wanting to focus on coalition building to make the world a better place for everybody, you just want to hate people because they don't ideologically align with you in 100% of scenarios. All right, back to you, Jax. So what are the policies that Donald Trump has passed that you agree with?
I want to bring up just real quick the debate, both sides. You're obviously progressive. I am absolutely more conservative. That was my point that I was bringing up when I said nuclear family bring back. You brought up abortion when you were talking through that. That's one of the policies that I'm kind of iffy about myself. I'm barely 18 years old. My girlfriend from high school just got pregnant. She was on birth control and she was able to have the option to go get an abortion. And we collectively chose not to. Now, I do understand the other side where it says, okay, let's say a woman gets raped. It's not her. Shouldn't be forced to carry that baby through the whole term. I will say that it's not about the policies that Trump has pushed. It's about, okay, he obviously didn't promise he's not doing what he promised when he was campaigning. I'm not supporting Trump for, oh, I love Trump so much, I'm going to sit here and slob on his knob. Oh my God, Trump's so great. Because he's not. Absolutely, he's not. Obama was a better president from the Democratic Party than Trump has been the entire time. What I will say is that coming into 2028 elections, when you look at the Republican candidates versus the Democratic candidates, I will say that the future is more promising, and that's where I would like to debate you, is through the conservative versus progressive side.
Okay,
Because I think that your
so what
coalition,
conservative values does Trump uphold that you agree with that makes you support him? Could you just be clear with naming the values?
one thing that I think is that his support for our military and his support for our troops has 100% been shown the entire time that he has been a president.
Okay, not true. But the first point that I'll make is it's
Can
not always
I
a
hear
good
why
thing.
it's not true?
Yeah, it's not always a good thing to support the military, especially in scenarios where the military is doing something bad. Okay,
Ethically wrong.
I feel as if generations of Americans have been programmed into believing that our military is all benevolent and they just simply fight for the freedoms and the liberation of the American people. That is not true.
How are they not?
There are many identifiable circumstances throughout the history of the U.S. military where they've engaged in conflict or pointless war just to kill people, to commit war crimes or silence ideologies that we disagree with by slaughtering innocent lives. Like Vietnam, absolutely.
Yep,
but
absolutely.
my point is, rather, that Donald Trump is actually not good for the military at all. The reason why I argue that is because Donald Trump has placed every single member of the military into a position of a conflict of grave interest. Why do I say that? Every single person who's joined the military took an oath to uphold the Constitution and to fight against enemies that purport a threat to the Constitution, overseas and domestic. But then the commander-in-chief that you also took an oath to take lawful orders from is an enemy, a domestic enemy to the Constitution. Why is Trump a domestic enemy to the Constitution? Good question. It's very clear. In December of 2022, he called for the termination of the Constitution. On January 6, 2021, he launched the largest internal attack on the American democracy governed over by the Constitution. And in the last year and a half, he's either threatened to infringe on or actually infringed on 7 of our amendments and 2 of our articles, including the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 23rd Amendment, the First Article, and the Second Article.
So you think that Trump is pushing towards tyranny? That's what I'm inferring from this.
True.
Absolutely, Kay. I can understand your point coming from that point of view. So do you think there will be going into that, do you think there will be a 2028 election? Dean?
I honestly think that question rests in a delicate balance. I hope there is. I think that there probably will be. But the fact that I have to say the word probably in there at all is enough reason to not support Trump. But could you please respond to the reasons that I gave you insofar as why Trump is not good for the military?
I agree with the constitutional thing that you said, 100%. I will say that having J.D. Vance in there as vice president, someone who served in the military and someone who respects our troops, goes and has worked out with our troops. Obviously, there's been a problem with our military, even with Democratic leaders, where we're stepping into the Middle East, where we don't need to step in the Middle East. And my counter-argument to that is that's
another really good point. How could they possibly respect our
Biden.
troops if they're sending them to die for other countries? Because we're in this war because of Israel. Oh, okay. Well, then this just means that you don't think that Biden or Trump were good for the military.
I think that someone who was born in 2008 and got to witness the tail end of
perfect.
Obama's
Okay. Well, then you just
presidency.
conceded your claim that the value that you agree with Trump on is the fact that he's good and it supports the military. Okay.
I would say that he was better than Biden in supporting our military.
Well, he wasn't running against Biden. He was running against Kamala Harris.
How could he
possibly have been better? One moment. How could he have possibly been better for the military than Kamala Harris if Kamala Harris wasn't a threat to the Constitution, and he is, and she didn't send Americans to die for another country, and Trump has?
Because I can cross reference back to when Kamala Harris's previous political positions, where multiple times, especially when she was a judge, where she was just straight up bullshitting, just straight up fucking lying. And I should be educated and should have done my homework enough to come into this debate. I was just scrolling through TikTok to come into this debate where I'd be able to cite those. That is where you have the upper hand on me on this. But I will say that looking at what she has done versus, Trump as a businessman, I think that one thing that does make him a good president is that he was a good businessman. As someone who's in the crypto and stock trading space, that man absolutely has put money in my pocket where he has taken it out in other places, has replenished it. And it's all about, okay, the average American person, he should be better for the average American person. But personally, that is where the good side and the upside of him has been, is that there's not a president before him that can make those, whether it was the launch of his Trump coin that he came out with crypto, which put money in my pockets, whether it's multiple times. The Dell computers thing, not even that long ago, I went and bought Dell stock. Like, there's multiple times where he'll come out and do something like that, and I think that's another valid upside of him.
The reason why that's not a valid upside for him is because the president shouldn't be concerned with like flipping individual stocks to self-enrich his own family and maybe
Nancy
people
Pelosi
like you.
does the same shit.
But yeah, which is a reason why Nancy Pelosi shouldn't be in Congress.
Okay. So you agree with me on that side?
Yeah.
What political party is Nancy Pelosi a part of?
The Democratic political party. Do you think that I think all Democrats are perfect?
The same reason that I don't think all Republicans are perfect, including Trump.
Right, but then you happen to be arguing that he should be president, and regardless of his imperfections. But now you're actually arguing that one of his imperfections is a good thing about him. You just got done saying that it's a good thing that he focuses on flipping individual stocks for self-enrichment, and then we're like, oh, like Nancy Pelosi did it, and I'm like, yeah, and like, well, I actually don't support her in Congress because of that reason. So you'll criticize a Democrat for doing this, but you won't criticize a Republican for doing this. Why?
Because I also used it for my personal gain.
Okay, just because you're personally gaining off of something doesn't mean that the thing is good. Do you acknowledge that just because you personally gain from something doesn't mean it's good? Thieves personally gain from theft?
Where I'll draw the line is that I wouldn't call it theft. But
I'm just simply giving you a scenario of how it's not always true that just because something personally and positively impacts you doesn't mean that it's good for the country or good to see a politician do. Okay, there are many things that a politician could do that can positively impact certain individuals, like Dick Cheney going to war in the Middle East with Bush, but then making himself and his family like literally billions of dollars off of killing innocent Iraqis and Afghanis. Okay, that personally benefited Dick Cheney, but will we say that that is good motivation to support Bush and the endless war on terror in the Middle East as a good thing? Absolutely fucking not. So when you tell me that Donald Trump, well, what he did do is he killed the bank accounts of millions of his supporters because of over 85% of the investors in the Trump coin got absolutely robbed due to the fact that he rug pulled it. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely, but was that
so do you agree that rug pulling is a bad thing because you're attempting to intentionally deceive people into thinking that this investment is a solid investment that will profit them in the long term and allow them to sustain their family through perpetual investment, but then you just pull the rug right out from under them after intentionally deceiving them into investing into this thing? You then profit off of it yourself at the demise and expense of those people. Not to mention that specifically for the Trump coin, those people that were buying the Trump coin were Trump supporters. So in other words, Donald Trump intentionally deceived and then intentionally inflicted pain on Trump supporters. Oh, do I really want to see a politician serving in public office, which is supposed to be a role of public service, aka supporting the country and the constituents of the nation over himself, but then he turns around and he intentionally deceives and robs his own supporters through a rug pull? Come on, that is very clearly a signal of a bad person who only cares about themselves, that shouldn't be in any public office, more or less the presidency of the United States of America.
I started this debate that you haven't said that you were willing to do. I said I'm coming at you from a conservative standpoint, talking about the future. We're sitting here talking about Trump. I'm talking about 2028. Your whole thing right now is you're building a coalition so that you can overturn for the good, for the progressive agenda of, progressive agenda into the 2028 election. Let's get a Democrat in there, right?
You're abstracting the point to run. You're abstracting the argument to run from the point. Okay. The point that you made was that the things that you agree with Trump on, insofar as why you support him as president, was his meme coin. And then I give you many reasons why his meme coin was a really bad thing, and that's actually a good reason to not support him as president. So instead of continuing with the fact that I give you good reason to believe that's a really bad thing about him that you shouldn't support, you instead just abstract the debate and you start talking about the prospects of 2028.
Okay. I am interested in American politics because I want my country to flourish.
Is our country flourishing today under Trump more than it was a year and a half ago?
No, but it has the potential, and I don't think that it would.
Okay, well then that's not the reason why you're interested in American politics if you support Trump.
And what makes you say that?
Because you can't say the reason why I'm interested in politics is because I want the country to flourish, but then I support somebody as president who I know is making the country suffer.
He's making the individual people who decided to make the decision suffer for their decisions. And I rather have that specifically, a Trump coin, they had to go and put the money in to buy the coin, than somebody who is going to, in the long run, bring it towards a progressive agenda that I don't agree with, that goes against my morals and rights as a conservative
What parts
American,
of the progressive agenda that Kamala Harris ran on did you disagree with?
I disagreed with one, and I said I wasn't going to bring it up, but the immigration policy, because of the same thing that Biden did, which was flood our country with illegal immigrants, number one. And there's a lot of hard workers. I'm a blue collar guy. I work with illegal immigrants all the time. There's a lot of guys who really do deserve that. But then I pay out of my pockets for my taxes for them to live their life when they don't have to. And that's not fair to me as an American
immigrants
born
have to
in
pay
America.
taxes.
How so?
Anybody making money in the jurisdiction of our nation, or anybody with citizenship with our nation in another country that's not a part of a tax treaty, has to pay taxes. I mean, like, there's literally like work permits for undocumented immigrants so they could get an ITIN, which is an individual taxpayer identification number from the IRS, to pay taxes on the money that they make. According to the IRS, undocumented immigrants pay over $100 billion in taxes per year on the federal, local, and state level.
Then they're documented.
No. Well, I mean, hey,
that's literally a document.
It's a confusing word. When we say undocumented immigrants, we mean people that are in this country without a legal status. But undocumented immigrants actually do have some forms of documentation, like ITINs with the IRS. That is true, and I understand why that's confusing. But it's only confusing on a semantic level of the fact that we call them undocumented, but then they have some types of documentation with entities like the IRS. I understand why that's semantically confusing. Okay, but that doesn't dispute the point that undocumented immigrants who are in this country without legal status do indeed pay taxes with documentation with the IRS.
Is that the last guy brought this up as well? And going into the immigration is the murder and rape. I shouldn't even have to worry about that. And yes, I understand there are American civilians and we lock them up who do the exact same thing, but there shouldn't be a higher risk because we can't control our borders.
Okay. If you don't think that you should have to worry about rapists being in the country, then why do you want women and girls to have to worry about a rapist being in the Oval Office? AKA endorsing a man, AKA Trump, who's found guilty of raping a woman in a civil court 2 years ago. The second point that I'll make here is I agree people shouldn't have to worry about rapists being in the country. Idealistically, all rapists should be in jail, 110%. Alani, thank you for the galaxy. And that's why I agree with the Democratic platform in their efforts to identify, detain, arrest, in a jail, or deport undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. And more so, I specifically agree with the fact that the Democrats put an overt emphasis on the identification, arrest, imprisonment / deportation of undocumented immigrants with these bad crimes on the records. For the most part, the Democrats are like, well, the undocumented immigrants who are just here for a better life, to provide for the family, they're not really the problem. The problem are the bad people who do really bad things to hurt other individuals. And that's why under Obama, over 20% of the deportations were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on the records. The Republicans, on the other hand, are like, well, I actually don't give a fuck if they're a rapist, if they're not a rapist. I actually don't give a fuck if they're a fraudster or not a fraudster. I don't give a fuck if they're a hardened gang member criminal or a hardworking mother or father of five that just wants to provide for the family. Because at the end of the day, we as Republicans are super prejudiced. So we're going to endorse Trump, who just says that they're all rapists. We're just going to endorse Trump, who says they're all escapees of mental asylums. We're just going to endorse Trump, who says they've all escaped prisons from Venezuelan gangs to come into our country and rape our women and terrorize our children and eat our pets and dogs. And which in turn has led to the Trump administration placing an overemphasis on undocumented immigrants who are innocent, have never committed a bad crime in their life, including unaccompanied minors. If you want to focus on the undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records, then you should support the Democratic platform.
How are the let me just ask you this, Dean, before you try and conclude thinking that you clocked me right there, because you did bring up some valid points. What I said at the beginning of this, which is what I'm going to say right now, is in 2028, Republican versus Democratic, how are the Democrats going to fix the problems that you said? We have nominees. Obviously, we don't have people who are 100% going to run in 2028, but we have ideas. You have governors. You have people. I personally think that Tucker Carlson has a really, really good chance of being one of the Republican nominees, if not the Republican nominee, to go and run. And so that's where my eggs are in that basket.
Listen, bro. If you want to know how the Democrats will be better than Republicans in 2028, join my live a year and a half before the 2028 election when we know who's running in the Democratic and the Republican primaries, and we generally know the policy that they're running on. Today, the point is not to talk who you should be voting for in the 2020 election, because we haven't even had announced primaries for the respective political parties. Today, the point is to talk about why you shouldn't support the Trump administration in hopes that it will help better influence you to vote in the future for people who want to hold the Trump administration accountable and I've divested interests away from the things the Trump administration has been doing. I, once again, every single time you make a point and then I respond by telling you why that point is wrong, you then abstract the entirety of the debate away from that specific point to this idealistic goal of who you should vote for in the 2028 election.
Because that's
I would
what we should
really
be
like
worried
you.
about,
One
man.
moment. I would really like you to respond to the last point that I gave you. You said
Okay.
one of the reasons that you support Trump as president is because you don't have to worry about undocumented rapists roaming free in the country. I gave that point of response. Could you please respond to the 2 points that I gave in response?
The point that I have with that is that as I walk down the street, I live in Utah. As I walk down the street, I should not have to worry about any illegal immigrant. And I'm not saying racism. I'm not saying prejudice either. I'm saying social profiling. I should not have to worry about somebody raping my wife and my kid, my fucking wife, my mother, and my children, because they weren't, documented properly when they came in here. Even if they don't have crimes already in the U.S., once the crime has been committed, and you can say, okay, now we can deport them.
You're repeating the point that you already made. You've already told me that you shouldn't have to worry about undocumented rapists. I've already responded to you by saying the Democrats were better at getting the undocumented rapists out of our country. And then I added on that undocumented immigrants are actually 2.5 times less likely to rape your wife than a natural US-born citizen. Statistically speaking, if your wife was in a room, oh my goodness, with 100 people that were undocumented, she'd be at a significantly lower likelihood to get raped than if she were in a room with 100 US citizens. A big point that I want to make here is I don't think that you can say that we shouldn't have to worry about rapists and that's why you support Trump when Trump is a rapist himself.
I said, and murderers.
Okay.
And just people committing crimes.
All right, bro. We shouldn't have to worry about people committing crimes, but let's go to make a rapist who commits a bunch of crimes president.
Why bring more in?
Yeah, especially to the Oval Office. Why bring more rapist criminals into the Oval Office? I'm surprised you haven't genuinely asked yourself that question yet. You're like, oh, why bring more rapist criminals into the country? Okay, why bring more rapist criminals into the Oval Office?
Of conservative America in the future, not of, I'm a diehard slob on the knob Trump fan. You've asked me questions. I've given you the response.
These points just seem to be like incoherent then. Listen, I've responded to this a billion times. We shouldn't let rapists and undocumented immigrants into the country. The Biden-Harris administration didn't let any undocumented immigrant into the country. They weren't the ones responsible for undocumented entry. For the 10th time, undocumented immigrants are actually significantly less likely to commit violent crimes compared to U.S.-born citizens. And for the 10th time, the Democrats are actually better at getting the rapist undocumented immigrants out of the country. Like,
you just get rid of the whole problem and they go too.
No, that's not how it works because we have 14 million undocumented immigrants in our nation. When you just say, oh, let's get rid of the whole problem, aka let's try to deport every single undocumented immigrant this year. Ultimately, you're not going to be able to do that in 4 years. Just look at the deportation numbers under Trump. He's not going to be able to get them all out. So, okay, we already know that one administration can't get them all out. Nobody's ever done it. Nobody will ever do it. So instead, how about we focus on what really matters, like getting the undocumented immigrants with bad crimes on their records out of the country. And honestly, we should just leave everybody else here and offer them a pathway to residency or citizenship, because that will actually reduce crimes like rape, that'll actually reduce crimes like murder, that'll actually reduce crimes like theft, because a lot of crime is consequential of poverty. And we already know that when we do a mass deportation of every undocumented immigrant this year, we increase poverty by destabilizing the economy. So let's let them stay here. Let's let them continue to contribute to GDP growth. Let's let them continue to pay taxes. Let's let them continue to raise wages 1 to 2% on average annually for low-skilled jobs, according to the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. Let's let them continue to reduce the unemployment rate. Let's let them continue to generate an over $500 billion surplus per year in this country, according to the Cato Institute. And all of those things holistically will actually reduce crime by, in turn, reducing poverty by increasing the average standard of life for the average American.
This is coming from the point of view of me saying what he promised versus what he has done. When he promised the things that he did, I was like, hell yeah, I'm a Trump supporter through and through. Let me throw my MAGA hat on. I'll go to university and listen to these debates. Absolutely. That was something that I was saying. That was something that I'm saying. Halfway through his term now, and we look at what he's done versus what he's promised. And I will 100% say, and this is why I bring this point up, and this is why I said it when I joined your live, as someone who I would say I am only a Trump supporter, the proxy of me being a Republican.
But,
because of
there's
what
no
the future
quote unquote
holds.
good values that he represents that you could articulate.
Do you
There
think
isn't
that-
any.
do you think
Like,
that-
bro,
do you
dude, Jax, I'm sorry. This conversation is getting quite annoying for me. Let me tell you why. When you
Okay.
tell me that you're a Trump supporter and proxies of the political values that you hold, what you're telling me is that Donald Trump shares political values with you. And then I ask you to clarify the political values that
The
Trump shares
Republican
with
Party.
you. And then you're like, oh, supporting the military. But then I get you to concede that he doesn't actually support the military. Then you're like, oh, he's a businessman in meme coin. But then I get you to understand why, in fact, that was actually a bad thing that he did with a meme coin. And now you're like, oh, because we shouldn't have to worry about undocumented rapists. And then I give you good evidence that, if anything, Donald Trump is going to make you worry about rapists more. And then it's like every single time we go through this like cycle of you trying to articulate the political value that you agree with Trump on, and then me debunking that political value that you don't agree with Trump on, you then just say, oh, well, I support him because there's political values that I agree with Trump on. Let's cut to the chase. Let's write this down.
You
Let's be
misinterpreted
super
that.
duper clear about this. When you tell me that you support him by proxy because he's a member of the Republican Party, what you're telling me is that you share values with him. Either articulate the values that you don't share values with Trump?
I would say that he is a poor representative of the Republican Party, and this term has showed it.
If you don't share values with Trump, then what do you think the word
you just proved
supports
my
me?
point. I said that I agree with those values, and then you said, well, Trump actually doesn't represent those values.
Okay, if you don't share
just
values
proved
with
my
Trump,
point.
if you don't share values with Trump, you acknowledge that he's been bad for the country. You acknowledge that he's been bad for the economy. You acknowledge that he's been bad with the military. You acknowledge that he's been bad with wars overseas. You acknowledge that he is a bad character. Well, then, like, what the fuck are you supporting? Okay, like you're not supporting Trump as a
conservative
person
movement.
because you disagree with his character. You're not supporting the conservative movement because you don't think that Donald Trump represents good values of the conservative movement.
Nope.
You're not supporting Trump because of the economy because you acknowledge that the economy is worse off. What about Trump are you supporting?
I will come in here and I will say the things that you just said. I brought them up. I said, Trump agrees with me with this select value, whether it be the military, whether it be the
But you already
immigration,
conceded that he
whether
actually
it be-
doesn't.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then he doesn't
Which
share
means
that
you did
value.
your part. You didn't convert me, absolutely.
Okay, well then
that's
what
why
what
I
is
brought up
left?
2028 election.
Okay,
when we
so
have Trump out of
okay,
office.
I haven't converted you. So what are the values of this conservative movement that you support that Donald Trump represents? I want you to articulate every single one of them.
Every single one of them, so that you can go through and say why he doesn't.
Yes.
Because I'll let you do that. Absolutely. Here we go. The nuclear family. I want to be able to have my land affordable, my gasoline in my truck, my diesel in my truck affordable. I want to be able to go to work, and I want to be able to work, get paid for the work that I'm doing on a normal scale, and then not have taxes fuck me out the ass for it. And then I want to be able to say, and I'm not saying religion, everybody has to agree with one religion, because that would be the opposite of what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that our nation was founded under God. I want that to be more, there's separation of church and state, absolutely. But I want that to be more included into what our country's values are and what our country stands for, while also giving the freedom to disagree with that, because that's what we're all about. The melting pot, I want people to be able to come into America and, instead of change America's core values, come in here and adapt to America's core values to be able to bring us into a future that is worth being able to wake up in tomorrow. I want to be able to have my children, let rest my head and die knowing that my children are going to get the 1940s, 1950s, and I'm not talking about the Depression, I'm not talking about that prior, but the American dream that has been ingrained into our heads throughout all of our public school and everything. I want my children to not have to worry about sexual assault. I want my children not to worry about sexual aggravation, like literally all of it, not have to worry about that, especially once they grow into adulthood. I don't want the people of my country getting raped and shot on the streets for no reason, which you brought up a valid point when you brought poverty into that. You bring up the poverty threshold, you reduce poverty, and that in turn does that. And I just want to be, and not an, oh, I'm proud of America, but I want it to be where on 4th of July, I'm not sitting here looking at these fireworks and saying, what does my country really stand for anymore? I want to come back full circle and be proud that we are the one nation in all of the U.S. that has the upper hand, that we are safe, that tomorrow we will wake up in our bed and be able to be proud of that. I want our women to be protected. I want our children to be protected. I want to have the men in our country, and I'm not saying that women have the fucking lower hand, but I want them to have the role that we are biologically inclined to have as the protectors of our community. I want that to be something that I can wake up and say, absolutely. And that American dream is what, and I'm not saying that in a sexist point of view, because I know many women in the military, I know many women in my personal life who are equally and more strong and powerful than a man is. Absolutely. But I'm saying this
Julie,
in the future, in the future form of, this is what I want my country to flourish. The same thing that you want. But I think we have different definitions of what our country flourishing is.
All right, bro. Kind of said a lot there, not gonna lie. But I wrote it all down.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Okay. What's a nuclear family?
The nuclear family, I picture it in my head as, you got a nice middle class home. You don't have to worry about what food is on the table, because I grew up with a single mother. I grew up where food wasn't on the table.
Okay, just like 2 sentences or less, please.
Sorry,
What's
go
a
ahead.
nuclear family?
The nuclear family, I picture mother, father, children, protected, food on the table, not have to worry about if tomorrow we're going to war and the potential of us losing that war.
So you don't want gay families?
I'll fit that in there. I would.
So just
You
not
could have
mother
a,
and
you
father,
could have a
just
dad
two
and a
parents.
dad and a mom and a mom.
Just two
Absolutely.
parents.
Yeah. You put
Okay,
it as two
perfect.
parents.
Okay. All right, let's go through this, bro. Let's go ahead and throw the whiteboard up on the stream, because I happen to write it all down. Let's see. These are the reasons why he supports Trump as president. Because he wants families to include 2 parents, children, and food on the table. Oh, wait. This is actually a reason why you wouldn't support Trump. Because Donald Trump takes food off the table by defunding food stamps, $160 billion through the big, beautiful bill.
Yep.
Okay. You want affordable land and gas prices. Donald Trump
he hasn't
said
done
that he wants houses to be more expensive, and he's caused the largest monthly increase in the price of gas since the Vietnam War.
Yep.
Okay. You want to get paid for the work he's doing and have low taxes. Since Donald Trump walked in for a second term, the growth rate in real median wages has gone down. They don't support increasing the federal minimum wage from $7.25 per hour. And Donald Trump effectively increased taxes for the working class, aka the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, according to the Big Beautiful Bill. By the Big Beautiful Bill, according to the CBPP, which is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. You think that our nation was founded under God, and you want God to be included in the country. Okay, I'd actually say that you arguing that our nation was founded under God is anti-Christian. Because let me tell you why. Our nation was founded under slavery. The consideration that black people weren't people. The consideration that women are housemaids that should just shut the fuck up and do whatever the man says. And the consideration that the only people who matter are rich white men with property, because the only people that could vote were rich white men with property. So I'm actually not going to tell you that our country wasn't founded under the Christian God, but I'm rather going to give you the opportunity to willingly retract that statement yourself.
Why would I retract that statement when it's a fact? All those other things you said were facts too, but they don't stand today.
Okay, so if you think it's true that our country was founded under God and our country was founded under the oppression of everybody but rich white men, well, then you think it's a godly thing to oppress everybody but rich white men?
How are those two things intertwined? You just gave me multiple
Because that's
reasons.
what our country was founded. It is a descriptive, undeniable, empirical fact, not a question of opinion, that our country was founded under the oppression of anybody but rich white men.
No, absolutely it was, but how are you linking that to the fact that our nation was founded under God?
Because you're claiming that our country was founded under these two
Christian
things, which means that these two things must work in accordance with one another.
No,
because if they contradict one another, one moment, if they contradict one another, then our country can't be founded under both of them. This is like, listen, imagine that I started a company and I found this company under like the incorporated principle that I really care about people and I want to help people as much as possible. Okay. But I also incorporate this country and I found it under another principle of like just killing people because I think they're ugly. Okay, well, could we say it's like possible for me to found this company under both of these two principles simultaneously? Like, no. If I founded the company under the principle that I want to kill people for fun because I think they're ugly, I couldn't have founded the company under the principle that I want to try to help people as much as possible. And if I founded the company under the principle that I want to try to help people as much as possible, well, then I couldn't have founded the company under the principle that I just want to kill people for fun because I think they're ugly. So therefore, if you accept, one moment, I'm almost done. Therefore, if you accept that our country was founded under like slavery, the principle that black people aren't people, the principle that women just need to shut the fuck up and stay home, they're basically housemaids and the only people who matter are rich white men with money, and they're because they were the only people that have the ability to vote. Okay, well then you're either saying that our country was also founded under God because you think that God represents and embodies, aka does not contradict those values, or you don't think that our country was founded under God because God does not represent those values. God does not want slavery. God does not want oppression of women. God does not want oppression of minorities.
God allows them to happen. I'm
Your
not
claim,
saying that God.
your claim. Oh my goodness. Your claim is not. Your claim is not. Your claim is not. Your claim is not. Your claim is not.
Is that the only reason why?
Jax,
Let me talk.
Your claim is not that our country was founded under bad values and God let that happen because of free will. No, your claim was that our country was founded under the principles of God as laid forth in the gospel.
In the Bible, absolutely.
Do you think that slavery is a principle of the gospel?
No.
Then our country was not founded under the principles found in the gospel.
Happening under God's watch. Throughout the Bible, it states that slavery happened under God's watch multiple times. I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying that on our Constitution, on multiple of our very first documents, where God is cited, one nation under God, under God.
That was added to, it's actually, God is not mentioned in the Constitution. God is not mentioned in the Declaration of Independence. One nation under God was an addendum added to the Pledge of Allegiance in 1964.
Absolutely.
But my point is, do you accept that our country was not founded under godly principles?
No, it wasn't founded under godly principles. I think that our family
so what do you mean?
100% has prospered because of God.
Perfect.
Yes.
So if you agree that our country is not founded under godly principles, what do you mean by saying our nation was founded under God?
Because in my Christian belief, and you look at the World War II, you look at World War I, you look at multiple of our wars, we're not going to include Vietnam in that. There was a reason why that happened. The reason and the time being, and I'm not trying to come at you from an extremist point of view or pushing my principles onto anybody else.
Listen, bro, I don't really want like a thesis. I kind of just want literally just like a 2-sentence simple explanation. If you accept that our country was not founded under godly principles, what do you mean when you say our nation was founded under God?
You got me beat, buddy. There you
go. Precisely, bro. We can't say that our nation was founded under God unless you think that godly principles represent the most abhorrent things that humans have ever done. Okay? So let's go back to the whiteboard.
Okay.
Perfect. Our nation was not founded under God. And you want God to be included in the country. Okay, well, if you want God to be included in the country, then you wouldn't support Trump because Donald Trump does not usher in godly principles to the country. Donald Trump is a rapist, liar, con man who tried to overthrow democracy in 2020 because he was having a hissy fit that he lost the election fair and square, not to mention that the Bible says, give more to those that have less than you. Donald Trump says, if you have less than me, I'm literally going to kill you, taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans when we already have 51,000 that die per year. Okay, so Trump's not bringing God back to the country. Okay, your next claim is you want immigrants to adapt to America's core values. My response is question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. What do you even mean by this, and how does this relate to a reason why you support Trump as president?
Why is our country flourished? Dean, I'm going to ask you that question right now.
Why is our country
This is a debate. It goes
flourished?
both ways. Why is our country flourished? Go ahead.
Okay, that's not a question that is like answered with one response. Our country is flourished for many reasons. I just want to know why you think the statement that immigrants should adapt to American core values is like relevant to your support for Trump. Like, how does this statement get us any closer to the claim that Trump is a good president?
Because at one point in time, our country, whether it was, we have a brotherhood. That is what it was founded under. And I'm not trying to say brotherhood and seclude the other sex, but I'm saying community.
I really don't want to yap. I just want to know how the statement, immigrants should adapt American core values, gets us closer to the claim that Trump should be president.
And the division has grown larger because other cultures have not been able to adapt to our community. And that is why there's so much division.
No, I don't think that our country is divided today because of Muslims. I think that our country is divided today because our president is literally calling for the execution of his political opponents.
You think that's the only reason? You think there wasn't division before Trump even ran in 2016?
I think that is literally the biggest reason why we have division. And other reasons why we have division, even in reference to Muslims, even in reference to immigrants from across the globe, it doesn't have much to do with the immigrants themselves and more to do with the bigoted response to the immigrants. Like, yeah, bro, when we have a brown man from Mexico immigrate into this country that's just living his life, working a job, providing for his country, he's not causing division. It is like the racist evangelists that turn around and say, because he's a brown man, he's less valuable than me, or I'm going to assume guilt and argue that he's a bad person relevant to my xenophobia and my bigotry. That's what causes division.
That's part of it. Absolutely. I also think.
Okay, I want a 2-sentence explanation how the statement "you want immigrants to adapt to core American values" gets us closer to the conclusion that Trump should be president.
It doesn't. I don't think he should. I'm ready for him to go and bring in somebody who's actually going to bring.
Okay. So I've changed your mind. So you're not a Trump
No, you
supporter.
haven't. That was my mind when I came in. I told you that when we started.
Bro, read this fucking question.
No, I just wanted to argue with you, Dean. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Eyebrow.
I
don't think
to
so.
Talk about philanthropy. By the way, I'm in the bathtub.
No, I don't think so in the slightest. I think that you came up here with your convictions that Trump is a good president, and I think that you've been royally cooked, and now you're trying to weasel your way out of it.
I have a conversation with you about conservative America and its future versus progressive America
and you said you support Trump because he represents conservative America.
No, I said because he's part of the Republican movement, which also,
bro, he's part of the Republican movement by name because that's what it says on his party affiliation on his voter tabloid. So if Kamala Harris ran on all of the values that she did in the 2024 election, but instead she just ran for the Republican Party, and Donald Trump ran on all of the values that he did in the 2024 election as a Democrat, who'd you vote for?
I would have voted for Trump because of what he promised.
Okay, so knowing everything that you do now, aka didn't follow up on any of those promises. Who'd you vote for?
I would not have voted for anybody at that point in time, obviously, because I wasn't 18 yet. But based off of what
if the election was held tomorrow and Kamala Harris ran as a Republican and Donald Trump ran as a Democrat, but there's no change in who they are or what they advocated for, who'd you vote for?
I would vote for Kamala so she could fuck up and we can move on. It was the lesser of two evils.
Okay, so you're just gonna vote for whoever says that they're a Republican?
No, I would have voted for Trump because I thought he was the lesser of two evils.
Bro, you just said that you would have voted for Kamala. What the hell is going on? You just said I would have voted for Kamala Harris because she was the lesser of two evils. Then I would have voted for Trump because he's the lesser of two evils. You're literally not making any sense.
I'm giving it a split decision. He already fucked up. I'd give her chance to fucked up.
Dude, moving on to the next guest. What a waste of time. Literally, what a waste of time. I just think that conservatives are completely incoherent. Absolutely, just completely incoherent. Riley, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really do appreciate you. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Dude, the people that we are debating are just completely incoherent. There was literally just no coherence whatsoever to anything that guy said. Let's go to get the next guest up here, though. Only opposite side of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. For everybody hanging out with us today, I really do appreciate you so much for being here. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen if you're on TikTok. Good to see you all. Drop a like on that stream if you're on YouTube. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, ask me a question or get a message across, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, as well as the handles at the top of the phone screen on TikTok as well. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
Bro. I'm
18,
I promise.
Okay, what year were you born in?
2006. Sorry, I don't know why my voice sounds like that.
You're terrible at math. BM, thank you for the $20 donation over on Super Chat. BM, that is very kind of you. Thank you for supporting what we do here. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so very much. BM with the $20 says Dunning-Kruger in full effect. Hang in there. So true, dude. I don't really even know what to make of that conversation. I was trying my best to make it cohesive, but it just wasn't. Thank you for the $20. And then King of the Golden State with the $10 says I'm drowning in word salad. Anybody else? Yeah, bro. It was a word salad. Welcome in. Lynn talks politics. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year are you born in?
2007, May.
Okay, all right. Give me a moment here to thank a couple people, then the mic floor will be yours. This is on Venmo. Thank you, Ava, for the $20. Who says, Dean, I love what you do. My dog Ollie told me to say hi to Momo. Shout out to you, Ava, and shout out to Ollie. Thanks for supporting the stream. I appreciate you for the $20. Let's get 200 Ava W's down below. Cynthia, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, I love your streams and they truly do give me hope. Thank you, Cynthia. Helen, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. And then Kyrie, Kyrie, thank you for the $15. Who says, I've been watching these debates for a long time and this is the first time I'm able to donate. Keep on spitting the facts to the morons. I'll try my my best, Kyrie. Huge shout out to Kyrie in that chat. Huge shout out to Ava in that chat. Huge shout out to all the donors. Abigail, thank you for the $5. Kinsey, thank you for the $1. And then Kylie, thank you for the $10. Who says that guess was crazy. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that last guess was crazy. They were just kind of incoherent. And then Abigail, thank you for the $5 as well. We're all caught up on Venmo and we're all caught up on Super Chat. Quickly to thank a couple people over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the $7, Josephine, who says, do you think a presidential system or a parliamentary system is better? I mean, I probably lean towards a presidential system, but I don't really know too much about parliamentary systems. And that's actually it on PayPal. If you guys want to support me once again, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message over on YouTube, and you could also find the handle at the top of the phone screen at TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E and my last name Withers. So, sir, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, so one of my main reasons is I'm anti-abortion.
In all cases?
Yes, I have a set of premises if you'd like.
Ew, in all cases, bro. Yikes. Oh, why are you against abortion in all cases?
Okay, so premise 1, abortion is prima facie wrong because it deprives beings of the rational kind of their future experiences. P2, abortion deprives beings of the rational kind of future experiences. Conclusion, abortion is prima facie wrong. It's wrong to deprive beings of future experiences because it's causing them harm. Harm is deprivation of eudaimonia.
Hey, sir? Sir?
Yes.
Your first premise was supposed to be the conclusion.
My first premise was supposed to be the conclusion?
Yeah, your first premise was that abortion was wrong.
My first premise is that abortion is prima facie wrong because it deprives beings of the rational kind of their future experiences.
The claim, abortion is prima facie wrong because it deprives a rational kind of future experiences, would hopefully be the conclusion of the argument. So if you wanted
that abortion is prima facie
if you wanted to better structure your argument, you'd say it's wrong to deprive a rational kind of future experiences. That'd be premise number 1. Premise number 2 would be abortion deprives a rational kind of valuable future experiences, and the conclusion would be that therefore abortion is prima facie wrong. Okay, but you completely fucked it up because you stated your conclusion in your first premise.
Okay, I guess that would be a better way of framing it.
Okay, so my counter argument to your position is that your syllogism is invalid because you stated your conclusion in your first premise.
Okay, so could I restate that?
Sure.
Okay, P1.
Also, you could just use natural language to debate. You don't need to give me a formal syllogism.
Okay, it's wrong to deprive beings of the rational kind of their future experiences. P2, abortion deprives beings of the rational kind of future experiences. Conclusion, abortion is prima facie
wrong. And by rational kind, do you just mean humans?
Correct.
So it's wrong to deprive humans of their future experiences?
Yes.
Why?
Why is it wrong to deprive? Because it's causing them harm.
By harm, what do you mean?
I mean, eudaimonia.
Dude, what? No, eudaimonia is what Aristotle refers to as flourishment, which would be the maximization of virtue because he was a virtue ethicist.
You're depriving them.
Dude, by harm, you don't mean flourishment. Okay, let me trust me on this one, bro. Just trust me on this one, bro. By harm, I promise you do not mean flourishment. Just trust me.
I mean depriving them of that.
Okay, but I didn't ask you what it means to deprive this thing of X. Even that wouldn't be flourishment because you don't think it's flourishment to deprive future experiences from a fetus, or else you would argue it's wrong because flourishment is good. Okay, I asked you what harm is.
Like, I would like physical, mental,
physical
like a
harm.
negative effect. I said physical or mental.
A mental or physical harm. So by mental or physical harm, you mean a negative effect on its well-being. And do you mean biological well-being? Because
yes.
Okay. So then do you think it's wrong to cut a tree down because you're causing it harm in the descriptive sense of frustrating its biological well-being?
I don't value humans. I don't value trees the same way I value humans.
Okay, well then stop giving me an account of a frustration of a biological well-being in a descriptive sense and give me a normative account of why you value humans.
Well, personally, it's because I believe every human's made in the image of God.
Okay, it's because you believe that every human is made in the image of God.
Yes, that would be my personal subjective reason.
So humans are meaningful because God exists, correct?
They're made in the image of God, yes.
Okay. And are you a Christian?
Catholic.
Catholic. Do you think that brain dead patients are made in the image of God?
Yes.
So is it wrong to pull the plug on a brain dead patient?
I would say that's justified because the treatment is no longer benefiting the patient, and they have no chance of a valuable future because
There's
they're
no chance of a
legally
valuable
dead.
future. Well, which one
They're
is it?
legally dead.
Do you value
They're-
humans? Like, do humans have intrinsic value because of their future, or do humans have intrinsic value because they're made in the image of God?
I value alive humans that are made in the image of God. A brain dead patient is legally dead. It's being held alive by a machine, but the treatment is no longer benefiting the patient.
Okay. So you said that brain dead patients are legally dead. That's actually true. However, the reason why brain dead patients are legally dead doesn't have to do with being biologically dead. We say that they're legally dead because they're not relevantly morally different in intrinsic status from a dead body. But still, yet on the biological level, they are experiencing biological life. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that a zygote has a future like ours?
Yeah, I would say if you're gonna argue flow, yeah, a zygote has a future.
Okay,
like
so it's
ours.
murder to kill a zygote?
Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that all murderers should go to jail?
Yes. Are you gonna argue IUDs? I saw this on the Jubilee interview.
So yeah, you think that women with IUDs that know those IUDs can kill zygotes and they do kill a zygote should be in jail for murder?
And murder is intentional, and when it comes to an IUD, in the 0.1% of cases, which you said on the Jubilee interview, in like the 99% of cases, an IUD like prevents fertilization, so it's not a human life if you prevent the fertilization.
Well, I don't
but in the
think that
0.1% of cases, but in the 0.1% of cases, when it kills as a conceived zygote, then it would not be murder because it was unintentional.
Do you agree that the definition of murder is being responsible for the unjustified termination of a human life?
Yes, and for you to be responsible, it would have to be it would have to be intentional.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay, so you're telling me that if I took my gun, I put it in my hand, I pointed it at my wall, knowing that there are little children playing on the other side of the wall that it could hit, but I pulled the trigger not for the intention of killing those children, but rather because I like loud noises, and I want to hear the loud noise of the trigger going off. So I kill a child on the other side of the wall. I'm not responsible for murdering them because I didn't intend to kill them.
Wouldn't that be third-degree murder?
I just want to know if you think that's murder or not. There's children on the other side of this wall, and
Yes,
I
but
know that. And I know if I point
Yes.
a gun at this wall and I pull the trigger, it could kill them. But the reason why I'm pulling the trigger of this gun is just because I like loud noises and I want to hear a loud noise. That's my intention in doing so. And it does hit and kill a child on the other side. Did I murder them?
Yes, but there's a difference between.
Oh, wait, but you just said previously that in order to murder somebody, you must intend to kill them unjustly. When I pulled the trigger on that gun, I did not intend to kill anybody unjustly. I rather just intended to hear the loud noise of the trigger going off. So it seems like you've now conceded that intention is not a necessary prerequisite for murder.
Well, I think because like there's different degrees of murder, so that would be the one where it's. Yeah, like first degree, second degree, third degree. So if you like point.
Well, now you're just equivocating because earlier you said that intention is always a necessary prerequisite to define murder. But now you're saying, well, there's actually other types of murder where it is not a necessary prerequisite. Okay, so it seems like my question still followed. When women have IUDs, they know those IUDs can kill zygotes. They're sexually active and it does kill a zygote. Are they a murderer?
For the sake of argument, yes.
And earlier you said that all murderers should go to jail. So you think that, I just want to get this straight. You think that some women who are sexually active on birth control should go to jail for murder, but then Trump, a rapist, shouldn't go to jail for rape because he should be president? Are you sure that's like intuitive? Do you think that makes sense? Do you think that makes sense to say that Trump, a rapist, shouldn't be in jail because he should be president, but some women that are sexually active on birth control should be in jail?
Can you repeat that?
Sure, I'll repeat that. It seems like, in accordance with your commitments to the pro-life theory, you have to argue that some women who are sexually active on birth control should be in jail. And you just accepted that. Simultaneously, though, you happen to think that Trump should be president. Keep in mind, Trump has raped a woman. So in other words, you're saying that he shouldn't be in jail for rape. So the question that I'm asking you, do you think that it is intuitive to state and to believe that women who are sexually active on birth control should be in jail, but men who rape women by forcefully penetrating their vaginas with their fingers shouldn't?
You talk about E. Jean Carroll?
Yes.
Do you want to talk about that case?
I mean, I want you to answer the question that I just asked. Now, if a conversation about that case is necessary for your answer to my question, that's where the conversation will go. But I'm more so just focused on you answering the question that I asked.
Well, yes, for me to give you a definitive answer, we would have to talk about if Trump actually is a rapist or not.
Yeah, he is a rapist.
Okay. So would you like criminally charge or are you civilly liable?
This was determined in a civil court by a jury of his peers.
So like what's the burden of proof in a civil case?
Preponderance of evidence.
Can you elaborate more on that?
What a preponderance of evidence means? It just has to be more likely than not.
Okay. So what about the burden? What about the burden of proof?
That is the burden of proof.
Okay. So you would say it's like 51 or 50.1%?
Yeah, it just has to be more likely than not. This could mean 50.0001% likelihood. And that's just the standard minimum standard of evidence. For Trump, I think that they demonstrated it much far beyond the 50.1% minimum standard of evidence required. I rather indeed believe that they proved it beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. Prove me wrong by naming the reasonable doubt to the outcome of the court case.
Sorry, I just got a phone call. Can you just repeat like the last like three words?
Sure, bro, that's wrong. Prove me wrong by demonstrating the reasonable doubt to the evidence submitted in the court case.
Yeah, I think that I don't take the evidence to be suffice.
Yeah, bro. It seems to be the case that I'm asking you why you don't take the evidence to be sufficient by enumerating what the reasonable doubt was to it.
Yeah, I don't think that E. Jean Carroll saying that it happened and her friends saying that it happened and her therapist saying that it happened to be suffice evidence.
Okay, so let's go over the evidence. Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, and this was proven in court because of the following evidence. E. Jean Carroll testified to the fact that Trump raped her, and she's kept that testimony coherent and non-contradictory for the last 30 years. She also had two of her friends testify to the fact that she shared this story with him over the course of the last 30 years. There's also two other women that also accused Donald Trump of raping them that testified in the trial. We have her therapist notes from the 90s that indicated she was raped by Trump, and we had a current psychotherapist testify that while E. Jean Carroll was testifying to the fact that Trump raped her, she was presenting the signs consistent with true rape victims recounting their lived experiences. We also had the dress that E. Jean Carroll was wearing when she was raped by Donald Trump. She submitted it to the court. She said it had Trump's DNA on it. The court tested it, found male DNA on it, asked Trump for his DNA to show that it's not his, and he said, "No, I won't give you my DNA." Does that sound something like what an innocent man would do? Absolutely not. You also have all of Donald Trump's lies in the case. He lied and he said that he never met her. That was refuted by the photo of them together. He also lied and said that he would never do that to her because she wasn't his type. That was refuted because under deposition, he confused a photo of E. Jean Carroll to be his ex-wife Marla Maples, meaning E. Jean Carroll sure was his type. Okay? Then we also have the Access Hollywood tapes from 2005 where Trump is like, "Oh yeah, I'll just grab women by their vaginas without asking first." What did this court rule that he grabbed a woman by their vagina without asking first? And then the final nail in the coffin for me is as follows. Sexual predators are among the most likely to reoffend. You're very rarely a one-count sexual predator. You're most typically a sexual predator holistically over the course of your life, and if you've abused one person, you've probably abused other people, and that's just what the facts say. Well, guess what? In 2005, Donald Trump went on the Howard Stern radio show and told Howard Stern that he would sexually exploit naked women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies without consent. So not only does this give us the character of a sexual predator who's likely to recommit, but it also demonstrates that he has specifically taken advantage of other women and girls in dressing rooms. Why does that matter? The court in the E. Jean Carroll case proved that he raped her in a dressing room.
Okay, so there was a lot there to unpack. So like for one with like the dress, didn't his defense team ask for the DNA analysis and E. Jean Carroll's team refused to give it to Trump?
No. So in fact, the court took the dress after E. Jean Carroll gave it to them and did their own DNA analysis, which proved it had male DNA in it.
Yeah, but did they provide that to Trump's defense?
Yeah, they provided the fact that they found unknown male DNA through the DNA analysis to Trump's defense. And then Trump never submitted his.
You have a source for that?
The court documents. The same way that I know that they took the dress and found unknown male DNA in it would be the way that his defense knew that they took the dress and found unknown male DNA in it.
Okay. So with the I guess I could concede to that one. With the him saying that he never met her. I mean, Trump was already very famous. He was a billionaire and he knew a lot of people and he met hundreds of people a day. So I think it would be reasonable or logical to believe that maybe you might look at someone, like I debate a lot of people a lot, and sometimes people come on my live and they're like, yeah, I debated you this time. I'm like, sorry, I don't remember you because I talk to a lot of people. So like with Trump, he talks to a far higher amount of people than I do. So I think it'd be reasonable or logical enough to believe that he may have just not recognized her face.
Yeah, bro, it's a possibility. I think that happens all the time. You will meet somebody and then you'll forget that you meet them, especially if you're somebody that meets a lot of people. But when we consider literally all of the other evidence, the likelihood of that hypothesis goes down and down and down and down and down. With every additional piece of evidence on top of that he actually raped her, the likelihood of an alternative hypothesis, the fact that he lied about never meeting him for his false defense, goes up and up and up and up and up. So I'd say under a veil of ignorance, where all we know is that there's a photo of them together and he said he never met her, that your hypothesis that it's probably the case that he just forgot he met her could be reasonable to believe. But in consideration of all of the other evidence, I find that unreasonable to believe.
Okay. Also, one last thing, and then I'm gonna drop down, let you talk to some other people, because you've definitely allowed, because I have to go eat dinner. But yeah, I'm eating tacos. So with the grab them by the wussy, can you play that clip? Like, what was the full quote? Was it that, like, when you're rich and famous, women will practically let you grab them by the wussy?
Yeah, they'll just let you do it.
Could you play the clip?
Well, I mean, it sounds like you know what the clip says, so I don't understand why I need to. You just accurately represented what the clip was. When you're rich and famous, they'll just let you grab them by the quote-unquote pussy.
Don't you think that could be in reference to, like, gold diggers? Like, women that are in it for money, they allow rich and famous men who may not even be like attractive, because most old men are not, they're like wrinkly and stuff. Don't you think it'd be, like,
the fact that a
reasonable to
court
believe
ruled he raped a woman by grabbing her by her vagina unconsensually? No.
Yeah, but the quote was not
that one's pretty simple. Well, it was let them do it. And due to the fact that a court ruled he grabbed a woman by her vagina without consent and raped her, okay, I think what he means by let them is they don't fight back.
Well, I guess that would be like your interpretation of it.
Yeah, and I think that my interpretation is reasonable considering the fact that a court ruled he raped a woman by grabbing her by her vagina. King, thank you for the Interstellar. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get 1,000 King W's down below in that chat. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, King.
All right, I will say you definitely have like shifted my view a little bit on like the E. Jean Carroll thing. So I'm definitely going to give it a little bit more thought.
Okay. I mean, before you leave, do you want to tell us why you think it's reasonable to say that some women who are on birth control should be in jail for murder, but some men who rape women shouldn't be in jail for murder? Sorry, be in jail for rape?
Yeah, I guess I would retract that statement.
So you retract the statement that Donald Trump shouldn't be in jail, meaning that you're not a Trump supporter, or you retract the statement that women on some forms of birth control should be in jail for murder, meaning that your pro-life theory fails?
Women who get IUDs.
Okay, so your pro-life theory failed. He left. Okay. All right. Unfortunate, quite frankly. All right, he left. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Dude, I'm not going to lie, bro. Sam, I appreciate you for the galaxy. I feel like oh my goodness. Oh my God, I feel like I've been cooking in these debates recently. Oh my God, I've just been cooking so hard. Listen, guys, I got to give a quick shout out. There's been a group of dudes, okay, that I've been talking to on like an almost nightly basis for like an hour or so recently. And they're like a bajillion times smarter than me. They are like legit grad. I think one of them is a grad student in philosophy, and they just care so much about critical thought, philosophy, exploring knowledge, exploring justification for beliefs. And I've been talking to these guys for like around an hour every night recently. And the reason why I've been doing that is to really strengthen my abortion positions, because in the near future, I want to start directly challenging some of the mainstream intellectual conservative ideologues on abortion, people like Trent Horn, and call them out to public debates and absolutely destroy them. But I think a byproduct of me talking to these guys is actually giving me a better understanding of how I should approach these conversations on this live stream. And I think in turn, that's actually made the quality of these debates a lot higher, because just nothing is getting past me, literally nothing. I appreciate you so much for the galaxy. Only opposite side of the queue, if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, I'd really appreciate that so much. If you guys could try your very best to follow those rules, please and thank you, please and thank you. We do have a couple people to thank here, so I'm going to do that momentarily. Huge shout out to, let's see here, the Falcon Man for the $10, who says, it's the lighting, better debating. Apparently so, Falcon Man.
Yo, what's up, Dean?
Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Taylor, thank you for the galaxy. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What was that sound that I heard in the background?
What are you talking about?
Bro, get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I'd really appreciate that, everybody. Thank you so much. Over on PayPal, Kyle, thank you for the $10. Who says, Dean, you are a saint because the lady that you were debating yesterday, I would have been much meaner. I felt like I was appropriately mean to Allie. Yeah, that conversation's going to stick with me for a while. Linda, thank you so much for the $10. And I got you, Linda. I'll take a look into that. Dermot, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, don't like supporting liberals, but I'm trying to debate. I've been in your queue for hours. Drigsby on TikTok. Let's go, bro. We got a Trump supporter to send us $10. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's get some W's in the chat for that, man. Let's get some massive W's in the chat for that. We love that, bro. We love that, bro. That's awesome. Hell yeah. People in the chat are saying that Allie's back. I guess maybe I don't see her. All right, Dermot. It's your chance, bro. We got you loading into the stream. Where's he at, dude? We got Mr. Dermot, the Trump supporter who just sent us $10, loading up into the stream, and he's nowhere to be seen. Pretty wild, man. Mia, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate you. And William, thank you so much for the $24 donation on PayPal. Thank you so much for that love and support, William. I'm very thankful for that. Thank you so much for that love and support. William with the $24 has been watching for a while. Love what you do. I don't know how you could deal with these people sometimes, but someone has to. Well, I try my best dealing with them. Sometimes I honestly have fun with it. I like destroying their arguments. I really appreciate you for the $24, my friend. Thank you so much for that love. Show some massive love to William down below. Then Olivia, thank you for the $1. And Josephine, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. Same thing to you, Charles. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you. And with that being said, we're actually all caught up on PayPal. Welcome in. Ryan, do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
20.
What year were you born in?
2006, January.
Okay, yeah, one moment. Let me thank a couple of people on Venmo, then the mic on the floor will be yours. Over on Venmo, Brigsley, thank you for the $1. Please debate my grandma. I can't get in the queue. I've been trying for an hour. Brigsley, remind me to respond to that after this guess. Samantha, thank you for the $10, who says, I've been watching your debates recently, and I have to ask, how do you balance your emotional regulation? I would get so angry during these conversations, but you're so chill. How do you do it? Honestly, just rinse and repeat. I also don't have a natural tenacity to balance my emotional regulation. It's something that I've had to develop the more conversations that I've had. Joseph, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Let's get 100 Joseph W's. You did. Jessica, thank you for the $5. And Jared, thank you for the $25, who says, I get that you cook these dudes on literally everything, but how do I have to donate to stop the abortion debates? They're stale and always from a religious perspective. Listen, Jared, I appreciate you for the $25. I understand that sometimes the abortion debates do get stale, my friend. I have that same feeling myself. I try to mix them up and approach it from different angles, but ultimately when they get too stale, I will limit it. I appreciate you for the $25. Linus, thank you for the galaxy. Lillian, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I really appreciate you. Then Serena, thank you for the $10, who says, I love watching your streams. Thanks, Serena. And then Ashley, thank you for the $20, who says, who does this guy think he is? The last guy, I don't know. He thought he was smart, but he obviously wasn't. Thank you for the $20, Ashley. Let's get to it at Ashley W's. And then Mathis, thank you for the $25. Who says, Dean, what's up? My girlfriend forced me to give you more money. Gail's PayPal is broken, so I'm separated. What are the chances of a coherent debate tonight? Thank you. The chances are low, Mathis. Shout out to you and your girlfriend. It's good to see you again today, my friend. I know that you supported us yesterday. I have a lot of love and appreciation for you and Gail. Thank you both for the $25. And then, of course, Miles with the $10 says, hope you're doing well today, Dean. I sure am. Hope you are doing well as well, Mr. Miles. Thank you guys for the love and support. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in the bio on my TikTok account, pin message on YouTube, and the handles at the top of the phone screen too. Welcome in, Drigsby. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I do. I'm 20.
Okay. We're actually going to do a little bit of a 1v2 here. How about that, you guys?
Oh, God. That's a bit unfair.
To you guys? Do you want like a third?
It would make it easier.
No, let's do. I think 1v2 would be appropriate.
Yeah. Sounds about right.
Drigsby, what time is it?
The wrong time. Have a good stream.
1v1, Ryan. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I'm actually a little bit more intimidated now. But besides that, I think fundamentally, I support the Republican Party. I voted for Trump in the last election because I thought he was the better candidate. And now I'm just kind of banking on that his promises that he made, they will come into fruition. That's where my stance is.
Okay. Well, you have to reasonably believe that the promises will come into fruition, meaning that you have to give justification for the claim that they will. I think that you're not going to be able to do that. Adrian, I appreciate you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, I wish I was as articulate as you. Do you read a lot? I actually don't. So why don't you go ahead and give us reason to believe the promises that he made are going to come into fruition? And then specify like which promises too.
I feel like in his last term, the economy was great, and he promised us the great economy this go around. I know he also promised no new wars, and that never happened. But I'm banking on that. You know, as a global superpower, the wars I think they'll start to cease. I think that him involuntarily or not involuntarily, indirectly or directly backing out of NATO in a sense made them put more money into NATO. I believe that, you know, some things that he's doing has resulted in a good outcome thus far.
All right, bro. Listen, dude, I think that arguing that all countries in NATO should have to spend 5% of their GDP on their military is fucking insane. For us, that would mean us spending $1.5 trillion. When 1 out of 5 children in West Virginia are starving, there's no reason why we should be spending $1.5 trillion annually on a military. There's just not.
Yeah, I think Trump would agree with
there's
you.
just absolutely not. And no, he wouldn't agree with us because he is now advocating for an increase of the military budget to $1.5 trillion while also defunding food stamps, causing more children to starve.
But that's the thing, Dean. He said that he didn't want to invest as much as he did in NATO, and he was very adamant about that. And him basically threatening to leave NATO, which he didn't, made the other countries put more money into NATO, rather us. And now we can spend our money elsewhere.
Okay, give me a source that we have reduced our NATO expenditure at no expense to NATO because other countries have stepped up more.
No, I think there's an expense to NATO, but it just made it. I never said that. I said that I think that overall they contributed more and we have contributed less.
Yeah,
maybe
I'm asking
NATO
you for a
isn't
source
as-
for that. Because
Okay,
as far as I know, all that Donald Trump did was he got the individual countries in NATO to spend more on their own respective military, which has little to do with us or little to do with how much money we put into NATO slush funds.
Okay, was that not a good thing that happened?
Well, I just told you, I don't think that the 5% expenditure is scalable. I think that there comes a point where that just means way too much money dumped into the military. Like in America, it would mean that we'd have to spend $1.5 trillion.
Okay. Well, I would disagree. I think that
You think that we should be spending $1.5 trillion a year on our military? Why?
no, I don't. But that's not what.
I just want to know,
with.
do you, okay, so you don't agree with that. Then you don't agree with us spending 5% of our GDP annually on our military, which means that you agree with me that Donald Trump's request that other countries invest 5% of their GDP into their military is not scalable. So you actually don't disagree with me. You actually do disagree with Trump.
But that's the thing. I feel like it's
so just to clarify, the argument that you're making for why you think that Trump is a good president is actually something that you disagree with Trump on.
Right. I think he indirectly contributed to NATO.
Bro, okay. So now that we've determined, and you've agreed to this, by the way, that the argument you're making for why you support Trump as president is something that you disagree with Trump on, that begs a very important question. Why would you support Trump as president over something that you disagree with him on?
I think because he indirectly contributed to the betterment of NATO. But
we just went over how a 5% cap on, a 5% minimum on military spending for a country is not better. That's not good. It's not feasible. It's not scalable. It's not practical.
It's not scalable, but they are still getting to that. They're put, like I've seen a lot of the times with Trump, he goes over.
What's one way that Trump has made our country better in the last year and a half?
Our country? I think that he's cleaned up the cities. I think that, DC looks great.
Okay, Jane, thank you for the galaxy. So you're saying DC looks pretty because he repainted the reflecting pool. Are you sure that your political interests are like correctly prioritized? While you're concerned about how the reflecting pool looks, by the way, I think it looks shit. I'm concerned with like making sure that people are making livable wages. I'm concerned with making sure that like goods are affordable so the average American doesn't have to go into credit card debt to pay rent. I'm concerned with ensuring that we are not killing millions of people overseas by not defunding USAID. I'm concerned with ensuring that people have adequate and proper access to healthcare so that they could live their lives without going into lifelong crippling debt when the largest cause of bankruptcy is medical debt. And you're concerned with how pretty the reflection pool in DC looks?
That's not the whole picture, just because the one thing in the DC looks great, I'm actually talking about the whole of DC. He's cleaned up the streets. He's made crime rate drop down in DC. He's made crime rate
drop in DC. Okay, listen, I'm just going to accept that that's true, then ask you the question. I'm kind of concerned more within just a 4-mile radius of our country that maybe makes up like, a couple thousand people. I'm more so concerned with the entirety of our country, which makes up 340 million people. So what is the argument that Donald Trump has made the country better, not one place that encompasses a position of 4 miles?
You asked me originally, you said, how come I have reasonable belief to believe that he's going to contribute to the fruition of the country? There you go. Look at DC. He made DC better. What can he do?
Okay, what did he do to make?
Give him a little bit more time?
What did he do to make DC better?
He cleaned it up.
How?
He made crime rate drop.
How? Okay, so you're saying that he's going to make crime rates drop across the country. I have reason to believe otherwise. First and foremost, we have seen a downward trend of crime rates across our country for the last 4 years. In 2024 on its own, murder went down 15%. Second of all, he is terrible for the economy. He's been atrocious for it. Every macroeconomic indicator is worse off today than it was a year and a half ago under Biden. And we know the more poverty we have, the more crime we have. So I actually believe that his economic policy has been an upward pressure on crime rates.
Okay, well,
Okay, and by the way, I just generally wouldn't entrust a criminal to be good for crime. Yeah, like we are talking about the guy who was found guilty of 34 felonies. We are talking about the guy who was found guilty of breaking the Constitution by attempting to achieve a fraudulent agreement with the federal government that would prohibit the IRS from investigating him for tax fraud. We are talking about the guy that intentionally concealed classified documents at his private estate in Mar-a-Lago. We are talking about the guy who was found guilty of defrauding his own university in New York City and now can't open up a charity in the state of New York. We are talking about the guy that was found guilty of defrauding a bank by lying about the evaluation of his properties to that bank. We are talking about the guy that so far is infringed on the 14th Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 4th Amendment, the 2nd Amendment, and the 1st Amendment. And we are talking about the guy that cares so little about such violent crimes, such as what those in the Epstein files are guilty of, that while Congress is like, here's a law that forces you to release them, he's like, I don't give a fuck about this law. We're not going to release them, making him guilty of even more crimes.
Well, I mean, what about how the tariffs played out? Everybody first doubted them as well.
Really interesting for you to bring up the tariffs when I'm
Yeah.
in the middle of explaining to you all the crimes that Trump is guilty of, because that's another one. The Supreme Court ruled his universal tariffs on every other country in the world as a crime. They said it violated the Constitution.
Really?
Yes. Wow. Really good timing for you to bring that one up.
Do you believe the Supreme Court on every ruling?
The
Do you agree with
Supreme
them on
Court. The Supreme
every
Court.
ruling?
Listen, the Supreme Court is self-defined as always being legally right because they have the power of the interpretation of the Constitution. If the Supreme Court rules something as illegal, then it is illegal. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Right. So you would agree that Roe v. Wade was a right court outcome.
What I would agree to is that as it stands, because of the Dobbs decision, it is true that the Constitution does not legally protect women and girls' right and access to constitutional abortions. And that's why we need federal policy to protect women and girls' right to access abortions. When are you going to respond to the fact that you said you support Trump because you think he's good for crime, and then I enumerated 3 trillion different crimes that he's guilty of? When are you going to address your own hypocrisy? When are you going to talk about even just one of the bajillion points that I made, Ryan?
Right. I would agree that he is not the greatest person to address crime, but right now he's the only person that can. He's the one in office.
Okay, so then you're just saying that you support him because he's in office, and then you just concede that he's doing terrible at the job while in office. Okay, well, thanks for playing, buddy. I appreciate you that we can now come to mutual understanding after a 15-minute debate that Trump is a shitty fucking president.
I would disagree. That's what I was trying to explain.
Bro, you just got done saying, oh, I agree. He's not the best to address these things, but he's the only one we have. He's in office, so I have to support him. Okay, but now you're reverting back to saying, oh, yeah, that guy, he is in office and he's doing great. Okay, what is one macroeconomic variable that he's made better off in the last year and a half?
Well, like you said the tariffs were illegal with the Constitution. Well,
True.
They found a law that made them just fine. So
That's actually not a claim that you could make with certainty because they're actively being litigated in court. And by the way, the tariffs are just really detrimental to our nation for other reasons outside of the fact that they're illegal, like the fact that they tax Americans billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars, like the fact that they destroy our manufacturers by tanking their exports due to retaliatory tariffs, and destroy our manufacturers by taking their investments due to an unstable market.
But
causing last year the most
business?
manufacturing bankruptcies in 15 years.
In theory, wouldn't it just force business in America?
What's
theory?
that?
In theory, wouldn't it just force businesses in America?
No, because it forces businesses out of America by destroying the businesses in America, by tanking their exports and tanking their investment. And when they tank their exports, they make less money. And when you tank their investment, they have less in the reserves. So it just sends them under.
Okay. Yeah, I never heard that before. I always thought that the tariffs were a good thing, to be honest with you.
That's just what the data says, bro. The Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis tracks real private fixed investment into American manufacturing structures. It was on a boom under Biden since Trump implemented his tariffs. It's been going down every single financial quarter since. And I think that the exports point hurting the exports of our companies is also quite self-explanatory. When we tariff another country, they tariff us. They tariff us. It makes our goods cost more in their country. Less individuals in their country then therefore want to buy our goods, meaning that our exports go down, hurting our GDP growth and hurting our manufacturers.
Well, I mean, okay, so I guess I would concede that topic then, and we can move on. Say it again.
What else do we have to debate? Okay, he's bad for the economy. He's bad for crime. What is he good for?
I mean, I think he's good for the overall, stopping the progressive movement, which I disagree with.
Oh yes, the very sick, twisted, and just terrible progressive movement that wants to make goods more affordable, that wants to expand access to healthcare,
I know,
that
but I'm
wants
a
people to be
capitalist,
treated equally.
and I don't believe in socialism. I'm a capitalist.
Okay.
I live like a capitalist every day.
So could you Could you tell me specifically what progressive policies you disagree with?
I disagree with the fact that everybody is appointed affordable health care when you can get your own private health
Do you
care.
think that we should abolish Medicaid and Medicare?
I mean, not completely, no.
Why? But I thought that you're against public health care.
I'm against everything being equal, because what if some people want better health care?
Well, then they could go out and get it. I'm just advocating for a universal public option, not a universal public requirement.
Okay. Okay, well, that's fair.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Well, I guess I don't know. I don't know.
So what progressive policies do you disagree with?
I disagree with the emasculation of men. I
Okay.
disagree.
Do you think that I
with-
emasculate myself?
on the live?
I'm a progressive man. I'm more progressive
No,
than
I mean,
the
at
Democratic
first,
Party. I love
I-
Zoran Mamdani. So it's like, do I emasculate myself?
I think in some way you do, but I feel like you went so far with the
ways?
emasculation that you ended up getting a girlfriend from it, because they was like, wow, this is great. You know what I mean?
I've been with my girlfriend since before I was into political commentary. You're capping. In what ways do I emasculate myself, Zoran?
I would say I don't know. I just think
You don't know how I do it, but you just know that I do it. So how do you
Yes.
know that I do it?
I just know you do. I can sense that
The
you're
question
a
is,
duck.
how do you know that I do?
I just feel like you allow certain things to happen. Like you
Okay,
would find
yeah.
you would be probably fine with your significant other dressing half naked into a bar, going to a bar at night, right?
Okay.
Honestly,
So if a boyfriend is okay with their girlfriend dressing half naked and going to a bar, then that boyfriend is a cuck. What? Let's just first clarify. What do you mean dress half naked? Are you talking about like tube tops, tank tops? Are you talking about like bikinis? Or what? What are you talking about?
just like a lot of revealing clothing.
Have you ever gone? Do you have a wife or a girlfriend?
Yes.
Have you ever gone to the beach with her?
Yes.
Oh, okay, because you're a cock. Because she had
Well,
revealing
guess what?
clothing on. So you're a cock.
No, she doesn't. She doesn't. She wears a wrap around her bikini.
Oh! What do you mean by a wrap?
Just like a small piece of fabric that wraps around her.
That like what? Like covers her stomach? Like what
Yeah,
does
it
it cover?
covers her stomach. Her.
Oh, okay.
her-
So
her
if she
behind.
didn't wear the wrap that covered her stomach and her behind, then you'd be a cock.
I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen.
I just want to clarify, okay? If men aren't like as insane as you and they're like okay with their wives going to the beach with a bikini on, because that's, by the way, like the normal thing. That's a normal thing to be okay with. It is a normal thing
Right,
to
but it's not hookup
feel.
culture.
One moment, Ryan. I just want to clarify. It's like a normal thing to like not to feel completely indifferent to your wife wearing a bikini to the beach or a pool. That is completely normal to feel absolutely indifferent to that. Okay? But I just want to clarify. You think that men who feel indifferent to their wives or girlfriends wearing a bikini to a pool or to a beach are cucks.
So indifferent meaning
They just don't
think-
care. I just don't
They
care. If my girlfriend chooses to wear a bikini to a pool, if my girlfriend chooses to wear a bikini to the beach,
Well, I mean,
I don't fucking care.
The setting of the pool, the setting of the beach is not for hookup culture. The bar, on the other hand, when people go out and enjoy nightlife, and they are in, revealing clothing, and sometimes I've heard, yeah, you can go out tonight with your girls, have a girls' night out, like.
Yeah. Because guess what?
That's
If you're in
crazy.
if you're in a committed, healthy relationship and your girlfriend is like leaving you at home to go to a bar or a club with her friends, her intention in doing so is not to engage in this promiscuous hookup culture because she loves you and she's in a committed relationship with you. So it all falls down to what? Trusting that intention. Okay, well, how could you trust that intention?
Trust her.
By
her.
A, having good dialogue and communication with your partner. B, fostering and facilitating a productive, happy relationship. And B, being secure in the fact that you fulfill her in the same way that she fulfills you. So I would actually argue here that maybe you don't meet that third criteria of securement and being secure in your relationship because you in fact are an insecure boy.
I don't put
if you want to know what truly emasculates a man, okay? And when I say emasculates, I'm not on the opposite side implying to make feminine. I'm just saying to emasculate is to deviate away from the expectations of men. Expectations of reasonable people, not just men, but men and women. It does emasculate you to be insecure because to be insecure is more so a tendency of an immature boy, not a mature man. So I would actually argue you having an issue with your partner going out to a bar or going out to a club with her friends, knowing that you have a good relationship with her and she's just having fun with her friends and you're staying at home because you're busy, that makes you insecure. That makes you more like a boy. That emasculates you.
Well, what I'm saying to you, which I've always been told my whole life, if you put two pigs in a pen, what do? Let me ask you that question.
I don't know. Just make the analogy, dude. Come on.
They have something happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, something will happen if you parody your girlfriend to be a pig. Just to let you know, if you think your girlfriend is a pig, she might cheat on you, and that's because she's not in a good, happy, fruitful relationship, and she would be better off just breaking it off with you. Okay, that might actually happen. Okay, if you refer to your girlfriend as a pig, she might cheat on you. So I would definitely just give you some friendly advice here. Don't refer to your girlfriend or your wife as a pig.
Right, but if they're cheating on you, then they are a pig, correct?
Jesus Christ. Well, I mean, I think if they cheat on you because you think they're a pig, you can't retroactively justify your claim that they're a pig because they cheated on you in the future due to the fact that you don't have a foreseeable and predictable outcome that in the future they cheated on you. Okay? I mean, I think if your wife cheated on you, she wouldn't be a pig. She'd be the queen. Maybe she needs to cheat on you.
Well, that would never happen.
No, listen, I'm just kidding. I don't endorse cheating, but I do probably endorse her leaving you.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. Thank you. But besides that, I do think that the progressive movement is emasculating men. I believe that. I feel like it's pushing for I'll even say this: it pushes against white men. I've heard claims from the left that white men are all racist or all bad.
Oh my God! You're actively talking to a white man who is the largest Gen Z political commentator on the left.
Well, they love you. They love you for that. Yeah.
Yeah. The left just hates white men because they're white men. And this perfectly explains why a white man is the largest Gen Z political commentator on the left. No, here's what I would say. I would say that the left has a propensity to hate white men more than, I don't know, let's just say black women, because in the society that we live in, white men present more negative characteristic attributes than black women because of an adversary to concern themselves with education, considering systemic disparities that have existed in this country since the conception of the country, due to the fact that those systemic disparities happen to benefit them. And because they benefit them, they want them to continue to exist. And they definitely don't want to explore knowledge considering why those systems shouldn't exist or how those systems are negatively impactful to other people. It's not about you being white. It's not about you being a man. It's about the fact that you as a white man are unconcerned with the systems that benefit you that serve as a detriment to others. Okay? Because I'm a good example of a white man who I guess tries my best to concern myself with systems that benefit me, yet it simultaneously hurt other people. And because I concern myself with those systems, I try to advocate for the abolition of those systems. Clearly, the left doesn't just hate me, so that should say something, right?
Right, but what systems are you against, honestly?
Sure, yeah. Well, I mean, I think I'm against systems of the patriarchy that say men should be leaders and women should be the submissive followers. I'm against systems of the patriarchy that have led to the outcome of like 95% of Fortune 500 CEOs being men, because 100 years ago, women couldn't even work a job and they couldn't divorce their husbands until the 60s and they couldn't report rape and marriage until the 80s. I'm against social pressures that say men are superior to women. I'm against social pressures that say men are just better at STEM-related fields. And I'm against social pressures that just say women should shut the fuck up, stay inside, cook and clean, and leave the job. And the important attributes of like dictation and leadership over relationship to men. I'm against those systems. I'm also transversely against other systems that intersect with the patriarchy, such as systemic racism. I think that it's bad that 86% of our exonerations account for 14% of our population, aka black people. I think it's bad that the Veil of Darkness study from Stanford indicated that you are significantly more likely to get pulled over because of the color of your skin. And they concluded that because in the middle of the day, when cops can see the race of a driver of a vehicle, they're like 4 times more likely to pull over a black person and search their car. But when the sun goes down, those differences just evaporate away and cease to exist. I'm against systems that have led to the average socioeconomic standing of a black American compared to that of a white American being lower, because the average black student in school is underfunded by a factor of 3 in comparison to the average white student in school. I'm against systems such as redlining, consequential of sundown towns and the exclusion of black individuals as others, that have led to the outcome of black individuals disproportionately living in poorer areas in comparison to white individuals. I'm against like about 1 billion systems that we can like go through methodically and talk about to demonstrate the ways in which people who are not white men are just harmed in very significant ways in comparison to white men. Yeah.
Right. Well, there you go. So you just said that you don't like traditional, excluding the racism part and the redlining, you just stated that you do not like the traditional values that most people do like. You don't like that the traditional women, you don't like the traditional man, the nuclear family, you don't like that the patriarchy, and all of these things I agree with, because I am a man providing for my family. My wife is a stay-at-home wife.
Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
I would say so.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for an argument for why you think men are better at leading than women after I thank a couple donors. I want you to think really hard about it, okay?
I'm going to try my best. I think that you're better at this than I am.
I think I am too. Mary, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250 Mary W's down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so much for that love. Mary with the $25 says, I tried watching some of the live stream on TikTok just to see, and I just can't. It's too visually stimulating and not in a pleasant way. From a very faithful YouTube viewer. I appreciate you for the $25, Mary. Yeah, I understand. You got a bunch of gifts on the screen. I get it. I appreciate you for the love, Mary. And thank you so much for the galaxy as well on TikTok. Nathan, thank you so much for the $10. Let's get 100 Nathan W's. Thank you so much for the love and support. Miles, thank you for the $5. Who says, bro, this guy's making me lose brain cells. He's definitely not the smartest. Thank you so much, Brian, for the $1. Barbara, thank you for the $1. And then Miss Jamie, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love, Jamie. That is ridiculously kind of you. That is a shit ton of money, and I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so very much. Let's get 500 Jamie W's down below in that chat who says, how do you not scream? Quote unquote, that's not how any of this works. 10 million times a stream. I may have frightened the dog. Emotional control. It is really hard just not scream at them and tell them that they're wrong. I agree. Thank you for the $50. Sarah with the $10 says, thank you, much love. Oh, well, thank you, Sarah. I hope that you're enjoying the stream today. With that being said, we're caught up on Venmo on Super Chat. Dinas, thank you so much for the $5. I really do appreciate you. And then Joshua with the $10 says, chat, who knows Kingdom Hearts? I don't know Kingdom Hearts, but I appreciate you for the $10, Joshua. That is very, very kind of you. Thank you so much for that love. Make sure that you're still thinking about your argument for why men are better at leading than women. Couple more people that I have to thank here. Falcon, thank you so much for the $10. You're being weird again, so I'm not going to read that message. William, thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Who says, I'm a Canadian and I enjoy listening to your roast Trump supporters. Unfortunately, some support the party, but not necessarily the leader of the party. Yeah, we encounter that sometimes, and it's a little bit difficult to transverse through just because it's so elusive and vague. But, we do it. I appreciate you. Kyle, thank you for the $10. Who says, Trump supporter here. I support everybody, but it's fun watching you debate. Much love. Well, man, you should request a debate. I'd love to talk to you. Grace with the $10 is listening to you while I'm at the gym doing cardio. Hell yeah. Another Kyle with the $10. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, man. Shayna, thank you for the $5. She says, thank you for everything that you do. And Isabella and Yahel, thank you guys for the $5. And then Leah, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the love. And then Lori with the $10 says, hope that you're feeling better tonight. Here's a little bit extra for Momo. I sure am feeling better. Thank you, Lori. Thank you, everybody. I really do appreciate y'all. I want to see some massive, massive love for all of the donors down below. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much, you guys. Why don't you go and take it away and tell us why you think that men are better at leading than women?
also, I think intrinsically we was enabled with that value. I think that we are the hunters and gatherers for most of the time. I think that the man is supposed to take lead. I feel like
You
in
think that men are
Bible, it
better at
says-
leading than women because men are supposed to take a lead, bro? Good. Trust me, that is a good non-circular argument that definitely gives explanatory power for the view. I promise when you say that men are better at leading than women simply because they are, I understand perfectly the concepts that you're attempting to convey to me. And it honestly is just an impeccable position that demonstrates
we was
the,
intrinsically
no
hunters
vagueness,
and gatherers through time.
like
why
no,
why did we
like-
take lead? Why did
What-
we take lead throughout the course of history? Why?
Do you just know that that's simply not true? Like this has been like widely recorded and reported for years that in like the dawn of human civilization, the idea that men were going out hunting and gathering while the women stayed at home and picked berries is just like not true. Okay, like dude, listen, conditions were harsh when human civilization came to dawn. Like they couldn't afford 50% of their people staying at home in the cave doing nothing all day and picking berries. Like, no, the collective as a whole hunted. The collective as a whole gathered. And that's just a myth of history created by men like you in order to justify your claim that men are better at leading than women.
Well, I mean, let me ask you a question. Do you think that a female cop would be adequate enough to detain a very big man? Do you think that would, or do you think it would be more appropriate to have a masculine cop?
Yeah, bro. So we have these cool things called tasers that we could use when there's disgruntled citizens who are unwilling to be detained. So what we do is we pull them out of our side belt, and we point them at the person that we want to subdue, and then we pull the trigger, and then that automatically causes muscle spasms across their body. And then what happens is that you put them in handcuffs. And when there's scenarios where the officer is smaller than the person that they're trying to detain, and the person that they're trying to detain is not being compliant, regardless of the officer is a man or a woman, you know what else they do is they call backup in.
Okay. Well, I don't know. I tried my best. Thank you for your time.
So you're just completely bailing out. You're unable to give an argument for why you think that men are better at leading than women. You're just completely dropping
I'm not
it all.
equipped for this. I just know it to be true. It's
How do you know it to
something
be true? Dude, I think that you are reckless. I think that you are very reckless with your quote unquote knowledge. You quote unquote know things to be true because I don't know, they are, bro. You know things to be true because I don't know, just trust me here. You know things to be true because that's just kind of how my tum tells me to feel. Okay, well, it's time to stop being reckless with your quote-unquote knowledge. It's time to start being humble to reality, and it's time to start trying to provide good reason for what you believe in and why. Because let me tell you something. There's absolutely no difference in saying that men are better at leading than women because the feelings in my tum-tum tell me so, and a white supremacist neo-Nazi saying that white people are better at leading than black people because the feelings in my tum-tum tell me so. Right now, you've been placed into the irredeemable category of individuals who, for no fucking reason at all, just choose to be so oppressive, cruel, demeaning, and rude to a demographic that constitutes the society that we live in for no reason whatsoever. It's ignorance, and frankly, it's also evil.
I mean, but is it not true that men are biologically different than women? We have bigger muscles most of the time.
King! Thank you so much for the lion! I really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, King. I want to see 1,000 King W's down below in that chat. That is so fucking kind of you. I'm very, 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 very grateful for you. That is an absolutely insane gift. Thank you so much, King. Show some massive love to King. Let's fucking go. The lion is like one of the biggest gifts on TikTok. I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you so very much. And by the way, if you are watching and you do want to support me, you want to ask me a question, you want to get a message across, you can on the Venmo and the PayPal, which you can find a link to in the link tree in my bio and my TikTok account, in the pinned message on the YouTube stream, and the handles right there at the top of the phone screen. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in Withers, but just make sure to quadruple check that spelling. That is very, very kind of you, King. I'm very, very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the love. Now back to you. I'm pretty sure that you're asking me. Oh, God.
do you not think that men are biologically different than women? We're most of the time bigger. We're most of the time stronger. I mean, is that not the case?
Okay, so you're telling me that on average, men are biologically stronger than women. The claim is true, but I don't think that biological strength equates to being a better leader. Would you argue that a 15-year-old on fucking steroids that dropped out of high school to bench press 500 pounds would make a better president than Donald Trump?
I would probably say no, yes.
Even though they're biologically stronger, so it doesn't seem like the size of your bicep has much to do with how good of a leader you'd be.
With that growing up, with that natural intrinsic strength, that you're stronger than your peers, wouldn't that give you the natural ability to lead because you are the strongest through time?
No, because the size of your biceps doesn't make you good at leading.
No, I'm not saying that, but like through instinct, you are naturally bigger than this person. You take lead, and that is the case throughout history.
So would Trump be better at leading than the 15-year-old on steroids that could bench press 500 pounds, or would the 15-year-old on steroids that could bench press 500 pounds be better at leading than Trump?
Because he had the experience of time, the experience of leading, the experience of taking charge.
Okay,
that's what men naturally do.
Okay, who's your favorite leader throughout history?
Probably Alexander the Great.
All right, bro. Who'd be better at leading, Alexander the Great or Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson?
Probably Alexander the Great.
Oh, but Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson happens to be stronger.
But that wasn't you're missing my
Alexander
point.
the Great.
Dean, you're missing my point. I'm saying if you grow up with the natural intrinsic strength over your peers,
so you grow up with big
take
biceps, you're naturally going to take lead. Okay, well, first we have to address something important. Okay, we're not talking about who's more likely to take lead, because it is the case that men are more likely to take lead due to the conditions of the patriarchy that we've already discussed. That's why every president we've ever had has been a man. But we're rather talking about who's literally better at leading when they take lead.
Because
that's what I want an argument for.
Men, they have more experience. They've done it more. We have father figures in our life that tell us how to lead.
So you're saying that men are better at leading than women because men have more experience leading due to the fact that they've led more on average compared to women. Let's see how that logic upholds. Would you say that because 84% of surgeons are men and only 14% of surgeons are women, therefore men have more experience being surgeons, therefore men are better surgeons? Because that's your logic about leadership, right?
Well, they naturally take that position more, but I would probably say that they're not that inept over stress.
Well, because the American Medical Association has actually proven that women surgeons are better at surgery than men surgeons, even though more men are surgeons. Therefore, they've had more opportunity to experience surgery, meaning they've had more opportunity to be better at surgery. So it seems like even though more men have been leaders, this doesn't mean that men are better at leading.
Okay, but that's like a very rare case. What about like cardinals in the army? What about
a very rare case? There's nothing rare about the study conducted by the American Medical Associations. There's millions of surgeons. Millions.
Women are better at handling stress. I know that to be a fact. Yes.
Okay. So then you're saying it's possible for women to be better at something, even though women only constitute a minority of that thing. So if that's possible, then you can't say that because women constitute a minority of leaders, that they're therefore worse at leading.
We're talking about on average.
No, we're talking about the fact that you can't give sufficient reason why men are better at leading than women, and we just completely debunked the last argument that you tried to give, rooted within the fact that men have led more.
Yeah, with one occupation.
Also, you said that women are better at dealing with stress. Wouldn't that be a positive trait of leadership?
Yes, that is.
Okay. So far we've been able to identify one upper hand that women have over men as it would relate to what it means to be a good leader. So very similarly, could you give me the upper hands that men have on women? Are they smarter than women? Are they more logical than women? Are they less emotional than women? What is it?
I guess you could say that they are biologically more
Jan,
biologically
thank you for the
stronger.
Guardian's pledge.
But you're saying that's not a characteristic of being a leader.
We've already determined how that's not a characteristic of being a leader. Being a leader is not represented or influenced by your physicalities. It doesn't matter if you're a strong man or a weak man. It doesn't matter if you're able-bodied or in a wheelchair, because the traits that are relevant to determine if you're a good leader or a bad leader are completely dependent on the type of person you are and the type of things that you could do as it would relate to your mental aptitudes. Okay, but leadership is directed by your decision-making processes, not by your physical abilities.
I mean, like I said to you before.
So you said, so we've been able to identify a quality that women have over men, the ability to deal with stress. Okay, so what are the mental qualities that men have over women that make them better at leading?
Experience, like I said.
Experience. Expand. What does this mean?
The intrinsic, the thing that's coded in your system when you're born that makes you a better leader.
Okay, so then what are the biological encoded differences between men and women that make them better at leading mentally? Because it's going to be mental differences.
I would probably say that, I've already heard that you say men can't handle stress better. So that would probably wouldn't be one.
Okay, so that's a point in favor of women. So now give me the points in favor of men.
And then you said that women are less emotional than men, right? On average.
Okay, so a second point that's in favor of women. Now it seems like you've given 0 points in favor of men. What are the points in favor of men?
I would say we are stronger.
But that's not a mental ability. It doesn't matter.
More experience.
One second. That's also a vague claim that you haven't been able to explain. I'm asking you, what are like the mental abilities here that you think make men better at leading than women? Like we clarified for women. Oh, they possess this mental attribute on average of being able to manage their stress better. Oh, why might this be a reason that they'd have an upper hand in leadership? Because if you could better manage your stress, then you're more likely to engage in rational decision processes when faced with stress. Okay, but then it's like, let's run that same line of evaluation on the size of your bicep. Men have larger biceps on average than women. How does this make them a better leader? Well, I mean, I can't really explain why that would make them a better leader. I don't see how that would like impact like, you know, any derivative quality of leadership, like being able to make good decisions. I don't know.
Because they have bigger biceps on average through their childhood, through their growth, through history. We've led more because of our strength, and that has also came, with more benefits, like emotional.
Do you agree
integrity.
that white people have led more than black people in America, in American history? Because of racism? Is it true that white people have led more than black people? Just answer the question. Is it true that white people have led more than black people?
Yes.
Oh, so you think white people are better at leading than black people?
I guess I guess you could say, I guess no.
Good answer. Good answer. Yes. Thank you for agreeing that white people are not better at leading than black people. Let's see what this means for your view about men and women. Well, you're trying to tell me that because more men have led throughout history, this must mean that they've had more experience leading, meaning that they're better at leading. So in other words, your argument is reducible to saying that men are better at leading because more men have led. Okay, but now we can agree that it is true that white people are not better at leading than black people, even though they've had more opportunity to lead. So what this means is even though there's been more male leaders throughout history, it does not mean that therefore men are better at leading than women. Thanks for conceding, bro. I really appreciate you for that major concession.
It's it's almost weaponized empathy. It's like I'm going to prove my point by making you feel bad about your answer. That's
whoa! You shouldn't feel bad about telling me that white people are not better at leading than black people. No, why would you feel bad about saying something that's true? It's true that white people aren't better at leading than black people. To say they would be is racist and false. So I just appreciate you for saying something true. Okay. Finally, you finally said something true. That's good.
Exactly.
Okay. But guess what? This means that your argument for why you think that men are better at leading than women fails.
Okay. I guess I concede and you win. All right, Dean. I don't know. Thanks, man.
Okay, now here's one last question. Who has bigger
Okay.
biceps, you or me?
Me, probably.
Okay, so I was able to beat you in the debate, triumph over you, and demonstrate that I'm better at thinking
I ask
than
you a
you.
question?
I'm better at making decisions with you, even though I probably have smaller biceps than you. Thank you so much, not only for conceding the argument that men are better at leading than women, but also conceding the second shitty argument that you made that somehow the size of a bicep of an individual deals with their social superiority or their aptitude/abilities. Because you lost to a man with smaller biceps than you. You
Right.
take care. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'd really appreciate that. Make sure you're only inside of that queue if you are here for a debate. Here we go. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18, September 27th, 2007.
Okay. There's a little bit of a muffle on your mic. That's fine, though. Just try to fix that. I'm going to thank a couple people. Ruth, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo. I really appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get 150 Ruth W's. Thank you so much for that love, Ruth. That is very, very kind of you. I want to see 150 Ruth W's in that chat. Thank you so much for supporting the work that we do. Same thing to you, Brittany. Thank you for the $10, who says, thank you, Dean. Also, why do these dudes always think that hunting equals leadership instead of us just sending them for errands while women run the show? Yeah, well, even that claim about the hunting wasn't true. I appreciate you for the $10. And then thank you so much, Adriana, for the $7. I'm just seeing that now. He's gone. Then Brittany and Scary, thank you guys for the $5 as well. Over on Super Chat, thank you so much, Freddie, for the $10. I'm just not going to read your message. You know my thoughts on you. You're a little bit of a weirdo. And Daniel, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. Dean, could you give me some advice? I have a friend who's going down an alt-right rabbit hole due to social media. My advice would be to influence him to join my stream and have a debate. And then let's see here. Michelle, thank you for the $5 as well. With that being said, we're caught up. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Yeah, I just got a quick question about this whole thing.
Okay.
Would you rather have your dog walking on you fucking your dad, or your dad walking on you fucking your dog?
You know, I think the reason why I didn't cut you off when you were asking that question and just let you finish was just to like show the average apolitical viewer how genuinely like weird MAGA is. Like, it's not cool to be MAGA. It's like it's not cool to be on the right. There's nothing appealing about centering yourself around those people. They talk about your dad fucking dogs, and it's just like, bro, like you don't want to associate yourself with MAGA folks, okay? You don't want to be around them. Like they're the weirdos, dude. Maybe that's like a really good reason why you shouldn't be on the right, is like if you are, like you're just kind of associating yourself with some weirdos, dude. For real. Let's go and get the next guest up here. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Like, that was weird, dude. That was weird, man. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Stay away from those guys. Star, appreciate you for the €5 on Super Chat. Appreciate you. Oh, then Brigsley. Yeah, if you want me to debate your grandma, you're going to have to tell me what your TikTok user is. And then you're going to have to like send a specific gift. Like even if it's just a rose, like a 1 penny gift. So then I could like pick you out of the viewers and invite you up. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
5 years old. 5 years old. Quite frankly, it's time for you to skedaddle. It's time for you to skedaddle, quite frankly. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only up inside of the queue if you're here for a debate. Please and thank you. Quite frankly. Jay, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you, boss. Show some love to Jay in that chat. Welcome in, Andrew. Do you support Trump?
No, I just have a question. I do support the...
Oh, fuck. I kicked him when I heard no. Low key. My bad. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Hey, Allie. Thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. This says, hope you're having a good day, Dean. I'm having a good day, Allie. How about you? Looking for the next guest right now, everyone. Welcome
Hello,
in.
Steven. I
What?
am your slave.
I'm just gonna kick that guy. L, in the comment section, you said that you like debating liberals. How old are you? How old are you, L? That would be like a 5-year-old. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only opposite side of the queue if you're here for a debate. Welcome in, Harper. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
18.
What year are you born in?
2008, February 9th.
2008. What time is it?
7:04.
What state are you in?
Kentucky.
Okay. I
2008
think,
is.
I think Kentucky. I don't think it's 7:04 in Kentucky.
Western Kentucky.
Okay.
Central time.
Yeah. Is Western Kentucky in CST?
Central time, yes. Eastern time is Eastern Kentucky. It splits.
It splits down Kentucky? Okay.
Yeah.
Tell us why you support Trump. Bro, why did she just leave? Bro, did she accidentally scroll? Come on, dude. What are we doing? Angel, thank you for the galaxy. If you want to support me, if you want to support what we do, if you want to get a shout out, ask a question, or get a message across, roast it, I guess, whatever, you can on my Venmo and my PayPal, which you could find links to in the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. Pin message on that YouTube stream. The handle's at the top of the phone screen on TikTok too. It's just my name, Dean Withers, without the letter E in my last name, Withers. I'm so happy to be back today and not be sneezing everywhere like we were yesterday. That was pretty brutal, dude. I'm not gonna lie. Yesterday was rough, man. Yesterday was fucking rough. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Okay. Bear with the $10 on Super Chat who says, you seem subdued. Allergy meds are just tired in general. Keep it up and love ya. From Barbara. Well, thanks, Barbara. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little bit more chillaxed today. A little bit more laid back. I don't know what it is. Maybe that's a good thing that I'm keeping my cortisol low, though. Kira, appreciate you for the $2 on PayPal, and I appreciate you for your kind words. Why don't you take it away, that HVAC guy, and tell us why you're MAGA?
I have a couple points on immigration that I want to pull up. Do you mind if I just read off of my... What?
I think I recognize your voice.
From what?
Get out of the fucking bath.
I'm not...
Get out of the fucking bath. No, you're not. You're in the bath.
Computer, make this man gay and horny.
Get the fuck out of here. Dude, he gets in this goddamn live stream so much to the point where I'm now I can recognize his voice, dude. Unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Falcon, thank you for the $10 donation on Super Chat. Very kind of you, my friend. Let's get 100 Falcon W's while we look for that next guest. Alrighty, everybody. Crikey. Okay, Brigsley, Maine. If you want to send a couple roses right now, I could get you loaded up in the stream so I could debate your grandma. Oh, there you are. Sent you an invite.
Okay, hold on. I'm calling her right now. She was at my house earlier. I'm literally calling her. Hold on.
Oh, it'd have to be in person.
Bro, I worked so hard. Please.
I'm sorry. It has to be in person. Next time you're with her, I'll keep you in mind though.
You'll take me up?
Yeah, next time you're with her, I'll take you up, okay?
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, you take care. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Where's that next guest at? Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president, please and thank you. Where's that next guest at? This person's name is I'm Not Insane. Let's see if they're insane. Let's see. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
If I say yes, we can have a debate.
I just want to know how you truly feel, man.
For the sake, yeah.
So you don't actually support Trump?
I mean, I can.
What do you want to debate on?
I want to debate Trump.
Okay. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest, only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. Y'all know the rules, so true. Y'all know them. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
15.
Second rule is to be 18 plus. I guess first rule is to be 18 plus. So you're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate, please. Only hop inside of the queue if you're here for debate, please. Listen, guys, everybody in the chat's been saying Allie since the very beginning of the stream. I would assume that you guys are referring to the Allie from yesterday. I haven't seen her anywhere in the live, literally the whole time. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
LARPing.
What did you say?
LARPing.
I don't know what you're saying. What do you say it, but slowly.
LARPing.
No, say it, but slowly.
LARPing.
Oh, LARPing. You think I'm LARPing?
Yeah.
You could talk normally.
No. LARPing. 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 LARPing.
All right, bro. Like, listen. I'd like to debate you on why you think I'm LARPing, but not when you're like LARPing, funny enough, as a fucking Teletubby. Okay?
No.
All right, bro. You're kind of weirding me out here, so I'm just gonna keep it pushing. you're kind of weirding me out here, so I'm gonna keep it pushing. But like, I wish that they wouldn't have been such a little weird fella, because I seriously would have loved to talk to them about their convictions, but they were just such a little weird guy. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Oh my goodness gracious. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA, please and thank you. Only hop inside of the queue if you are MAGA, please and thank you. Y'all should know the rules by now. Y'all should know the rules by now, so let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. Thank you, Piper, for the galaxy. Let's go, dude. Let's go, dude. We got MK loading in. Do you support Trump?
Or yes, Trump is my nigger.
And you are banned. Let's go to get the next guest up here. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Thank you. Thank you. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Thank you. Follow the rules. Follow the rules, everybody. Let's go to get the next guest connected. I'm inviting somebody up from the chat, actually. You better join. Let's go to get the next guest connected. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Everybody's saying that Allie is here. I'm not seeing an Allie.
What's up, man?
What's up? Do you support Trump, Nelly?
Of course I do, 1,000%.
How old are you?
I'm 43.
What year were you born in?
2783, brother.
2783, okay. Okay, listen, I finally did find Allie. She is sending gifts. Folks, I don't really want to talk to Allie again. I think that the next thing she needs to do is not to debate Dean Withers again, but is to go get professional help.
So my question to you is, not
Trump?
to interrupt you, you know what I'm saying? I do respect you're good at this, you know what I'm saying? And I feel like you're tricking people, you know what I'm saying? And we all know the Democrats have been behind corruption, anarchy.
The Democrats hide behind corruption. Well, I mean, even if that was true, I mean, that's better than just brazenly supporting it in the open. Like, oh my goodness, Trump. Oh God.
But aren't they all anarchists? Have you not seen a pattern with the Democrats, what they enabled?
Yeah, bro. So Democrats are not anarchists. Anarchists usually are unconcerned with government. Why? Maybe because they literally want to abolish the government.
Democrats? Yeah.
No, anarchists.
Well, Democrats, they're trying to rewrite everything.
Dude,
well,
holy shit. You're actually a droid, bro. You're actually a droid. Why do you think that the Democratic Party wants to literally abolish government?
Well,
because that's what it means to be an anarchist.
All right, so they're trying to get rid of police for one.
No, the Democratic Party is not trying to get rid of police. They're trying to reform police.
They make the laws in the Congress and not in the House and the Senate, and now they just want to overlook it for votes. I mean, that's corruption.
Okay,
we'll look at the,
okay, let's just talk about
No,
those
I
first
mean,
2 points. Let's
I'm
just
just
talk
trying to
about those
bring up
first
a
2 points.
topic.
Let's just talk about those first
Okay.
2 points.
Awesome.
So the first point that you made was that the Democratic Party literally wants to abolish the police. That's not fucking true. The Democratic Party wants to reform the police. The second point that you made was that they make laws then overlook it for votes. That is so vague. That is very, very, very vague. How about you be like 10 trillion times more specific?
Okay, so what in California, for one, you could actually put a smiley face, no ID. You guys go for this stuff. No IDs, it's
what?
racist.
We don't know what this guy down here is yapping about. What are you talking about, dude? You're not making literally
I'm
any
yapping.
sense.
I'm saying everything that's popular right now that's within the party.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, okay,
well,
how about this? Why
in
is
New
Trump a good
York,
president?
I think he's amazing.
Why?
I mean, somebody has to be the bad guy, and you're telling all these viewers about 34 charges. First
Yes.
off, it's just because it was wrote in a different part of the ledger.
Yeah, bro. Each individual ledger entry was illegal, dude. That is true. That is
Well,
true.
it was put down, and the people. I mean, I don't find that a crime. I mean, he wrote it down.
Okay.
It's not a crime.
So things that aren't crimes according to the law are crimes according to you.
written down in the
like you
ledger.
just
Just
baselessly
because
calling
his
Democrats
account-
fraudsters. But then things that are crimes according to the law,
something
like
minor.
paying your lawyer money under the table to then give to a porn star that you cheated on your wife with, are not crimes according to you. How about this? Do you consider it criminal when Donald Trump barged into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them with no clothes on? Janine, get up here. I want to talk to you. I want to talk to you more than this guy.
I don't think that's true at all.
No, it's not true. It's what he admitted to, dude.
I mean,
Janine, are you driving right now?
I'm parked. And it's raining.
Okay, bro.
I can come back later if you don't,
blink-
you don't trust it.
Your blinkers on.
Yeah, my blinker's on. It's raining. I'm parked.
Why are your blinkers on?
taking a right or a left?
Of your parked.
My wipers, whatever you call them.
No. We hear the turn signal.
Oh, I don't know why it's on, but I'm parked. But if you want, I can come back on later.
Oh, it is raining. I can hear that now.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. When do you think that you'll be done in the car?
Why? I don't honestly. I would love to talk to you, but I'll be honest with you. After I got off, I had like over 100 like threats to me.
Listen,
And I don't even care about me.
I'll put a little thing on the screen that says not to send you
You
threats.
can't control people because people are idiots, so you can't control that. So I'm not blaming you, but honestly, I don't need that nonsense in my life. Where if I can't just have a good faith debate with somebody without getting my family threatened, it's just not worth it to me. I didn't sign up for that. You know, I would love to talk to you, but I mean, I don't know what you want to talk about. We're not going to agree. You're not going to change my mind.
All right, Jeannie, you want to come back later? Janine?
Do you want me to come back later?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm getting spammed.
About 10 minutes.
All right, you consider it, Janine. Talk to you in 10 minutes. Sounds good. When you're back, just send a gift, like a little rose. It'll pop up in the middle of the phone screen, and I'll be able to invite you. Okay, let's get back to the debate, man. So I asked you if you consider it criminal when Donald Trump literally sexually exploited naked women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms and looking at their naked bodies unconsensually. And you said, oh, I don't think Trump has ever done this. Oh, Trump admitted to doing this on Howard
I
Stern's
didn't
radio show
say
in
think.
2005.
I know he didn't do that. Just because he comes in, I mean, he did run a modeling show, you know what I'm saying, that was very popular for many, many, many years. You know what I'm saying? Did he come in and girls was covered up? Yes. You got to understand, he's an old man. He's not doing any of this. And most of it, I think.
Bro, then why did he admit to doing it? Then why did he admit to doing it?
I don't know. You got to show me proof of that. You're on the computer, the PC.
To do that. So,
I would love to
you
see
have
that.
done that. Now, tell
Well,
me
I'll
what
tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone
Hey, he's
okay? You know,
joking.
they're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
He's up in his show so people can see that to watch it because they're incredible. He's up. Yeah, he's talking up on his show.
So what's your response? He's talking up on his show is not clear.
Yes, he's talking up on. I do this all the time. You should see what I say at the barbershop, and I'm not weird. I just do that. Like I give a first compliment and then they go. It's something that I do. You know what I'm saying? He's a master of compliments. I've never met nobody who disliked him.
Hey,
he's nice. He's a nice man, bro. He's a good family man.
Hey!
Go
In
ahead,
that clip,
go
we
ahead.
literally heard him say that he as a man would barge into private women
did-
dressing
no, you
rooms
said
to
it-
then
you
look
said
at
it.
naked women without consent.
No,
What
no. He's checking in on his work, and that's his pageant. And then he everybody knows he's allowed to do this, right?
No,
And
no,
he's not
no,
coming in
no,
on naked women.
Men are not allowed to unconsensually look at the naked bodies of children and adults. They're just not allowed to do that. No.
I didn't hear that in that clip, brother.
No. Yeah, okay. What he said was that he'd go into a space where no men were anywhere, where women were naked and changing. That's a woman's dressing room.
That's
Men
not
are
even
allowed.
important about what's happening to the economy, the military, geopolitics. You're worrying about something that's. I bet you think that he was best buddies with Epstein too.
Yeah, he was. But just
No,
to
he
clarify, you
wasn't.
don't think it's important that our president sexually exploited women and girls?
He never done that. He's
But we heard him
never
say
done that,
it.
bro. I'm 43 years old.
Okay,
bro.
so
You
what do you
got
make
caught
of
up.
what he said? What do you make of what he said? Because we heard
I
him
think
say
he's
that he did
talking
it.
up. I think
Okay, so he's
talking
lying.
up
He's
about a
lying about
pageant
what he
show.
did. Okay, listen. I agree that sometimes men will quote unquote talk up, aka they will
Yes.
claim to have consensually
Okay.
had sex
So
with
now
an
you know
attractive
that
woman
it could
to
be
make
that.
themselves look better. Okay, but I've never
court.
heard a man. No, listen to what I'm saying. Stop speaking and listen.
course. No,
Okay,
you're right. I should
and
listen.
when a man like talks up like that, and they say that they consensually slept with an attractive woman that they didn't, like the goal of that very like bad thing to do, by the way, is to like make themselves look better to the other men around them by making it seem as if they're like appealing or hot women are attracted to them. But the whole point of doing that is to say that that woman wanted you. It was consensual. What Donald Trump says in this clip is something else. He says that it was unconsensual. He said that he just
talking to
barged into
Howard-
the woman's dressing rooms and then look at the naked people inside. And I'd also like to clarify that the women and girls that he did this to confirmed that he did it to them. Tasha Dixon was Miss Arizona and Miss USA in 2001. She said, that Trump would just barge into the dressing rooms and look at them while they had no clothes on, and it was terrible. Mariah Bellato from 1997 at Miss Teen USA said that Trump would just barge into the dressing rooms and say, "Don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before," when they'd be in the nude. And there were some girls in there as young as 15 years old.
In that industry, you know, you're making it seem that he's going in there being a creep when he's
Yes.
just checking up on his business. When you own a
Checking
strip
up on your
club,
business.
when
No,
a
no.
man walks in unconsensually going into his checking everything, is not nobody's doing you know what I'm saying? Like I want to say drugs. You know, I want to be careful what I say.
You're saying he's
but,
just
like,
checking in on his business. So, okay, that is
Yeah, that's
really
his
fucking
business.
predatory for you to say. That is really fucking
How is
predatory
that
for you to say.
predatory?
Yes, you're saying that the
Everybody-
naked bodies of children and women are his business.
Now is children.
Yes, he owned
Now it's
pageants where
children.
children competed. Miss Teen USA had a minimum age requirement of 15.
So now you're conflating what he said there to walking in on children.
Did children said he walked in on them? They said he did that.
A lot of people, you can't just believe everybody, bro.
Oh,
You have
bro,
to see proof.
we could definitely, but
I
the
get it.
proof is
I don't
the
wanna
proof
be
is
stuck
clear. The proof is
I know,
clear.
but
The proof
I
is the
came
fact
here
that Trump said he'd do this.
I
And
know,
then
but-
also for the adult women, no. The naked
I get it.
bodies
I
of the
see
women
what
that
you're
would
trying to
compete
do.
as beauty pageant contestants are not
We
his
all
business.
see what you're trying to do.
Why would you
But-
argue that the naked bodies, okay, of the women that would compete at his adult pageants are his business? First and foremost, okay, a body of a woman is never anybody's business outside of that woman, because the body of a woman is an object or a thing that could be possessively owned by anybody other than the body bearer. So for you to say that like the body of a woman is the business or the tool or the possession of a man is just wrong by default. But
all right,
you
so
have to
you're saying
consider
behind
the
closed
consent
door-
and the dignity of these people. They
right,
went
so-
in to dressing rooms just for
Okay.
women so men couldn't
Okay,
see
so
them
you're
change
taking what
because
he
that
said
would
to
they'd feel
liberal.
really uncomfortable and bad about that. Okay, that's
I
what
hear
the
a man
consent's called.
speaking
And then
that never
then you would
committed
barge into the
any
dressing
crime.
rooms and look at their naked bodies. That's
No, I
unconsensual. That's
understand what
unconsensual
you-
sexual behaviors. That's
Okay,
sexual
when-
violence. And then you're
when
just
you do
writing
that
off sexual violence
predatory-
as his business.
All right. Let's calm down, right? But you're gonna try to tell me that Trump is the same person behind the door and then on TV. You don't think he's more? You don't think Trump is more like a showmanship when he's on a podcast? You know what I'm saying? You don't think he's like
Can you
more
name-
like funnier?
Can you name one
Or-
other man? Could you name one other man that has ever sat down on a podcast and falsely claimed to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they didn't?
I didn't see no violence in that clip.
Yes,
I think
you
he
did.
said he comes in and shows and looks around, make sure everybody's good.
I'll explain to you the sexual violence that you heard in that clip. The definition of
Okay.
sexual violence is any sexual conduct that is unconsensual. You heard him describe unconsensual sexual conduct because you heard him describe him barging into a woman's dressing room and looking at the naked people inside.
I don't see that anybody naked. I've seen his pageant shows. And
He says that
everybody
they were
speaks
naked.
highly of it. It was very popular for years and years. You know what I'm saying? Have you done things accident and checking up on stuff and somebody has their back exposed? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Let's be grown. They grown women. You're talking about, like, you're telling people here misinformation, mind you, of children. He's doing naked and that's not true. That's not how pageants work, and that's how the change. They're not just gonna be changing. And everybody has their own quarters, and everybody has their own cubicle. So I'm pretty sure you've never been to a pageant. I've been into fashion and in pageant shows as a barber, and somebody who got invited to many of them to do their eyebrow just because they like the way I do their eyebrow. I'm a barber. I'm a man's barber, but I'm good at many things. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to say is, you're being stuck on something that's irrelevant, something that he's not even in trouble for. You know what I'm saying? Like, even that E. Jean Carroll made up a whole thing on CSI New York NYPD Blue, and then she's batshit crazy, and we all know this. You seen what she did to that I forget the LGBT the dude with the white hair. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was like, yeah, let's cut to a break. Like, she's batshit crazy. You know what I'm saying? And we know this. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Let's talk about economics. Let's talk about geopolitics. And let's talk about something that he's really doing good for this country. You know what I'm saying? You act like Kamala Harris was better. You act like there's a leader of the Democrat Party. And you're talking about Mom Donnie? That's what I really wanted to speak on. Let's talk about who you like. You know what I'm saying? Mom Donnie, his religion doesn't even like the gays. Do you know that there's a thing called takia where they're taught to lie just to gain power? Once who do you think is gonna be executed first? With the hangings. If they bring in Sharia law to this country, and that's with immigration, that's why we're thinking like chess moves. You know what I'm saying? This is what I want you to be concerned with, because I know you're smart. I don't know who's paying you this much money to go against conservative beliefs where thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, we should be nice to each other, we're all one. I want to love all my Democrat brothers. I don't know why there's progressives out there, because progressive is regressive. You know what I'm saying? This DEI stuff. Like, I could go on a rant, but I want to talk about stuff that there's a problem and there's a threat to the LGBT. We can look this up. You're on the computer. Look what they think about the infidels. And you know they can have 4 wives. They're going to vote us out. They're not smart enough to beat us in war. They're going to come through in migration. Look what they did to the UK. Now, everybody, please look this up. You know what I'm saying? I get it. He's a Democrat. I'm a conservative. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I just think that you're going to continue to speak until I interrupt you. Okay. So I basically wrote down everything that you just said. that the pageant contestants had different changing stalls, so they weren't gathered in one general area. E. Jean Carroll is fucking crazy. And Zoran Mamdani is a Muslim who hates gay people and is lying about not hating gay people who will impose Sharia law and hang people. Because of tequila.
Yes.
And then you went on to say that Muslims aren't smart. And then you also said that people are paying
they're
me
not,
money.
because of
Then you also said that people are paying me money, okay, to come on this live stream.
No, I was hoping, because you're really good at this, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm gonna address
you're
those. I'm gonna
really
address those
smart, bro.
points. So your first point was that the pageant contestants had different changing stalls. Everybody involved said
I don't
otherwise.
care about the pageant. That's what I really
yeah,
said.
okay, yeah, you should care about sexual violence, asshole. So
There's
the
no-
pageant
there's-
contestants
I'm not an
said that
asshole,
they
bro.
didn't have different changing stalls. Donald Trump said that they didn't have different changing stalls. There wasn't anybody involved with the entire process, from Donald Trump boasting about barging into their dressing rooms to the individual beauty pageant contestants coming forward and giving their testimony, that objected to the fact that they generally got changed in a general area. So that first point that you gave was false. Your second point was that E. Jean Carroll
I
is
don't
crazy.
say false stuff.
Okay,
buddy.
yeah, well, I don't, okay. So then what is your reason to believe that they had individual changing stalls when every single person involved with the
I was
Miss Teen USA
speaking on
Miss-
the many I went to backstage doing
Okay,
eyebrows.
all right,
and
well,
I seen-
all right, well, you didn't go to Trump's, right?
Well, I would have loved to. I would have told you
Okay,
what I
yeah,
saw.
everybody who went to Trump said that they had a general changing area. Everyone. Trump said that. All the beauty pageant
So as
contestants
soon as
said
you
that.
open the door, everybody was
It
visible.
just goes into like a general
Naked.
changing area where they get changed. Yeah, like a locker room at a gym.
So you're just thinking it's just all naked.
That's what they said. That's what he said. That's what
No,
everyone
it's just
said.
it's just what people wanted to paint a picture, buddy.
No, bro. Even
you're
the women
smart
that
enough to
even
know-
even the women that defended Trump, saying that he did nothing wrong because he got their approval and he
Exactly.
gave them a heads up first, they even said that there
Of
was
course,
a general
right?
changing area. Everybody
then
said
this-
that it was just a general changing area.
Of course.
Everybody said that.
A lot of people said that he's that nice. We all know.
One second,
this.
bro. I want you to address the point that I'm making. If everybody said that it was a general changing area, including Trump and all of the beauty pageant contestants, including the beauty pageant contestants that said what Trump did was harmful and bad, including the beauty pageant contestant, Veronica Hughes, who said what Donald Trump was not bad because he got their pre-approval. If everybody said that the changing room was just a general locker room, okay, why do you doubt that? They all said that, bro.
Okay, I don't care about pageant stuff, bro. I
Okay,
really
so you
don't.
concede, so you're wrong.
I don't think you know the whole story, bro. I think.
Okay, but you do. You know
the
that they had individual
personality of
changing
Trump,
stalls.
but you don't know Trump.
Listen, bro. Are you going to concede that you were wrong when you said that you know that they had individual changing stalls? Are you going to concede?
No,
that?
I've told you that I've been to the ones that they have. They have
Yeah,
all
cool,
different
dude.
types of styles. What
I
do you think
know,
it's
and,
just-
and we know that the styles at this beauty
Okay.
pageant contestant, there were more like locker rooms. Where
I say we
where there would be a
disagree
general
to
area.
disagree. That's
Why
all.
would
On
why
that.
would we
Let's move on.
why would we disagree on that though? If every
The people
single
can hear this. People
Dude,
can hear this. Let
listen to
them
what I'm
judge.
saying. Why would
I
we
understand.
disagree on that if every single beauty pageant contestant, including those defending Trump, said that it was a general changing area? Why would we disagree?
Okay, I get. If you look at it like that, that's bad. But then it came out of your mouth that there was a lot of women that said that he always gave the heads up. Well, what makes you think that he never gave the heads up?
No, there's one woman who said that, Veronica Hughes, and I
Oh,
believe
maybe
her.
one.
I think that there maybe was a couple instances where it's like, hey, I'm coming in, and then he came in.
I think he does it every time.
Well, the reason why we know that's not true is because in the clip he said that they had no clothes on. So there's definitely times where he didn't. Not to mention that's what the other beauty pageant contestant said too.
A lot of women are free when they don't care. A lot of them women do not care, like especially the models.
That's
man.
a rapist mindset.
That's their job.
That's a rapist mindset.
They get to be painted
That's
with
that's a
laxatives.
rapist.
I mean,
That's a
what's
rapist.
that latex?
That's
They
a
get
that's a
painted nude.
rapist mindset. Saying
No,
that
it's
you
not
could
a
just
rape.
you could
These
just
are-
you
these
could
are
just do
models
sexual things
that
to beauty pageant contestants without asking them first, because at the end of the day
Let me-
they're beauty pageant contestants.
get it.
Not to
You
mention
guys
that some
always
of them were
want-
kids. By the way,
Well,
if they
well-
didn't care, then why did they say they cared?
Listen, so you're saying that these same models that get their body painted with latex,
They didn't get their body painted with latex. What are you talking about? They were beauty pageant
Well, that-
contestants that
that's
put on
what these-
dresses and
that's what these
bikinis.
pageants be doing.
No, they did dress, like aka like beauty pageants where they'd be in dresses and makeup, and then they'd also do bikini pageants.
All right, so let's say we in college, right? There's a model getting painted nude, and they're using her. So now there's people just walking in. They see a nude person. They didn't ask for consent. They just know the job, bro. Is what I'm trying to tell you. I think
Holy
you're looking
shit.
too deep into
Holy
it.
shit. The
You're trying to
person
paint him
that's
as
being
the
painted.
person that's
Listen,
kicking down doors,
I'll tell you the
waiting till they
difference.
get naked.
I'll tell you the difference, bro. The difference between the analogy that you just made of an art student that's a woman being naked to get painted by other art students and what Donald Trump did to these beauty pageant contestants, including children, you fucking creep, okay? Is that
I'm not no
art
creep.
student?
I'm a Christian man,
is that
bro.
art? Yeah, so true. Is that art student
I protect women,
consented to being viewed naked, and the women and the girls either couldn't consent or didn't consent.
It's
to being viewed
normal
naked.
for them. A lot of them, it's normal to them.
Are you just saying? Okay, so now you're just saying that
I'm not justifying
the sexual the sexual exploitation of children is normal.
No, it's how old is children? Well, he would never. There's always
15,
a mother there.
16, 17.
Yeah, there's mothers there. There's guardians there.
The girl said that he did this to them.
And they got guardians too. You know
Okay,
what
so
I'm
then you're just saying that the
other than
guardians
their
were okay with their
parents,
sexual exploitation?
I think you're making up a scenario that's not true.
I can't be made up if Trump admitted to it.
Okay, can we just move on about something that you have no evidence of besides a simple clip of him talking up his
I
stuff?
have no evidence of Trump doing this outside of Trump admitting to doing it and the people he did it to corroborating his admission of guilt.
If you're a
Holy
rich man,
fuck.
of course you want people. They always settle out, bro. Just be like, I don't care about this. I'll just give him $1 million. Who cares?
Okay, so now you're saying that rich men could just take advantage and abuse and rape women because
they
who
get
cares?
taken
We'll give them money.
advantage of.
So
brother,
so
I've
that
seen
naked
it
women
many
and
times.
children
I'm a
that
barber
Trump
and I
sexually
cut
exploited.
celebrities.
Well, I just want to clarify.
You know-
Are you saying that the naked women and children who Trump
I don't
sexually
care about
exploited
this type
were
of
taking
talk.
advantage of
I
Trump?
think it's a dark, twisted thing that you're trying to paint in people's mind. That's not true. It's
Bro,
your
if it
opinion
wasn't true, then why would he say he did it?
about the industry, about the modeling industry, the pageant industry. I think you have no clue. You just hear based on words that you never been to. I've been to many of them,
Bro,
and I have pictures.
I don't need to go to a beauty pageant to know.
Did I
that
show
if
you
a-
my Snapchat
One
videos
moment,
of?
one moment. I don't
Okay,
need
you
to
run.
go. I don't need to go to a beauty pageant to know that if a woman is going into a woman's dressing room, that means that they don't want men to see them naked. Because if they were okay with men seeing them naked, then they wouldn't be going into the woman's
Men is
dressing room to
plural.
get naked.
Men is plural. The person that's overwatching this thing is a completely different context.
Okay.
You're trying
Why?
to paint a different You're
Why?
taking everything out of context.
Why is
I
it
get
different? Why is it different?
I'm gonna let this be clear. We should
Why is it
always ask
different, bro?
permission. We should always respect.
Why is
women.
it different,
We should
bro?
always put them on a pedestal
Can you
because
just tell me why
that's
it's different, bro?
No, I'm trying to tell you if you're gonna talk about me, right? I can't stick up for a man that he's running a business, bro. That's his show. He had how many seasons? How successful?
What does the fact that Trump was running a business have to do with Trump sexually exploiting them?
Well, he's got to check in on his money. That's what he's doing, making sure everybody's straight and safe.
Okay. I have a question. Say that you have a daughter. She works at a business that's owned by the man. Are you saying that it'd be okay for that man to unconsensually follow her into the woman's restroom and look at her vagina because he has to check in on his business?
Since when did Trump do that, though? Why are we even using my daughter as a...
Yeah, bro. Since when did Trump do that? In the clip he said that he'd go into the dressing rooms and look at the naked bodies.
See, that's the thing. See, that's
Are you
the
gonna
thing.
answer the question or not, bro?
I think that's a ugly way of putting it. Nobody walks into anybody. Nobody should walk into anybody's.
That's just what happened. Oh my god,
That's what you got out of that clip.
Dude, Trump
I get it.
supporters are just like so fucking violent, bro. It's like you just don't give a fuck about women. You don't give a fuck about girls.
No, we do. We actually do. We
Bro,
don't
you're
want
saying that
them
it's okay
being
for
hurt
Trump to
by
sexually
another
exploit
man
them because
in the
they're part of
sports.
their business. It's just so disgusting, dude. You have a rapist
No.
mindset.
I would never in my life even have evil thoughts, and I pray shortly after because I do have some type of. We all human. We all have anger. You know what I'm saying? And then I pray on it. A lot of people don't pray on that, and I become better. Why does that hurt you? By that somebody prays?
Yo. Hold on. I gotta lock back in.
Yep, lock back in, brother.
I was kind of just on autopilot mode there for a while because I've heard all of this before a billion times over. Very typical.
I hear you.
That a MAGA man who joins my live stream just denies that what Donald Trump did to them was sexual exploitation. I was just on autopilot.
Yeah, his eyes.
So
really hurt
I
everybody.
just said that you have, wow,
A rapist. Yeah, you
a rapist
you're calling
mindset.
me- yeah, that's crazy.
And then you
That is
responded
crazy.
to that by saying that, well, sometimes you have these bad thoughts, but you prey on them.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying about you guys, man. You guys know that I want to talk about something that
Yeah,
economy,
what kind of bad
geopolitics.
thoughts
You
do
guys
you
want
have?
to talk about twisted stuff. You
What
guys
kind of
have
bad?
no.
Well, one moment. What kind of bad
What?
thoughts do you have?
I'm talking about anger. You're talking about rapist stuff. Like, you guys come from a dark place that you guys need to come out of. So your derangement of Donald Trump, you don't want people to hear the good that he's doing. So you guys revert back to this made up story, made up idea, taking things out of context, and that's what you guys do. That's
Parker,
what you guys always
Parker,
do.
send a couple of roses. I'll invite you. Just because you're not populating at the top of the viewers.
I just want to know.
So when I said that you have a rapist mindset, then you said sometimes you have bad thoughts. So can you specify the bad thoughts that you'll sometimes have?
Anger.
Like anger directed towards women? Like because
Never women, bro.
No?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, what did
What's
it
wrong
have
with
to
you,
do
bro?
with me saying that you have a rapist mindset? Like, why was that your response to me saying that you have
Well,
a
that's
rapist mindset?
because you're good at twisting. I mean, you're good at twisting, bro. You're very good at it. It's just because you think that way doesn't mean it has anything to do with me.
Okay.
You're calling
Yeah,
me, right?
welcome in, Parker.
A rapist mindset. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I like
That's
to
a little
specif-
defamatory,
I'll
a little
specify why you have a rapist mindset.
So no, I
can't
wanna
give you the
specify
reasons
that
why I
you
think that
want
you
to
have a
get your.
rapist mindset.
So we're gonna say that a lot of Democrats suffer a lot of mental disability, and they're really radicals. And now you want to sick the dogs on me, and now they're gonna bother. I came here to bring people together and correct the
listen,
lies.
you just said that it's okay for Trump to look at the naked bodies of the women that would compete in his
just because
pageants
that's
without
his
their consent
job.
because they're
What do you
his
want him
money.
to do?
I want him to not
with
look
the
at their
same
naked bodies without their consent when they're
sentence.
getting dressed in the dressing rooms.
So with the same sentence,
That's
you're
wait,
saying that
wait,
women-
dude. You just asked me a question. Let me respond to it. Okay.
This is your show.
So I
I'm
said
gonna
that you have a
respect
rapist mindset because you think it's okay for Trump to unconsensually look at the naked bodies of the people at his beauty pageant
I've
contestants
never
because
heard
there's
that
money.
day in my life.
Okay. And then you say, well, what do you want him to do? I'll be clear. I don't want him to look at the naked bodies of women and girls without consent.
Doesn't with the same sentence you said previous that he always asks to open the door. Am I tripping here?
Yeah, you're wrong.
Okay. No, I think you're wrong on a lot of different things, especially with this Mom Downey too. A person
Like, wait, hold on. Before you pivot, like you act like you try like to come up here and unify the country while
Yes,
supporting
I'm trying to.
a
yes.
violent sexual predator that
What
tried
does he
to
do
undermine our
that's a violent
democracy
sexual
and called
predator?
for the execution of his political opponents because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. That sounds like a very unifying thing to do, to support such a violent sexual predator.
Oh, you're talking about that blonde head girl, right?
Galaxy.
See, you guys took that out of context too. That's crazy.
Oh,
I know who you're talking about.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you referencing?
The blonde head girl where he says some I forget, but I remember that day clear because I watched a lot of
The court that
independent
determined he
sources.
raped a woman, E. Jean Carroll.
He did not rape that woman. He didn't even have none.
I'll let you talk. I'll let you talk about that with Parker here after I thank a couple donors. I'm going to thank a couple donors and then I'm going to go pee. But you could talk to Parker about that.
All right, cool.
Bailey,
So-
thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says
About that.
men like this guess are why women choose the bear. By the way, true. Thank you, Julia and Marta Valis, for the $5. I appreciate y'all very much. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jennifer.
It's a money
I'm
grab.
gonna keep that on myself.
With that
What's a
What's
money?
Carol.
On the
It was
Eugene
a money
Carroll thing's a
grab.
One moment. Brian, thank you for the
He's that
$5.
shit crazy.
Solomon, thank you so much for the $10. Who says,
And she's
Dean, this guy's spamming buttons. I know, yeah, literally. Thank you for the $10. Jada, thank you for the $15. Let's get 150 Jada W's in that comment section. That is Jada. Jada with the 15 says, Dean, I missed ya. I've been in Canada the last week and I haven't been able to watch your streams as much. I've been going through withdrawals. Well, I appreciate you for the $15, Jada, and I hope that you're enjoying your vacation. Brandon, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And then Meg, thank you for the $20, who says, mad respect for what you do and appreciation. Thank you for being a voice for so many. Thank you, Meg. I hope that you've enjoyed the stream today. All the love in the world to you. Let's get 200 Meg W's in that chat. Same thing to you, Shannon. Thank you for the $5. And Mia, thank you for the $5. Shout out to you, Mia. Special shout out to you, Mia. And then Michael, thank you for the $20, who says, hey, Dean, are you looking for any new YouTube mods? Yes, I am. I'm looking for new mods on both TikTok and YouTube. We'll probably be opening up some type of application for that here soon. Thank you for the $20. Chase, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. And with that being said, we're caught up on Venmo to catch up on PayPal. Thank you for the $5, Sydney, Annie, and Linda. Appreciate y'all. Macy, thank you for the $10. Who says, I just want to say that you're so inspiring, incredibly intelligent. Oh, thank you, Macy. Then Abigail, thank you for the $5. And Andy, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, you calling the last guest such a little weird guy, such a casual cook. It made me laugh. I appreciate you, Andy. Thank you for the $10. As well as Elena, thank you for the $5. And Isabel, thank you for the $3. Feel free to talk to Parker about that E. Jean Carroll rape case for everybody watching. I'm going to go pee real quick. I'll be right back. Take it away, you guys.
Okay, so like you say that it's bullshit. Let me ask you one question.
100%.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Can you name one piece of evidence in the case that you dispute?
He even went into that store with her in the room with her. That's
not a piece of evidence that you dispute. So I'm asking what piece of evidence in the case you
that
dispute.
whole scenario. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to get this out so I want to hear your thoughts. It's an exact show of NYPD Blues. It's an episode, and I watched it. She said everything verbatim of how that episode was. I forget the story.
Of what show?
NYPD Blues.
Nope, not NYPD. You're thinking Law and Order SVU.
Yeah, Law and Order. There you go.
Yeah. So one, you didn't even know what you're referencing.
No,
and
it
two,
doesn't matter.
When did the episode come out?
Bro, this was like many years ago, bro. I watched.
When did the episode come out?
Who knows, bro? It's true.
After she was assaulted.
Everybody
she was assaulted in 1995, 1996.
And she came up with this.
Please listen. She told her friends at the time that it happened. They testified under oath that she told her that at that particular time period. And that was before the Law and Order SVU episode was even aired. Okay? So explain to me how this was already a story prior to there even being the episode, if it's because of the episode.
I don't think she even had witnesses to even cooperate with her.
They testified under oath.
Yeah, I know.
There were multiple friends that she had that testified under oath to the fact that she told them at that particular time.
We're gonna just sit here and just say that.
Explain to me how there could be a story of this happening prior to the episode.
A Democrat appointed
if it's predicated off of the episode.
They eat this up, bro. So you don't see a bias on the treatment that he's received?
No. And let's assume political demographics for Manhattan, specifically amongst the jury. That still means 1 to 3 of the 9 individuals on the jury were either independent, apolitical, or Republican. Meaning that there were people that were either biased to Trump or not biased at all that still indicated that Donald Trump sexually abused Eugene Carroll, because every single person on that jury did so. Plus, we know for a fact that at least one person on the jury was an avid watcher of Tim Pool, who's a known Trump supporter.
So he got in trouble saying she's not even his type, and it's true. She's not even an attractive woman.
So then why did he mistake a picture of her with his ex-wife?
Oh, come on, bro.
Answer that. Why did he mistake a picture of her with his ex-wife?
Well, let me tell you something. She is batshit crazy. Everybody can see it. You should see what she.
Can you answer the question?
You should see what she painted her backyard, her trees.
Wait, can you answer the question?
The names of her pets. How she treated. What's that?
Pause. Answer the question. Why did Donald Trump mistake her with his ex-wife?
I've never heard that.
Well, there's a deposition that you can watch of him specifically doing just that. It's on video, my guy.
Yeah, this. I mistake a lot of people. It doesn't mean nothing.
Oh, so he must be so cognitively declined that he
Listen,
mistook...
I've said...
Wait, by the way, for his ex-wife, you really forget what your ex-wife looks like, right?
No, man, he's been good to all his wives, man.
That's why he cheated on every single one of them, right?
Name one.
Every single one of them. For example, Ivana, right? Ivana, right, explicitly said
They
that
had a
she was
good
assaulted
relationship.
in the divorce proceedings.
Listen, man, girls say, man, my baby mother said some crazy shit. I ended up getting full custody, raised the
I
son
fucking
for
believe
18
her.
years.
I fucking believe her.
Why would you believe her? Of course you would.
Why would I believe her? Because of the type of shit you're defending right now.
Listen, I'm a good man to a woman, bro. I took care of my son,
I don't
bro.
think so.
Oh, that's your opinion, though. That's not true.
You're just not giving off good vibes, bro.
No, I get it. Because I'm speaking to progressives, bro, that don't stand for nothing. But you guys
What do
don't
you
see
mean?
the
I
long
don't stand for nothing. You're defending a
you guys
rapist on
don't
the stream.
No, he's not no rapist. Man, what did Papadopoulos called him a rapist and got sued for what? The CNN got sued for how much money? Let's talk about that.
George Stephanopoulos called him a rapist on ABC. They got sued.
And how
they
much?
weren't found guilty. They settled outside of
No,
court
they-
before the discovery period because George Stephanopoulos is a spineless coward who didn't want any
Okay.
private transmissions inside of ABC to go to trial.
So they
This does
settled.
not mean, one moment, this does not mean that it is illegal or you could be found guilty for libel if you call Trump a rapist. In fact, that theory was tested after E. Jean Carroll called him a rapist on TV, and the court sided with her because it is true that a jury held him liable for the forced penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, regardless if you agree with that outcome or not. And it is also therefore true that you can call him a rapist because that's how we colloquially understand the usage of the word rape.
Well, people settled out of court for NBC, correct? And it was a lot of money. So if you did the same and he heard it, he could get you guys sued because there's no proof of.
I just explained this. I just explained
know.
this. They were not
All right,
found
so listen,
guilty. They were
I
not
don't
found
care,
guilty.
but-
Just ABC was not found guilty for defaming him. ABC was not found guilty for libeling him. ABC settled outside of court with him because they didn't want it to go to the discovery period where they may be forced to like submit internal company dialogues to the public record that then could be viewed by anyone. Okay? It is absolutely legal to call Trump a rapist. You cannot be found guilty of slander or libel if you call Trump a rapist because a jury found him guilty of forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, regardless if you agree with that outcome of the court case or not.
They're doing a good job.
Bro, the ringing.
Now your peoples are trolling me. My phone's ringing off the hook now.
How
Look at
are
my
we
whole shit is
trolling
being
you?
spammed.
Wait,
Nah, I
what?
get it.
Oh.
Dude, how are we trolling you?
How?
What?
Wait, is that like a phone number?
Yeah, people are calling my phone. Yeah, that's what you guys do. You guys are known to be anarchists.
Do you have a phone connected to your TikTok account and you're over here talking about how like rape victims are crazy and it doesn't matter when you? Oh my god.
No.
I'm gonna kick that guy, bro. Just reconsider your beliefs. Reconsider your beliefs, bro. Parker, how you doing today, dude? Hello?
Sorry. I was just sending the message. Yeah, dude, my day has been interesting. I had a good beginning of the day, but then I realized that I was age restricted. Like, I don't have live access on my main account. So
Yeah.
that's a bit brutal.
That's super brutal. I'll try to help you out, though. I'll try to help you out.
Yeah, no, I'd really appreciate that. Fucking TikTok is crazy with the bans, bro.
Don't worry. It's gonna happen again and again and again and again, and it's really gonna suck. And it's gonna make the next like week of your life terrible.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that the first time it happened to me, I thought that maybe it was just incorrect password, by the way. I thought that maybe it was just like a one-time thing. It was not a one-time thing. Dad bod, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, gentlemen. Yeah, for the most part.
Has he made the economy better in the last year and a half?
Depends on your perspective of what's better.
Has he made the economy better in the sense that the economy is functioning better relative to its overall performance?
I would say on the short term, no, not currently, no. But, we're halfway through the administration. We'll see what happens over the next,
Why
year
do
and
we?
a half or so.
Why do we need to wait longer until we could form decisive opinions about the Trump administration's impact on the economy?
Well, typically what happens is, when a president takes, office for his, well, this is, I guess, his second term when he's been in administration, a second administration. But I mean, you have a little bit of a blowback essentially. So it normally takes a little bit of time for, like, if you just look at, like, let's
How
just say
long, though?
for the, I would say usually it takes a couple of years, to be honest. I mean,
Okay, so you don't think that you don't think that anything that Donald Trump has done will impact the economy for a couple more years?
Oh, I'm sure of course there's quite a few things that he's done that are going to impact the economy. I mean, as far as negatively, but also it'd be speculative to say that it's all going to be long-term negative. I mean, right now, I just think it's speculative.
Okay. So you agree that the reason why the economy is bad is because of his policy. You just think that it could get better in the future. And what's the argument for that?
Yeah, so because we don't know what's going to happen over the next few years. I mean, for example, with this war in Iran,
So you're just saying that like everything that we do know indicates that Trump is bad for the economy, because we do know that so far he's hurt it, and we don't know if in the long term he'll help it. So everything that we do know indicates that he's bad for the economy.
No, I mean, again, I think that's based on I think that's speculative because we're looking at short term versus long term.
Wait, I'm so sorry. There's nothing speculative about the question that I asked you. I just simply asked you, what do we know? Okay, and you made the claim that you do agree that we do know that so far in the short term he's hurt the economy, and then you made the claim that because of speculation in the future, we don't know that it'll be bad for the economy in the long term. So therefore, my conclusion from that statement of you is that everything that we know about his impact on the economy, which is apparently just the short-term impact, is that he's bad. So in other words, everything that we do know about the administration's impact on the economy is that it's been a bad impact, right?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay. So we only know that Trump is bad for the economy. Perfect. So if we only know that Trump is bad for the economy, then why do you support him?
Right. So that's based on, again, short term as to what he's done thus far.
Yeah, cool, bro. I'm just asking you, if we only know Trump is bad for the economy, why do you support him?
Well, again, it's short term. Like it would be speculative of me to just sit here and say.
I understand that. That doesn't change the fact that we only know Trump is bad for the economy.
Well, because I look at other things that he's done. Like for example, 2025 law made 2017 working families tax cuts permanent, added measures like no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, in some cases senior deductions and Trump accounts for families. I look at that and I say, well, you know what? Long term, that potentially could be a good thing versus right now what we're going through is not necessarily a good thing.
So do you believe that Trump will be good for the economy in the long term?
I don't know, honestly. I mean,
I'm not asking you if you know. I'm asking you if you believe. There's a difference between knowing and believing.
I believe there's some things that will be good, and I believe that there's some things that will negatively impact the economy.
But I'm just asking you overall, do you believe that he'll be good for the economy in the long term?
I can't answer you honestly. Like,
okay, perfect.
If I'm going to have a good
So
conversation,
that means you don't.
That
just means that you don't. So all that we know is that Donald Trump is bad for the economy, and you don't believe he'll overall be good for it in the long term. So why do you support him?
Well, because I don't look at him specifically as I support him based off of one element, like the economy, for example.
Okay, what are the other elements that you support him based off of?
Well, there's a lot of different things. I mean, if you want to go into tit for tat, I look at it from a perspective of, okay, let's just say, for example, and we've had this conversation before, and we've disagreed, but the MAGA movement, as far as Make America Healthy Again, there's been executive orders specifically to remove, like
Parker.
What's up? Yeah, I got
that. Okay, so you support Trump because of Make America Healthy Again?
Well, there are certain elements of it that I agree with, like some of the executive orders, specifically like getting rid of red dye in food. Now, I know you're going to probably counter that and say, well,
there's not a single academic study that would indicate that the red dye in American food is bad for your health.
Red 40?
Yeah. I used to think that it was bad for your health too, but I mean, actually, I read the academic studies on it. There actually isn't a single one that indicates that the quantities of red dye 40 in food is bad for individuals' health. It's kind of crazy.
Where can you cite that?
Yeah, Scientific Snitch is a not a YouTube creator, a TikTok creator, and she talks about science and mostly food safety. And one of the biggest things that she's been talking about since the start of the second Trump administration is how they're just kind of wrong about red dye 40. So I'd reference to you a lot of the content that she's created.
So I would say, like, I mean, based on just the data as far as the consumption is to red 40. I mean, I was under the assumption, or at least under the mindset that, you know, in mass amounts, red 40 was not necessarily healthy for you, specifically because of like lab testing from animals. I know that it's caused, if I remember correctly, like gut inflammation. There have been other side effects, and one of the things that I have noticed specifically from people that I'm friends with that have traveled outside of the country, when they're eating foods typically that we would consider to be junk food here, and they've been bloated or they've had, you know, issues with, you know, gluten. So like gluten intolerance and things like that, they would always feel terrible. But then, like, let's just say, for example, in Europe, when they're eating tons of pastas and objects that have bread, they never had issues. And I thought that was directly contributed to some of the ingredients here.
Bro, I just tried to do it, Parker, and it just locked me out. It said too many attempts after literally one.
What?
Yeah,
Dude.
check your email again. But anyways, I mean, that's just not what the data says specifically about red 40. I'm sure that there could be other contributing causes to that, but the academic papers say that it's not red 40, and that's just what the academic papers say. That's just what the academic papers say, bro. I don't know what to tell you. That's what the academic papers say. I'm going to trust the academic consensus, and that's just a question of empirics. But like,
Yeah.
even if it was bad and these bans were, you know, like helping people, could you please give any data to represent that on average across the country we see increases in the health of Americans that you believe outweigh the negative impact on the economy from the Trump administration?
All right. So I guess putting red 40 aside, there are plenty of different things that I could sit here and talk to you about. You probably would disagree with me on, though.
You're gonna have to do it on your phone. You're gonna have to reset it like once I end here. And I'd recommend doing that before you go live, so then I could definitely get into it.
Let me just go do that right now.
Okay. Go ahead, man.
So red 40 specifically, I thought, at least the last time I looked into it, it impacted people.
Hi, bro. Listen, I'm just accepting. Okay, that ban on red 40 is good. Now, could you please just give me any data to represent how across the country this is increasing and better and making health outcomes for Americans better, to give me reason to believe that Trump is a good president, even in consideration of all of his shortcomings?
All right. So basically, you just want me to explain how I think MAGA has made America better.
No, I'm asking you for data that demonstrates that a ban on red 40 is going to lead to better health outcomes amongst Americans, that justifies and explains.
Well, we
why
don't
we're
have
still
long
supporting
term.
him in
We don't have
considerations.
long term.
Don't other countries?
I could answer. Well, I mean,
how about you just give me any data that banning red 40 is going to make general health outcomes better? Any at all, bro? Like holy shit! I'm over here saying this guy shouldn't be president because he tried to end the American democracy, and you're like, well, actually, I support him because he banned red 40.
Yeah, I can see how that would be funny. I mean, basically, it reduces exposure to synthetic additive that a lot of people tend to react to.
Synthetic additive equals bad, is your claim? Synthetic additive not always equal bad, okay?
It's not necessarily healthy though, because it's
yeah, bro. I'm
ultra-processed
just asking
food.
for like a study, please. Like, listen, I'll change my mind and I'll agree with you that it's a good thing if you could just give me data. It's not like I'm so adverse to Trump that I'm going to say I love red 40 if the data indicates that banning
No,
it
I
is a
got
good thing. Like literally, if you could just give me any data, I will like happily concede to you. I have no problem with making that concession, none at all.
Sure. So basically, I mean, I most of the data that I got specifically on red 40 was from I think it was clevelandclinic.org. It specifically talks about like the allergies and side effects or potential side effects of red 40 in individuals that are obviously sensitive to it.
In like the potential side effects of those that could be allergic, okay? Because there are potential side effects to those that could be allergic to literally everything. All right? No, I'm asking you for a study that demonstrates that it is generally harmful for people to consume red 40.
I couldn't give you evidence. I mean, I don't have a computer in front of me right now either, so I can't really just
I'm
delve
not gonna
into it.
believe something without evidence. That's all.
Right, I understand. No,
Okay,
I
okay.
got you. That's
So
cool.
if the
That's
the
fair.
red 40 isn't the reason why you support the guy that tried to end the American democracy, then what is?
Well, I mean, I guess like when I'm talking specifically about Maha, that was just one example. Like some of the other examples I was thinking about specifically were, in my personal opinion, maybe I'm wrong here, and it's okay. I'll admit when I'm wrong, but like it brought more attention to like chronic diseases. It's made childhood chronic illness and adult metabolic disease a bigger federal priority. It's I don't know. It's done.
Except
It's
for
brought
chronic
pressure to-
illnesses caused by like immediate illnesses that could be, I don't know, fixed with a vaccine. But now we aren't vaccinating our children because the official CDC website says that vaccines could cause autism.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree. I mean, if
except for those chronic conditions, those
I don't
chronic
wanna go down
conditions are skyrocketing.
I know TikTok's really weird about that kind of stuff too for disinformation, so I don't really want to delve into that. But I would say that there was some validity to that back in the, if I want to, and I'm trying to take a guess at it, but I want to say it was like in the 90s, maybe early 2000s, when what was the gentleman from UK? Oh gosh, Andrew something. What was his name? He made a big scene about the MMR vaccinations. I can't remember his name now. It's going to drive me crazy.
Do you have evidence that vaccines cause autism or not?
Well, there was an ingredient that specifically used to be in the MMR vaccines that there were small studies that showed that there were allegedly, I have to say that, of course, it was allegedly linked
Allegedly
to...
is not evidence. There's not a study. If it's just allegedly.
Well, no, I'm saying allegedly because this is TikTok, and I don't want to get cited or flagged for misinformation.
There is no evidence. I just want to let you know there is no evidence. It's anything that you've been brought up has already been thoroughly debunked. There's no supporting evidence within the community. It's not taken seriously at all, right? Especially with any formation that we have or formulation we have now. There's no vaccine we're giving out to kids that causes autism.
Yeah, I'm not saying currently there is. I'm just saying it was.
Okay, so you agree. So you agree that like that
Right,
obviously
it was
the Make
thimerosal,
America
that's
Healthy
what it
Again
was.
movement is very harmful because they're dissuading people from getting vaccines. Check the email, Parker. Under the claim that they allegedly cause autism.
The ingredient was thimerosal. That's
Okay,
what
so
it was.
just
And that
to
was
clarify, you
actually
just agree
removed.
that like the vaccines we used today don't cause autism. So you agree that MAHA is really bad because they're dissuading for people to getting vaccines, which kills people and causes chronic illness. Because on the CDC website it states that it could cause autism.
Well, no. I mean, I was saying I was going back specifically to referencing what we were talking about as you brought up, if I remember correctly, measles and not vaccinating kids. And I was saying that there was some correlation in the past where the ingredient thimerosal was, and I had to say allegedly because we're on TikTok, that studies showed that it potentially was causing.
Okay, bro. Is there any studies that show that the vaccines we use today cause autism? Is there any?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And can you give me these studies from the 90s that proved vaccines in the 90s cause autism?
Let's see. It was 1998, if I remember correctly.
I'm not asking you for a bro. I'm not asking you for a year. I'm asking you for a study. Study would be the name of a publisher and then the name of the publishment.
Right. It was. Yeah. The study was done from. Well, I can give you the website. It's pmc.ncbi.nlm.nih. So it was from NIH.
Okay, so it's published on the NIH. What's the name of the study?
Hold on. I have to. I'm trying to multitask on my phone, so it's a little difficult.
Yeah, guys, because of this study from the 90s, it means that the guy who tried to end the American democracy is a good president, by the way. I just like, I'm overly frustrated with this guy compared to other guys, but I just think it's so ridiculous how like this guy is, because of this study from the 90s, I think the guy that literally tried to end our democracy is a good president. It's just annoying. It's annoying to me. Oh, red dye 40 bad because I think so. Therefore, the guy that literally tried to overturn a free and fair election should be our president. I just hate it. I just hate that shit.
Okay, so the NIH, it was the NIH National Library of Medicine. I mean, I gave you the actual address, but
okay, it's published in the NIH. What's the name of the
Yep.
publishment?
It says the publishment. The title is that just says the MMR vaccine and autism, and then it says sensation, refutation, retraction, and fraud. And it specifically
So it talks about the
references
retraction of the
1998.
study?
Yeah, it was Andrew Wakefield. That was the gentleman that I was thinking of. I couldn't remember his name.
So
but
by
he-
the way, debunked.
Wait.
So he
By the
got-
way, I want to read off your PMID. Autism is a developmental disability that can cause significant social, communication, and behavioral challenges. A report published in 1998, but subsequently retracted by the journal, suggested that measles, mumps, and rubella MMR vaccine caused autism. However, autism is a neurodevelopmental condition that is a strong genetic component with genesis before 1 year of age when MMR vaccine is typically administered. Several epidemiologic studies have not found an association between the MMR vaccine and autism, including a study that found that the MMR vaccine was not associated with an increased risk of autism, even among high-risk children whose older sibling had autism. So just to clarify, you're saying it's a good thing the CDC website says that vaccines could cause autism because in 1998, somebody published a study that said they do cause autism, and then less than a year later, that study was retracted, and they admitted that they were wrong. And then after they admitted that they were wrong and retracted the story, several other studies debunked it and proved that there was no conclusive link. I just want to clarify. That's your position.
No, Andrew Wakefield actually never admitted that he was wrong.
It was retracted from the journal, but you just got a flag for misinfo. Parker, you're going to need that other number in order for me to get into it. I just tried to get into it. It requires like 3-step authentication with the number associated with the account.
That is fucking absurd.
Wait, do you think that you could change the number associated with the account?
I mean, all I have to do is find the phone and get it plugged in. But the thing is, I need to find where the phone is, and I haven't seen the phone since I was at my parents' place.
Do you think that it'd just be easier to like try to change the number on the account? Because if you change the number, then I'll be able to get in.
I don't know if I can. I think it might require the use of the number to do that.
It could.
I can try.
Worth
I'll
a
be right
try.
back.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a couple of friends. I'm trying to help Parker out here, but TikTok is making it really difficult. So we're really trying our hardest. Here. A couple of people to thank here. Everybody just do give me one moment in the meantime. Make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Shout out this live with a handful of friends. On Venmo, thank you so much, Emma, for the $10. Who says, I love watching your live stream. I'd love to be a moderator and help you out. Well, Emma, when I do open up the applications, feel free to submit one. Thank you for the $10. Taylor and Kaya, appreciate y'all both for the $5. Sasha, thank you for the $5 as well. And Emma, thank you for the $10. Who says, thank you for defending survivors of assault. Well, thank you so much for being here, Emma. I'm very grateful for you. Thank you for the $10. And thanks for supporting what we do. Same thing to you, John. Thank you for the $10. Let's get 100 John W's. Lillian, thank you so much for the $5. And Sarah, thank you for the $5 as well. Over on PayPal, Miss SJ, thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 SJWs. SJ with the 20 says, just sending love. Miss you, bro, but going on a little mini vacation. Dude, have fun, SJ. Hell yeah. That sounds like a lot of fun. Do show some love to SJ down below in that comment section. Thank you for the $20, and I hope that your mini vacay goes great. Parker, feel free to rejoin the live. You know how. As well as Salma, thank you for the $10. And Lillian, thank you for the $10. I appreciate the two of you guys. And then Andy and Sydney, appreciate y'all both for the $5. And over on Super Chat, thank you so much for the $20 seconds, who says measles at 30 are at a 35-year high. Exactly because of what that last guest was saying. When you say that they cause autism, like, yeah, bro, people are going to stop getting the vaccine, and then more people are going to get measles. Thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate you. And then, of course, Lives for Sports 4. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. All right. Let's try this one last time. It honestly may lock me out now. Because I've already tried so many times. It might.
Dude.
I really hope not.
I hope not too. I literally just realized I needed to turn that to debates. I had it on Ask Me Anything.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
Kaiman?
Yeah. What's the code?
I got you.
You could say it out loud or text it to me. I mean, it's only going to be
I'm just
useful.
gonna text it.
Okay. I get that. In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. Hope that you guys enjoyed the debates today. I honestly feel quite tired. I think I gave it a little bit more today than usual, and now my brain is just exhausted, honestly. Now my brain is just exhausted. Okay, yeah, I'm in. I'll be able to help you out on that. Now, do you know if you have any posts on your account that have been taken down?
There definitely has been, but it's never scroll down.
Yes, I found one. Oh, dude. Oh, wait, but it says appeal approved, but it still says ineligible for recommendation.
I promise you there's more.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely be able to help you out. Dude, give me an hour, okay? If I'm not successful in an hour, that means that there's actually something wrong that I won't be able to help you out with, but I'll text you.
Okay.
Listen, everybody. Yeah, what ad are you on?
Parker, get a real job.
Parker, get a real job. All right. Feel free to go live. I'll send you a raid.
All right, man. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night, bro. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
All right, folks. Well, we've been live for 4 hours, and I am tired as hell, so we're going to be hopping off. If you guys are still in the mood for some debates, head over to Parker's second account on TikTok. That is at Parker Get a Real Job. It is not going to be the usual account that I send you guys to. That's his second account at Parker Get a Real Job. He's going to be doing debates for quite a long time. If you're on YouTube, you'll be heading over to his main YouTube at Parker Get a Job. So go show him some love, folks. We love Parker here. He's on his second account, so I would actually really mean a lot to me if like all of you guys could go over there and just double tap on his screen a couple of times and drop a comment, even if you're going to turn around and leave, because that will really help out the algorithm, and that'll be really meaningful to him. But I'm out of here. Go raid Parker. Folks, appreciate you for tuning in today. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.